What's it gonna be? You gotta give me something. What's it gonna be? Are we gonna do this all night? I really need to know if you're in or out. You don't have to say the words, just look in my eyes. Tell me, friend, oh, can't you see what you mean to me? It's obvious we are that perfect match, ain't no catch. You and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life.
I wanna take you out of Rio. Vamos a probar un trío. Tú y tu mejor amiga. No quiero nada de lío. Como decían mis cubanos, andando se quita el frío. Vamos a tomar un vuelo hasta España como unos tíos. Aquí gozando con toda mi gente en una nota internacional. Y celebrando nuestra vida porque sabemos que un carnaval. Como andan las cosas seres. Que es lo que hay, manín. Que más pues mi pana. Quiero una chimba que sea la de mi dream.
Sé lo que has querido desde chamaquita. Si soy yo el guía que se necesita. No sé si has oído que soy VIP, pero de todo, todito me limpio por ti, por ti.
Hop on a jet and we flying. No tenga pena, yo guío. I got the heart of a lion, but I'm a set, not a Leo. Esta belleza a mi lado. No sé si son de los míos, no sé si son de los tuyos. Solo que somos latinos. Aquí gozando con toda mi gente en una nota internacional. Y celebrando nuestra vida porque sabemos que un carnaval. Como andan las cosas seres. Que es lo que hay, manín. Que onda carnal. Tomamos mezcal y brindamos con todo el team.
Sé lo que has querido desde chamaquita. Si soy yo el guía que se necesita. No sé si has oído que soy VIP, pero de todo, todito me limpio por ti, por ti.
I wanna take you out of Rio. 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 Let's make a stop in Aruba. Vamos a probar en Cuba. I wanna take you out of Cuba. Teach you a bala y un Cuba. Aquí gozando con toda mi gente en una nota internacional. Y celebrando nuestra vida porque sabemos que un carnaval. Como andan las cosas seres. Que es lo que hay, manín. Mami, no quiero que esperes más. Vamos a cambiar tu sí.
Sé lo que has querido desde chamaquita. Si soy yo el guía que se necesita. No sé si has oído que soy VIP, pero de todo, todito me limpio por ti, por ti. There you go. Baby, está gustosa a mi lado. Sabrosa y tan dulce como un mango. Una chica de Bahía con milagros. Cantita bien caro. La baiela, brasilera canta a capela. Dime en portugués todo lo que quieras. Yo te llego en cualquier manera. Semi-automatic. Shoot my shot in verse until I had it. Pajama, she was cinematic. Speak to me in tongues like a fanatic. Yeah, she a fan of me gusta bien caro. En un Ferrari bien caro. Con mucho clase caro. Con un estilo bien caro. Me gusta bien caro. En lencería bien caro. Con un alma bien caro. Baby, yo sé que tú es cara. Ok, me dañaste todo de mi mente. Soñando toda la noche de ti y tú solamente. Enamorado, eso se me dio. Ay Dios. Perreando toda la noche en la pared. I just wanna feel you up against my head. Baby, just wind up follow me. Be my champagne and pop that. Ela no barata. Ela no barata. Ela no barata. Ela no barata. Semi-automatic. Shoot my shot in first until I had it. Pajama, she was cinematic. Speak to me in tongues like a fanatic. Yeah, she a fan of. Me gusta bien caro. En un Ferrari bien caro. Con mucho clase caro. Con un estilo bien caro. Me gusta bien caro. En lencería bien caro. Con un alma bien caro. Baby, yo sé que tú es cara.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore.
Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, no, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're a losing.
I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore.
Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Sugar sweet, repeat, repeat. Stop in time, sugar sweet. How you blow, how you lose, feel your love, I feel your touch, sugar sweet. Baby, you give me every flavor, and I just wanna taste you. Keep rushing through my veins now. It's so sweet, so sweet. You give me every flavor, and I just wanna taste you. Keep rushing through my veins now. So sweet, so sweet. So sweet, so sweet. Like ice cream, ice cream.
will never stop. But sugar sweet.
¿Con quién abro? Hola, ¿qué tal, chicas y chicos, damas y caballeros? Bienvenidos sean ustedes a un nuevo día de la FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. Y este día fantabuloso, estamos felices porque ayer nuestra selección mexicana se volvió campeón en la parte específicamente de fútbol para celular. Este nuevo día aquí en Gamergy México 2026 vamos a tener ahora en consola. Seguimos con soccer, seguimos con fútbol, consola esta vez. Tenemos 6 selecciones que se van a estar compitiendo un lugar para clasificar a la etapa final del Mundial el día de hoy. Así es, el equipo ganador no solo gana en esta zona de la CONCACAF México, sino que los mandamos a representar a América. Y pues es hora de conocer los equipos, ya están aquí listos conmigo. Así que si me puede confirmar producción, vamos a presentar y aplaudir fuertemente al primer equipo que va a competir al de hoy. Aplauso para Costa Rica. Oh, sí, caminata épica. Mucha aura, chicos. Pásenle por favor por acá. Bienvenidos, ¿cómo están? Tengo aquí un microfonito para ustedes porque les voy a hacer una pequeña y sencilla pregunta. Quiero saber, hoy van a cambiar las cosas y voy con el coach porque sé que viene con intención de que hoy sea diferente. Así que, coach, ¿listo para cambiar la situación?
Sí, listo, completamente.
¿Cuál es lo que quieres hacer sin revelar estrategia, como siempre lo digo, que vamos a cambiar hoy para que sean campeones de esta copa?
Bueno, creo que principalmente la mentalidad. Tuvimos un golpe bastante fuerte ayer, la verdad. Así que reponernos de eso mentalmente va a ser muy importante para lograr el objetivo que tenemos hoy. Muy
bien, y te voy a dar un dato curioso que seguro lo sabes. La victoria de México fue milagrosa. No tienen por qué bajarse, la verdad sucedió un milagro inesperado. Yo lo comentaba ayer, yo hubiera perdido una apuesta totalmente. Yo creo que todos hubiéramos perdido una apuesta ayer. Y bueno, hoy es momento de levantarse, chicos, y bueno, jugadores, ¿listos? ¿Cómo se sienten de estar en este increíble escenario? Acuérdense que también estamos en vivo y muchas personas pueden entrar aquí al escenario a verlos. ¿Cuál es la mentalidad que traen hoy?
No, primero que todo, darle gracias a Dios de que estamos aquí. Esperamos representar a Costa Rica con mucho orgullo. Hablo todo, sin miedo, sin nervios. El rival que sea, tenemos que ganar.
Concentración, con todo, representar de la mejor manera a nuestro país y que vamos a poner la cara por todos.
Excelente, Costa Rica, pues les deseo mucha suerte. Vayan a prepararse al lugar que les toque porque vamos a seguir con la presentación. Aplauso para Costa Rica, que hoy viene con todo. Ayer subcampeones, milagrosamente, chistosamente, todo fue inesperado. Pero es hora de presentar al siguiente equipo de producción. Vamos a darle un fuerte aplauso a Trinidad y Tobago. Aplauso para los chicos, por favor. Hoy tenemos 6 selecciones distintas. Trinidad y Tobago viene con todo esta vez. Epicidad total. Let's go. Chicos, ¿cómo están? Buenas tardes. ¿Listos? English or Spanish? English, perfect guys, no problem. Ellos hablan inglés, voy a hablar yo con ustedes, primero con ellos en inglés y luego traducir al español para todos ustedes. So guys, you need to represent your country right now. How are you feeling about that special moment right here in Mexico?
We're pretty excited. We just can't wait to start.
Yeah, how are you feeling? Are you nervous?
No nerves, no nerves.
Not at all, not at all. How about you, my friend?
Feels amazing. Relax.
Nice to meet you. And what do you think, guys, about Mexico?
It's pretty nice. The food is nice. The people are very nice, warm and welcoming.
Thank you, my friend. And for you?
Amazing culture.
Amazing culture. What do you think about tacos? You haven't tried them
Not
yet?
yet.
Okay, after you win this championship, we can go for tacos, all right? You good with that? Awesome, guys. I wish you a lot of luck. Say congratulations for these guys. Dicen que les encantan los tacos, que no están nada nerviosos, que están más que listos para competir al día de hoy. Así que fuerte aplauso para Trinidad y Tobago, guys. You can go and take your place and get ready for your first match. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Vamos ahora a llamar a otro equipo que también los tenemos en el corazón. Nuestros queridos amigos, y también esta vez van a hacer su debut en esta tarde, así que fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Puerto Rico. Bienvenidos, chicos, bienvenidos. ¿Cómo se encuentran el día de hoy? ¿Están preparados con mentalidad completa para ganar esta copa? Me encantan sus uniformes, por cierto, ¿eh?
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. La verdad que nosotros vinimos a darlo todo, tuvimos una quali bastante buena y creo que podemos sorprender en este torneo.
Perfecto, me encanta.
La primera vez que Puerto Rico entra a una clasificatoria FIFAe, así que vamos a darlo todo y a representar con orgullo a Puerto Rico.
Sí, se nota que tienen mentalidad, los veo muy seguros. Todos los demás jugadores venían un poco más rectos, ustedes vienen así, casuales, a disfrutar. Son videojuegos y entiendo que estamos en cosa seria, pero ustedes vienen aquí a disfrutar, se nota. ¿Están listos para levantar esas medallas y ser campeones?
Claro, con el amor de todo Puerto Rico, que nos están apoyando desde su casa.
Pues mira, ahí está la cámara para que manden
Así que
saludos
a todos
Puerto
los
Rico.
chicos, gracias por el apoyo, daremos todo por Puerto Rico, los amo.
Eso es todo. Mi hermano, ¿algo que quieras decir a cámara?
Igual, amor es puerta a todo Puerto Rico es amor, vamos a jugar con pasión y vamos a darlo todo.
Yo les tengo un agradecimiento a todo su país. Yo crecí con el reggaetón, así que gracias Puerto Rico. Yo sí soy totalmente fan del reggaetón. Gracias chicos, mucha suerte, felicidades, éxito a los dos, que saquen el mejor resultado posible y vamos a continuar con esta presentación. Aplauso a Puerto Rico. Es hora de continuar con estas presentaciones, vamos a la mitad, como les comenté. El día de hoy tenemos realmente a 6 selecciones que van a tratar de llevarse el campeonato y representar a su país, obviamente en el torneo mundial. Así que un fuerte aplauso para la siguiente selección. Ellos son de Panamá. Epicidad, Laura, aquí yo veo. ¿Cuánta aura, chicos? Bienvenidos, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidos a su escenario. Hoy estamos 100% en vivo, señorita. Y pues mismas preguntas. Yo los veo también relajados, listos. ¿Cómo se sienten mentalmente para ganar este campeonato? Vamos primero con las damas. Y me encanta, por ejemplo, ver a una chica ahorita coach. ¿Estás lista para mover la estrategia de tus compañeros?
Por supuesto que sí. Tal cual como lo dijiste, como mujer, nosotros Panamá venimos preparados. Estamos listos para este momento y por supuesto que vamos a dar el resultado tan esperado.
Me encanta, yo he visto muchas chicas muy involucradas en los eSports con niveles altísimos. Yo competí hace muchos años y había una pro player en específico en otro juego que llegó a ser casi campeona del mundo. Desde ahí dije, es que no hay forma de subestimar a las chicas y ahorita como coaches, chicos, van a tener que confiar mucho en ella. ¿Qué piensan como en la estrategia que tienen planeada? No quiero que me la revelen, pero ¿están seguros que con esa pueden volverse campeones hoy?
Bueno, claro que sí. Hemos entrenado fuertemente durante todos estos meses y nada, disfruten el show.
Perfecto, nos van a dar show, mi hermano. ¿Tú qué opinas?
Nosotros estamos más que preparados, estamos confiando en las estrategias que tenemos y cada uno de los países que se prepare.
Excelente, eso ya es una mini amenacita por allá, ¿eh? Panamá, mucho éxito el día de hoy, suerte y pues ojalá los veamos campeones. Así que pasen a prepararse, por favor, y aplauso para Panamá. Adelante, chicos, mucho éxito, mucho éxito. Let's go, saluden allá, tienen su cámara. Pero ha llegado el momento que muchos aquí estamos esperando. Estamos de locales. Estamos en nuestro país. Gamergy, si me están viendo a la distancia, aquí su amigo Extreme los invita a acercarse al estadio de la CONCACAF para este torneo FIFA Continental Championship 2026 de eFootball en consola. Acérquense, la puerta está abierta debajo de mí en la pantalla, es gratis entrar, es un escenario gigante con muchas sillas, porque queremos aquí verlos gritar para el equipo que viene a continuación. Así que por favor, mi país, mis hermanos, fuerte aplauso para la selección mexicana. Doble Laura para México. Let's go, chicos. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Hoy tienen un peso enorme que cargar. Seguro lo saben perfectamente. Ayer fuimos campeones en celular. Hoy buscamos ser campeones en consola. Tienen aquí a todo gamer y la mayoría venimos de México. Estamos en casa. ¿Qué se sienten al respecto?
Bueno, felicidad. Para mí es una experiencia nueva. Compartir con un nuevo compañero, mi antiguo compañero de coach, todo con el público mexicano, entonces está el escenario perfecto.
Ok, bueno, eres el nuevo compañero. ¿Cómo se llaman? Preséntense, por favor, mi hermanito. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Yo soy Celic, de Arsenal Style.
Perfecto. Pueden decir su gamer tag, no hay problema, sí.
Yo soy Yael Cruz, pues me siento muy orgulloso de estar representando a México y daremos lo mejor de nosotros.
¿Y cómo te sientes como nuevo compañero de equipo? ¿Están listos para levantar hoy la copa?
Estamos listos, jugamos muy bien.
Perfecto. Mi hermanito, entonces pasaste de jugador a coach. ¿Cómo te sientes con la estrategia que tienes planeada para tus chicos?
Es algo nuevo, pero lo hemos practicado y creo que estamos muy bien.
encanta, no hay nada mejor que un coach que haya estado como jugador. A mí me tocó ser también ese proceso de jugador a coach, otro juego que también competí hace muchos años, y se nota mucho la diferencia de un coach que llega sin la experiencia de haber competido, alguien que sí estuvo ahí, estuvo en escenarios y llega con toda la mejor actitud. México, ¿estamos listos para ser campeones hoy? Sí. Ya agarraron la onda, va de nuevo. México y todos aquí en el escenario, ¿estamos listos para ser campeones hoy? ¡Sí! Eso es todo, que se vea, y pues aplauso para la selección mexicana. Adelante, chicos, prepárense, creo que juegan ahorita, ¿verdad? Así que vayan a sus lugares y el mejor de los éxitos. Producción, vamos a terminar con el siguiente equipo que se va a enfrentar a la selección mexicana en este comienzo aquí en el escenario. Por eso vuelvo a invitar a las personas que me están viendo en Gamergy. Si me estás escuchando aquí a tu amigo Extreme, acércate, ven a sentarte a las gradas. Este escenario abajo de mí, verde, de la eCONCACAF, es gratuito y está abierto para quien quiera que venga a sentarse y ver partidos de eFootball. Así que ha sido el momento de ver el poderoso rival que podría romper el sueño de México, porque están aquí con todo. Así que fuerte aplauso para Honduras. Oh, me emocionó la música. ¿Cómo están, chicos? Bienvenidos a este su escenario. ¿Cómo estás, mi hermano? ¿Cómo andan? Mucho gusto. Hoy se van a enfrentar, ya saben, al favorito de casa, y seguro saben que ayer ganó México de una forma milagrosa. Lo hablé con Costa Rica. Si se enteraron más o menos del partido, era un milagro imposible de repetir nunca más. Hoy ahorita comienzan, todavía es fase de grupos, deben estar tranquilos, pero deben vencer al favorito y pues, a lo mejor al más fuerte no lo sabremos hasta hoy. ¿Cómo se sienten al respecto?
Emocionados, sobre todo por representar a la selección de Honduras, y preparados con una preparación bastante fuerte para intentar dar la sorpresa.
Eso es lo que me encantaría ver, mi hermanito. ¿Cómo te sientes al respecto?
No, pues la verdad que emocionado y esperamos dar la sorpresa también.
Sí, me gusta. La estrategia que traen, coach, ¿suficiente para derrotar a todos en cualquier momento?
Ellos están preparados, yo creo que le han dado el tiempo y están listos. Hoy aquí solo es de disfrutar y competir.
Perfecto, ¿qué? Y eso me gusta, la mentalidad es muy cierta. Yo lo viví muchos años, lo he dicho varias veces, cuando yo competí yo me reía. Llegué a ganar algunas veces botado de risa. Si disfrutas, te relajas más, estás menos nervioso, sacas mejor las jugadas. Chicos, ¿quieren mandar algún saludo a casa Honduras? Ustedes son nuestros hermanos aquí en México, siempre lo he dicho, los hondureños los queremos mucho acá, y me gustaría que aprovechen y manden a familia, amigos que los estén viendo ahorita en vivo.
Primero que todo, agradecer a Dios, agradecer a mi familia y a la comunidad de eFootball Honduras.
Eso.
Un saludo.
Muy bien, hermano.
Saludo a mi familia, a mi mamá, a mi abuela, a mi hermana, a mis papás, mis hermanos, todos mis amigos. Realmente gracias por el apoyo a la comunidad de eFootball y bueno, a darle con todo.
Perfecto, y paso por acá con el coach para no taparlos. Un saludito que quieras decir.
Un saludo a toda la Federación de Fútbol de Honduras, gracias por apoyar, y toda la afición que seguro están sintonizados desde casa.
Perfecto, saludos hasta Honduras, nuestros hermanos. Y ahora sí, chicos, suerte en su primer partido, fase de grupos. Pasen por favor a sus lugares. Ya vamos a comenzar con este gran torneo increíble. Recuerden, esta es la FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. Un campeón sale hoy. Hoy mismo sabremos quién va a representarnos en el torneo mundial. Gracias obviamente a Lenovo e Intel, patrocinadores. Este es el eCONCACAF que nos están trayendo posible este gran torneo. Pero no estoy solo, obviamente. Yo no soy el único que está aquí haciendo posible este torneo. Yo soy su host. Tenemos invitados aquí especiales que van a dar las voces, su belleza física y personal, grandes amigos que quiero mucho y talentosísimos para que disfruten los partidos de fútbol mejor que nadie aquí en Gamergy 2026. Así que pasemos con mis colegas casters. Comienzan de este lado Carlos y Di Carrera. Vamos para allá.
Well, what an introduction there from our MC Extreme, guys and gals. Welcome to Mexico City here for the eCONCACAF Continental Championships. Today we will send one of 6 nations to the FIFAe Finals. My name is Harry Channon. I'm joined alongside Wezza, Stuart Wesley. Wes, big day today, 6 nations, but only one can move forward.
Yeah, it is a massive day for all teams concerned. We've seen 4 of the nations competing mobile. We've got 2 brand new ones today in Honduras and Puerto Rico. Should be an interesting battle between all of these sides. It was a great intro that we saw from Extreme down on the stage. I, for one, can't wait to get action underway.
Me neither, my friend. It's going to be a great one for sure. If you're just joining us for the first time, maybe it's your first time watching eFootball eSports, don't worry, you're in the right place. The FIFA format this year is very fun. We have a draft system in place to ensure that all countries have a fair share of some of the more powerful cards in the eFootball sphere. So throughout the day, you'll hear us saying phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, etc. as the pyrotechnics are getting us ready here on the stage. That's going to be a very crucial part of today, isn't it, Wes? Because some teams, some nations, we've had a look, have drafted a little bit better than others.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to layman's terms, for everybody watching home, this is your first time tuning into FIFAe, at least within eFootball. You have your key phase, you have your first 3 players that are your key phase, and then phase 2 is the big one where you start to take chips off the table. But you can see on our screens here all of the qualified nations here today.
Yeah, here they are: Costa Rica, Panama, Puerto Rico, Trinidad and Tobago, Mexico and Honduras. These 6 nations will all fight for the only spot available at the FIFAe World Cup for North and Central America and the Caribbean this year. Mexico on home turf, of course, here in Mexico City. They will have a big advantage in terms of home crowd support. We saw it yesterday, didn't we, Wes?
Yeah, we did. We saw them come through. I would say very much a scare in the grand final. I was watching that from a bit of a distance. The mobile team gave away a penalty. It was a straight red card. They then managed to save the penalty and then managed to conjure something from set pieces and then grind that game out. You would imagine, though, with the console, a little bit more of a more methodical, a little bit more of a chess match type of vibe. But so looking at the teams on your screen, though, you'd think that with the form book, you would think that the home team may just have that advantage and maybe the team to keep your eye on.
Yeah, you'd certainly think that. Looking at the FIFAe World Rankings, we're looking at Mexico as the highest ranked nation here. They sit currently firmly within the top 10, 6th ranked in the world. I think the next nearest must be in the teens off the top of my head. I can actually confirm that for you in a second, but that's how far ahead we're looking at Mexico in terms of the other nations. The next nearest would be Panama in 17th. So if you're looking at the form book, Mexico look like the favourites here for sure. But we can take a look now at what round 1 has in store for us. You can tune into all the action, of course, on FIFA.gg. Puerto Rico will take on Panama first. Costa Rica, their first opponents will be Trinidad and Tobago. And our featured match here on the English stream will be the home crowd favourites, Mexico taking on Honduras. A big game. The first game always is big, isn't it, Wes?
Yeah, it's one to set your tone and to set your afternoon off right. We saw it yesterday with Mexico in the mobile. They went flawless in the group stage. I'd imagine their console counterparts will be looking to start with the very same verve and energy in that game against Honduras. But Honduras will not be an easy obstacle to overcome.
No, they will not. It will be really interesting to see today which of these nations can keep pace with Mexico, because that's what we're expecting today. Obviously, every nation here is capable of qualifying for the FIFAe World Finals. We've seen that throughout all of our continental championships so far. We've seen upsets left and right. I mean, you talk about Madagascar over in Africa. We saw Peru, of course, down in South America, really upsetting the pecking order left and right. Who can keep up with Mexico here? The first opponents to face them will be Honduras. Mexico, Honduras, our first game here, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it will just be an interesting one from a standpoint, certainly for the home side, is how do the console guys interact with this environment? They were in the stands yesterday cheering on their mobile teammates, but how will they kind of work it out, especially heads-up eFootball? You can see the whites in the eyes of your opponent. Just how different are they going to be able to kind of put their best foot forward? Because Honduras, again, they'll know that they're coming into this relatively underdogs in this first game, but as they've seen in many different times, and we've said this quite a lot, if we played it on stats, we wouldn't bother playing the games. And so much so is that, we love upsets. We love to see teams come out of the woodwork and really set their stalls out. And Honduras might just have that in the back pocket.
Well, you just saw them there. The team affectionately known back in Honduras as La H. It's also my nickname. My family call me H as well. So I know we're supposed to be unbiased, but if there is a thematic connection there, it definitely is in our nicknames. But a big match here, Wes. Big game. And take a look at this. This is Mexico's lineup.
I'll tell you what, that is a very interesting shape. I don't think I've seen a 3-5-2 in quite some time from eFootball. As Honduras, they a bit more centrally and going through the middle in the 4-3-1-2. I'm sure Kristen will be happy to see that Mexico fielding Dan Burn at centre half. But again, interesting names. Paolo Maldini, we've not seen him quite used in any of the eFootball Continental Championships or the FIFAe Continental Championships that we've seen so far.
No, certainly not. And that's the beauty of the drafting system. Each nation in our competitions around the world have a chance at 3 of any players, completely unrestricted, even if other nations were to choose them. But crucially, any players chosen throughout Phase 1 will be ineligible for other nations to select in Phase 2, so your squad rotation players, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Mexico in terms of the way they drafted their 3 top players, Patrick Vieira, Jan Koller and Cristiano Ronaldo. It doesn't take a brain surgeon, Harry, to work out where their aspirations lie and about what their game plan's going to be to utilise that height, certainly utilise that width in the 3-5-2. I'll be very interested from a co-op standpoint to see exactly how that works, because with a three-back formation, especially with 2 CFs going up against it.
It's very aggressive, isn't it?
It's aggressive, but also you're leaving yourself a little bit kind of exposed. I mean, it'll be very interesting to see how that works. Of course, that's why I'm up here and the lads are down there. But it'll be very interesting to see how Mexico make that happen. And more importantly, if it doesn't work in the first game, do they then start to maybe look at different shapes?
Well, looking at that shape, it should come as no surprise that Mexico are actually ranked #1 in the world throughout all regions for average goals a game, averaging about 3.3 goals in every single one of their matches. So Honduras here. How is your defensive mentality? We'll get a better look at some of their drafted players as soon as this one kicks off, but I can tell you, looking down the line, not too many defensive pickups from them. Andrew Robertson being the big one, the first defender taken off the board from them in that Phase 2 selection. But we are now underway. Mexico against Honduras to kick us off here in round 1 of our group stages. It will be at the Arsenal style and Yael Cruz for La Tricolor. And then Pitui and Graf of Honduras. That'll be the team in all white here. Lovely dribbling here from Yael Cruz to stand it up at the back post as well, but the goalkeeper too close to that one.
Yeah, decent start from Mexico in the early going. We'll have to see whether Honduras have got that build-up through the middle, whether they can make things happen in the attacking third.
Oh, nice cross in, really inviting actually. I did wonder with Honduras when we saw their formation, no out-and-out wingers, which is surprising when you see big Jan Koller up top. It's a very narrow 4-1-2-1-2. There's one defensive mid, 2 centre mids, so not really too much width, but they've had some success there. And for those long-time watchers of the FIFAe competitions, you'll notice a change in personnel for Mexico as well. Andre Pumas has stepped back into a coaching position. That's made way for Yael Cruz. So the new man for Mexico under a lot of pressure here. As it looks, unfortunately, like there might be a slight tech delay here. But Mexico, that's brave from them, isn't it, Wes? With that personnel change, considering last year at the FIFAe finals, they made it all the way to the quarterfinals and fell only to Italy in a best-of-3, 2-1, and Italy went all the way to the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad team to get knocked out by, in fairness. If you do lose out to an eventual FIFAe World Cup finalist, but again, I think at that point, I think we both said at that point, is that they may have felt slightly unlucky in that regard to go out in that fashion to Italy, but going to go out to some players, you're going to go out to the likes of Eterito and the likes of Naples that it's not bad, but I think for Mexico, I think they'll look to try and right that wrong if they can get through. Into that qualifying berth here today.
Yeah, that's the big if, isn't it? It's not as easy as just strolling through all your games. We saw Mexico yesterday for the eFootball mobile side of the competition. They were dragged into some deep waters, weren't they? I mean, you think of Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, they lasted 180 minutes dragging Mexico all the way, and then Guyana as well really pushed them deep into deep waters. And then even to that last game, Costa Rica, they came very close, didn't they, for stealing that qualification spot away.
My heart was in my mouth. When I saw the red card get produced, I thought, oh no. And then again, you kind of, if you're looking at regrets from Costa Rica, you're probably thinking, oh, did we have to go down the middle with that penalty? And again, full marks to Nene for kind of having the steel and the kind of the personality to go, do you know what, I'm not going to move. I think I know what they're going to do. And managed to actually then, I mean, that improvisation from the throw-in caught everybody. No one went with the player. And of course, you were there on call saying, can't be offside from a throw-in, and you were absolutely spot on. But it was the quickness of the movement after that ball had come in. It was literally one touch, control strike, corner, goal, and then it was Mexico's.
Well, while we have a little bit of time here, we can talk through any new viewers watching eFootball for the first time about the drafting system. I mentioned it earlier. There are 3 different phases right now. There's also a 4th phase later on, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Phase 1, your key players, so 3 players completely unrestricted. Even if you were to choose another nation's pick, that would be absolutely legal. So, for example, 3 nations all could choose Cristiano Ronaldo in phase 1, and they would all be able to use him. Very important, that fact, isn't it, Wes?
Yeah, because then they can't fold into phase 2, which is where, I mean, as an example for Mexico, I believe they're the only team that have drafted, if I'm mistaken, but the only team that have drafted Jan Koller.
Yes, in phase 1.
Which is quite fascinating from my perspective, because I think if you see them go once...
Interestingly enough, Wes, they're not the only team.
Oh, were they not? Oh, go on.
Other team to face it, to grab him in phase 1 is Honduras, who they face now.
Oh, wow, okay. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. He's keeping me honest, folks.
But interestingly, by taking him off the board in phase 1, it means when it comes to those drafted players in phase 2, he's off the board. No one else can choose him.
Exactly. So you have to make almost an educated gamble. Do you take Jan Koller and burn one of your slots? Or do you go, okay, let me try and find something else in the draft. Let me try and find something different. That's where phase 2, again, I think for me, phase 2 is where it really gets made, because, as an example, if I took Roberto Baggio, Harry could not take Roberto Baggio in phase 2. And then all of a sudden then there's that little chess game of, do I take players off the board that I know you use, or do I take the players that I know I like? And that is a very interesting, almost psychological game that I'm sure some of these teams are playing, because we sometimes don't see all of those players in phase 2. Sometimes they're just taken off the board so that you don't allow your opponent to use it.
It's always interesting. I mean, we were chatting with our colleague, weren't we, last night? Cole is down covering the the Morocco regionals at the moment, the Continental Championships in Casablanca, to decide our African nations featuring in the FIFA World Cup. He was saying, I wish eFootball had something like picks and bans, but this almost is a picks and ban system because of exactly what you just explained.
Very much so. And again, if players are unfortunate enough to fall into phase 3, that's where your open pool comes in, where, if you had Shinji Kagawa, I could also pick up Kagawa. But phase 4 is always the interesting one for us, is that when you get to the knockout rounds, for the 2 teams that fall out of the group stage, their phase 2 players suddenly become up for grabs. And then that's where you get, who do I take off of the teams that have gone out? And that's always something really interesting to see. I think Dominican Republic yesterday, for Mexico, they took they took Cristiano Ronaldo and Pavel Nedved. Both were used as super subs, which again was a question mark for us when we looked at it and said, are they going to utilise those players from the off, or are they going to use them as super subs? And that's where that came into place.
And if you're wondering where phase 3 enters into all of that, after the drafted players, to fill out and round out your 23-man virtual squad, the rest of the players that have not been chosen, the in-game items that haven't been chosen throughout phase 1 and 2, then become an open pool of players, so you can round out the rest of your squad by picking up some, I mean, we like to call them bargain bin players, don't we, Wes? But there's some real quality to be found over there in phase 3, and honestly, yesterday we saw some very impactful players. But it looks like we're back underway now. Mexico-Honduras, after the slight tech pause, is now back underway as Yao Cruz will actually cross this one in for almost a second-minute goal for Mexico.
Starting off how they started the previous 6 minutes of just trying to go at one end and cause some damage down the opponent's end, but they aren't able to make it work at that point. Carlos flicked it on here, but it's flicked away by Honduras.
Well, I mentioned earlier, Mexico #1 ranked in the world for average goals per game. Honduras not too far behind them, 3rd in the world with just about 0.10 goals averaged less than their opponents here. I think a big contributing factor to that is when we look through their Nations League results. We saw El Salvador sadly getting a bit of a hammering, didn't we? 20-0 I think it was on aggregate. 20-0, that is an absolute hammering.
Yeah, that's the type of hammering that probably make you hang up the controller. It really is.
Oh, Yankola here will score! Goal for Mexico! And it looks like a stroke of drafting genius, because it is Yankola taken off the board early on by Mexico, who converts this chance. The Arsenal style, the veteran of the national team, fires this one home.
Yeah, and you have to be clinical. When these moments, it's a brilliant chest down from Ronaldo into Colla. Colla not going to stand on ceremony to put that strike on a goal. It's a big finish from Mexico. Okay, 8 so minutes gone, and they've got themselves an early lead.
It's a dream start for Mexico, but they need to be switched on here following the restart. You always say, where's you're most susceptible after you've just scored to conceding a goal. So very important you keep your wits about you here if you're Honduras, and you make sure that Graf and Pitoy are on the same page. Down towards Yankola. That's a lethal tandem, isn't it? Cristiano Ronaldo and Yankola. And that strike force, by the way, from Mexico. Both phase 1 players, both key players for their squad. Here's one of them here. The goal scorer, Colla. Almost some nifty dribbling. Can't weave his way through the Mexico City traffic, though. And you can see Mexico's game plan here, Wes. It's aerial duels.
Oh, that's it. It's winning second balls down. It's lofted balls into the likes of Ronaldo, into the likes of Colla. It's a long throw into the box. They're looking for Colla. It's picked on Ronaldo.
It's knocked on! It's aerial duels. And it's almost appropriate here, almost 3 kilometers above sea level, that it's the aerial tactics of Mexico that, well, is leading to Honduras' demise here in round 1 of the group stages.
Yeah, critically, what you can see from the Honduras defense there as well. Both players went to try and win the header with, or up against Colla. Left Ronaldo completely on his own. Mexico have a 2-goal lead.
Well, that Mexican 3-back so far hasn't really been troubled. As I think Figo's going to go into the referee's book here. Mexico surviving another attempted attack, and this is where they can be dangerous. Collar over to Yael Cruz. A committed challenge from Graf will allow this one to be cleared, but it has been an impressive 25 minutes for Mexico. That's good as well. Arsenal style into the box, looking for Collar. Too close to the keeper on that occasion, though. Arsenal style coming back from an offside position, but Honduras will be very worried with how this game is playing out so far. The ball constantly being played towards their defence. Arsenal style might latch onto that one, but we've seen it time and time again at these Continental Championships. These nations that are able to punch far above their weight are the nations that can keep track of the ball, keep care of the ball. This is a little better from Honduras, but what a tackle there from Arsenal style. About 10 minutes from half-time. So far, Mexico look very handy in the final third. And it's just been a case of Honduras not really knowing how much time they have on the ball. They're forcing it time and time again. This is a bit better though, far side, here's Graf. There's a couple of players to aim for here in the middle. Pitoy tries to cross it in, but that gets stuck under the feet of Yael Cruz and cleared.
That is incredible defending from Mexico.
Honduras though, far side, Graf to try and lift it towards Jan Koller. Vital intervention from Arsenal style. Much better period here for Honduras. Pitoy, far side, has a man over. Arsenal style tracked him, but well, Jan Koller! It's deflected over! The freest header in the world! But this is just pure will to survive there from Yael Cruz.
Brilliant clearance off the line from Yael Cruz. It's gone for a corner, but again, looked destined when it had dropped to Collar in the box.
Well, they're aiming for him again here, but that one will go behind for a goal kick. So slight reprieve for the team in green. There to be one last attack here at the end of the first half. These are crucial moments, can't afford to give the ball away. I think both nations here, where it's probably just waiting to see how many minutes are added on. 3 minutes added on at the end of this first half. So chance for one last attack. Which way will it fall? Honduras or Mexico's way? Looks like the Arsenal style near side wants to make sure it goes to Mexico. But there's the referee's whistle. It is Mexico 2, Honduras 0. A late resurgence in that first half from Honduras, but for the brilliant goal line clearance from Yael Cruz, they could have been right back into this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Had it not been for that defensive brilliance, because there was a phenomenal block. Both the Arsenal style had the one with the sliding challenge just before the ball went into the box, and then the second one came in. Second one came in as the header.
It was that second one that just Honduras could not steer it back goalward. And now the question is, do we change up tactics? It was a bit of a more narrow shape, if you remember, at the start of the game for Honduras. Now they've gone a bit more of a conventional wide 4-4-2. Technically a 4-1-3-2 with Vieira in that defensive midfielder role, but you'd imagine that will just allow Jude Bellingham to roam a little further up. And it looks like Junior Ito will be the man tasked with delivering the ball onto the head of Jan Koller. And I think Honduras fans around the world will be hoping that the Mexican keeper will have much more to do than he did in that first half. Discussion still going on the Mexican side of the stage. So helpful as well to have Andrés Pumas there on the right-hand side of your pictures. Former national team member of Mexico, was part of the squad last year when they made it all the way to those quarterfinals. He's now backing the team here in Mexico City to first and foremost get them back to the promised land at the FIFA finals. Honduras and 4 other nations stand in their way first. Here's João Cruz though. Little break for him just outside the box, or shifts it onto his left. Arsenal style to try and recycle. Just waiting to try and slip his defender, smartly playing it back, and well, just a little bit out of sync there. Perhaps a missed input. Great tackle from Graf there. Very well done. Honduras, they'll need to look after the ball much better than they did in the first half if they want to try and challenge the home nation here. You could tell that was no doubt a theme of the halftime team talk. That's lovely movement from them. And I think this will be brought back here for a free kick to Honduras. Julian Alvarez tackled late.
It's a decent set piece. Opportunity here. Just to the right of the D.
Go straight for goal, but just off target there. We're not quite there yet, but we're about to tick over into that magical period, 60th minute onwards, where your super subs, your impactful substitutions can really be the difference. All over the top towards João Cruz, that's really dangerous, but dealt with well in the end by Honduras.
Again, they're going to have to keep the goals down just to try and get themselves back into. Still plenty of time on the clock though, but they can't surrender the ball like that, Harry.
Yeah, look at the strength there from Jan Koller. Took 3 Honduras defenders in the end to dispossess him. It's surprising, we haven't really seen this back three from Mexico trouble too much. And it's allowed them that extra body forward. Here's Arsenal style. Kitoya on the ball, fires it in, and well, that's lovely play actually for Jan Koller. Blocked well. It'll be a Honduras corner, and the smiles are out there on the stage. And here come those substitutes, no doubt. Well, actually, seems like both nations quite happy to play on. No substitutes as of yet. Crossed in again. A bit of head tennis is happening here. Finally settles for Honduras. 20 minutes left. Arsenal style, lifted over towards the on-rushing Yao Cruz. Can he steal this ball from the defender? The answer to that is no. I want to know the answer to my next question though, Wes, which is there enough time here for Honduras?
There's still plenty of time. We've seen plenty of comebacks within console, but you, of course, need the ball to do it. And I think, to go back to your point on the three-back formation of Mexico, I think it's actually designed to have so many players forward that you don't even have to worry about what's at the back, because you just get swarmed in midfield.
Big chance here for Honduras as we approach the final 10 minutes. Great defending from Mexico. Mexico trying to run up the tally here. They've won themselves a corner in the final 10 minutes. The referee will book Eden Hazard here for his infringements. Now finally, here come those subs. 10 minutes from time. Of course, it's not just this game going on around the ground. You've got 2 other matches you can tune into on FIFA.gg. Costa Rica taking on Trinidad and Tobago, and Puerto Rico versus Panama. Here in round 1, here is the Mexican corner. Oh, it's really good delivery actually. That cross too close to the keeper. But that delivery was something special. Five minutes remaining, lovely ball over the top, but cool, calm and collected in the end by Yael Cruz. But I think Arsenal style, Yael Cruz will be very happy if they can keep a clean sheet here. 2-0 is almost a perfect scoreline to start off a tournament. A tournament where there's pitfalls aplenty. Potential banana peels left and right. To start your tournament off in winning ways is, well, it's always going to instill confidence for Honduras. They sadly just arrived too late into this match, both in the first and second half. But there is your full-time whistle. Round 1, match 1, Mexico 2, Honduras 0. It was attritional. It really was. And Honduras, they had late surges in both halves, but in the end, the Arsenal style and Yael Cruz of Mexico have secured three big points.
Yeah, it's a massive victory to start off Mexico on their trials. They're going to have a lot more pitfalls and obstacles to overcome today, but that one is probably the best one that they are going to have today, just to get themselves off and running. We understand the pressure that goes with the opening game, especially on home territory, and that is a big result for them.
Huge result for them, and of course amazing to see, as always, the respect shown between our competitors here in Mexico City. As Andre Pumas, the coach for 2026 there, very happy. A little vamos to the camera, a little vamos. And again, you don't need to be an expert in Spanish to know what that means.
No.
Come on.
No.
Very happy with his work, and he should be. Mexico played very well.
Yeah, absolutely, he should be. He should be very happy with how his team have performed. They've got themselves 3 points. They've kept a clean sheet. They've got themselves off the right foot. Of course, the first tiebreaker, of course, being head-to-head. So if anything ever comes up with Honduras, they already have that kind of almost first tiebreaker already out of the way.
very big result from Mexico. Honduras, though, I don't think they should be ashamed of how they played. It's always difficult being the curtain raiser, especially against the home nation here in the group stages. But, I mean, could you see anything that they could improve on? For me, it was that ball retention that really let them down in the phases early on in both halves, really.
Yeah, I think so. I think the overriding factor in that victory, I feel, was that 3-5-2 shape from Mexico. It overwhelms you in midfield. It means you've got plenty of bodies to try and recover the ball in some very difficult places. And I think that's what really won the day for Mexico.
Yeah, we'll see it here in the highlights package. Mexico's handiwork, very, very tidy indeed. Of course, they started off very sprightly with that early chance for Jan Koller. But Mexico, I mean, they didn't really look troubled for the majority of that match, to be honest. This was the opening goal. Very nice work from the Arsenal style, opening his account for this Continental Championships. And then, as the half went on, it was more aerial dominance, the 1-2 punch, as Mexico celebrate here in Mexico City. But Honduras really just took far too long to get going.
Yeah, I mean, as well, I mean, you talk about the goal there. I mean, it's one of the most basic and almost route one from a set piece that you can possibly have. As we said, when we had to look at their three key players, two of them being Ronaldo and Koller, you had to think that actually kind of told you all that you needed to know about what Mexico were going to try and employ and what they were going to try and do.
Well, Mexico 2, Honduras 1. Excuse me, Honduras 0. I'm not giving away goals here, Wes. That's not what I'm allowed to do. Sadly for Honduras, La H will have to wait a little bit longer to get their first goal. I can't just hand them out like awards, but that is the end of round one for Mexico. They have 3 valuable points, and of course, the scores from around the grounds. We see some big score lines here. Panama, with a 3-0 victory over Puerto Rico, sees them soar to the top of the table, actually, on goal difference. Costa Rica, well, sadly, they fell to Trinidad and Tobago. That's a big, big result for Trinidad and Tobago, actually. When you look at where they are in the world, I mean, 56th ranked. They are the lowest ranked FIFAe nation here, 56th in the world. I mean, fair enough, Puerto Rico are just behind them, but that's actually a big result for them.
It's huge for Trinidad and Tobago. Again, you talk about round one, we talk about how key it is. It was perfect. It's been perfect for the 3 winners there.
Let's hear from our winners now. Mexico on home soil.
Chicos, colegas casters, acabamos de tener un partido fantabuloso, increíble, y bueno, obviamente aquí estamos en nuestro país y no vamos a dejar de un poco inclinar la balanza en favoritismo con ustedes. Felicidades, México. Estoy con The Arsenal Style, mi hermano. Primera victoria, ¿cómo te sientes?
Contento, para mí la primera victoria, creo que sirve para soltar un poquito los nervios, estamos de locales, escuchar a la gente, también es parte del proceso de mi compañero, que es uno de sus primeros torneos más relevantes, entonces para mí es una experiencia bien bonita.
A ver, Arsenal Style, ¿puedo preguntarte qué edad tienen ambos? O sea, porque está joven, me imagino, tu compañero, ¿qué edad tienes tú?
Sí, mi compañero es más joven que yo, él tiene 23,
Okay.
Yo tengo 28, 29, ya.
Para mí los dos están muy jóvenes, mi hermanito, y tienen un talento increíble. Oye, felicidades, ¿cuál fue la estrategia que sientes que les funcionó? Sin revelar tácticas, obviamente, porque los demás equipos están aquí escuchándonos. ¿Qué fue lo que logró hacerles llevarse esta primera victoria contra Honduras, que era uno de los equipos, yo creo que les podía dar más batalla?
Sí, yo creo que el juego estuvo en que supimos aprovechar muy bien nuestros dos delanteros. Ellos también tenían a Koller, pero creo que no le sacaron tanto provecho. Defendimos bien casi todas las pelotas paradas que tuvieron ellos en el primer tiempo, ganábamos absolutamente todo. Y ahí básicamente creo que les jugó en contra en la mente.
Prácticamente aprovechar los jugadores que tuvieron en cancha y ellos no supieron aprovecharlos. Bueno, creo que es un buen consejo para tus rivales. O sea, todo esto todavía no acaba. Seguimos en fase de grupos y Arsenal Style, ¿algo más que quieras agregar a la entrevista de la cámara? ¿Algún saludo? ¿Alguien vino a apoyarte aquí en presencial?
Sí, claro, tenemos muchos amigos aquí, gente que conocíamos de internet, gente que ya conocí en persona, también van a venir familiares, entonces el evento está espectacular, yo muy contento.
Y bueno, aquí están, ¿a quién quieres saludar en específico que nos están viendo en la pantalla?
Bueno, a los que están aquí ya los he saludado a todos.
Pero ahora en la cámara, sí, te están viendo en la pantalla.
Familia, la gente que ve los streams, que nos sigue por ahí y obviamente a la gente que se tomó el tiempo para venir a apoyarnos este sábado. Esperemos que lleguemos hasta el último momento.
Perfecto, mi hermanito Arsenal Style. Pues muchas felicidades, que México siga teniendo victorias y pues mucha suerte a los demás equipos porque ya vimos que otra vez tenemos un duro enfrentamiento contra cualquiera de los otros equipos, pero México está saliendo adelante. Gracias, Arsenal Style. Volvemos con mis colegas casters allá en su escenario.
Well, thank you very much there, Extreme. Always great to hear from the Arsenal style, isn't it, Wes? He's always such a key figure. He's very happy, has a very nice, warm personality, but he can be very deadly there on the virtual pitch.
Oh yeah, off of the console and behind the white lines, phenomenally nice human being. On there, absolute menace, and would not wish to toy with him at any stage. And Mexico, again, you talk about the depth chart. You were speaking about the team that were knocked out against Italy. The Arsenal, I don't believe, was part of that unit, and actually they've had a little bit of a refresh. So it kind of shows you the depth chart that Mexico actually have in terms of players to actually utilise.
I think he was part of that squad, I believe so. I think it was him and Andre Pumas, but regardless, the fact that they've been able to settle in a new face, I think is very, very important. And we heard from him there just saying, as we get our translation through, of course, my Spanish not that good just yet, but
still nowhere near for me either.
Saying that obviously, you know, at 28 years of age, he's wanting to push on now and start to win tournaments. Player for Chivas Esports as well, of course, Guadalajara-based club. I believe they're teammates, Yao Cruz and the Arsenal style at the Mexican club. So that synergy coming into it will probably help things out, considering they play both club football and international football together now.
Well, it checks out given the performance we saw, because if it wasn't the Arsenal star making the block, it was Cruz that was making the block. If it wasn't Cruz making the block, the Arsenal star was there to back him up, and they had that synergy. They knew in terms of when that ball goes up high to collar, they know where they need Ronaldo to be, and they know where each other is going. So it's really good synergy, really good chemistry, and it very much pays dividends for Mexico at this point in time.
Oh, it's something he mentioned in that interview, those strikers' advantage that Mexico will possess. The big strike force of Cristiano Ronaldo and Jan Koller will be one to look out for. Here are your group standings after round one. Panama sitting top of the tree on goal difference thanks to their 3-0 victory over Puerto Rico. Mexico just behind them in second place, Trinidad and Tobago and Costa Rica rounding out those top 4 spots. And don't forget, folks, it's only a single round robin here in the group stages, and only the top 4 nations can feature in the knockout stages.
Yeah, and again, we don't have the data just yet to predict what's going to happen. I mean, this is only game 1, but again, those victories, with the first tiebreaker being that it's the head-to-heads. If any one of these teams starts to get into trouble against these, say for example Trinidad and Tobago against Puerto Rico, which is actually our next game up on the live stream.
Big game.
It's a huge game, because all of a sudden now you might need to, if Puerto Rico are able to take a victory against Trinidad and Tobago, they leapfrog them just on the basis of the head-to-head.
Well, here are your round 2 matches. You can tune into any and all of them if you wish to on FIFA.gg. You can follow your favourite nation and tune into all the action, but our featured match here on the English stream will, as you rightly said, be Puerto Rico taking on Trinidad and Tobago, 2 of our lowest ranked nations here in Mexico City. Trinidad 56th in the world, Puerto Rico 53rd. So a chance for both nations here to really put their name, on the map, pardon the pun.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much a case of it's anybody's in this next fixture. You don't really have the data to go on in terms of performances. All we have is their rankings, and they're very much level. I mean, in terms of their drafts, though, significantly different in the sense of, when I look at Puerto Rico, their 3 key players, Maldini picked as a Phase 1 player. It's very rare that you see Maldini getting picked as a Phase 1.
Yeah, you're right. And then you look over on the other side, Trinidad and Tobago, a bit more stereotypical, if you will. Ruud Gullit, Lilian Thuram, and of course Patrick Vieira. So trying to solidify that middle of the park, you'd imagine, is the game plan there from Trinidad. But you're right, Maldini being chosen in phase one. I wonder if that's a tactic to try and weaken other nations' defences. I mean, they obviously have a game plan here, and time will tell if it works.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago, they've only drafted what I would say is 5 recognised forwards. Of course, we know Ruud Gullit can play in a variety of different positions, including up top. But they've got Mbappe, Puskas, Rooney, Cantona, and Kolo Muani. They've only got 5, so they've not exactly gone deep in terms of attackers. Midfield, as you rightly said, they've definitely gone deep in terms of having midfield selections.
They certainly have, so it'll be a very interesting battle here between two of our lowest ranked sides, both still seeking their first ever eFootball console FIFA E World Cup finals appearance. But only one spot from 6 today. It's going to be very, very difficult to decide who will make it there. I mean, what a shock it would be if either of these nations at the end of the day made it to the FIFA E finals. It would be history.
Absolutely. I mean, again, once you get into that knockout phase, very much anything is possible at home, folks, in terms of, you know, we've seen shocks. You know, we mentioned Argentina versus Peru. We've mentioned Madagascar coming out of the pack in Africa. We've mentioned all of these different things. Of course, still got, you know, casting an eye forward, there's still the European leg of the Continental Championships. That's going to be fiercely contested. And I'm sure there'll be nations that will emerge from those championships where they might just come completely out off the rails and all of a sudden into a FIFA E World Cup slot.
Well, let's not forget, last year this competition was contested by 2 European nations in the final. It was Italy, Poland. So for eFootball console, Europe, at least as far as the 2 versus 2 side of things goes, look very, very strong. So yeah, you're right. Lisbon next weekend will be a very interesting, almost a yardstick to see where exactly each nation lies. You have obviously last year's grand finalists, Italy, last year's champions, world champions, Poland. We have the likes of France, who are currently the highest scoring nation in the entirety of the FIFA eFootball console competitions. So Europe is going to be a bit of a bloodbath.
Not to mention the fact that the team's already qualified as well. The likes of Indonesia, the back catalogue of eFootball nations that have already qualified. I'm sure they'll be waiting with bated breath to see what happens here today. And I'm sure they'll be waiting to see with bated breath what happens next weekend as well.
As we just look over some of the highlights from Mexico's handiwork in game 1, Honduras sadly could not find their feet in game 1. Very difficult to get a good yardstick of the competition thus far after just 1 round of play, isn't it, Wes? I mean, Mexico, they did what they needed to do in the first half and then shot from there, really.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the game plan. The game plan was go through the middle and utilise that physicality. The leaps of Ronaldo, the leaps of Carla, the heading, the chesting, as we see on our screens. Our next 2 teams up, Puerto Rico and Trinidad and Tobago. Again, there's going to be some very, especially in this fixture, I mean, very early on, I'm going to say a draw does nothing for either one of these teams. Trinidad have got a 3 points, but if you're looking to try and, as you rightly said, challenge Mexico, challenge up that end of the table, challenge your Panama, you've got to go and win these games. These are the games you've got to go and win. And interestingly, looking at Puerto Rico's side, Taniguchi in at centre-back, Stanisic at right-back. He's quite a versatile defender, is Stanisic, can play all the way across the line.
Did we see Maldini in that lineup? Obviously, we just cut away from it, so...
Well, we didn't, no, not in this... Oh, he may have been actually at left-back, because, of course, Maldini can also slot in at left-back, but Trinidad and Tobago, Dion Cools, the Malaysian, he's in. Bonucci, Akanji. Park Ji-sung, 3 Lung Park, as they call him.
Love to see that. He'll be covering every single blade of grass on that pitch. There at that central midfield role.
And then interestingly, Gullit not playing as an attacker, instead playing behind Mbappe and Cantona.
Very interesting. We'll have to see if that attacking awareness stat comes into play, if he'll join the attack, or if Trinidad might just have found their secret weapon in Ruud Gullit. Playing a little bit further back, it's a nation that I think has drafted very impressively, Trinidad and Tobago. When you look at their phase 2, I mean, Bonucci, Mbappe, Marquinhos, the likes of Steven Gerrard to come on as well later on, Paul Scholes to really shore up that middle of the park. I mean, they've even found Eric Cantona towards the bottom end of phase 2 as their squad player, so they've drafted really impressively.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention as well, some names that we haven't seen probably, I think, in a while in terms of this draft. Thomas Rosicky, Manuel Rui Costa, a couple of names there that, again, haven't really seen across the drafts. But, again, when you get into that phase 3, you're then looking for what auxiliary players can I pick up, what players that may have fallen. But interestingly, like I said, for Trinidad and Tobago, it's only 5 attackers, which I think for me, I think they're a bit light. They're a bit light in the attacking phase. We're about to get underway, though.
And we are now underway. Puerto Rico taking on Trinidad and Tobago. 2 of the lowest ranked nations we've seen at a continental finals. About to go head-to-head, City Slicker and Jerry TT of Trinidad and Tobago in the all-white strip. And there's a really good chance and a first goal for them. In the blink of an eye, 4 minutes gone, Trinidad and Tobago are on the board. What a way to introduce yourselves.
Well, scratch what I said about them being light in attack, Harry.
They looked imperious there, didn't they? It's City Slicker to feed Jerry TT. And who was that at the front post? I didn't quite catch that, but either way, tidy finish. It is Eric Cantona firing Trinidad and Tobago into the lead. Dream start for them.
What a start indeed for them. I mean, looking at where we're at here, I mean, 5 or so minutes gone and Trinidad already in the lead. And I talked about Trinidad drafting light in attack. Puerto Rico are just as bad. They've only got 4 attackers.
Oh, and Jerry's looking to try and make it 2. We haven't seen the best of Puerto Rico thus far here in Mexico City. El Huracán Azul, as they're affectionately known back home, roughly translates to the Blue Hurricane. Have yet to score here in the group stages. Only in round 2, of course. Plenty of round robin to go. Jerry and City Slicker are providing all kinds of problems to Leonardo and Josu. It's a bit better from them though, starting to look after the ball. Oftentimes on the stage we'll see nations after conceding early just try and force the issue, force too many passes, and in eFootball it's those triangles, it is those patient build-up plays that often pay dividends. As Jerry receives the ball here for Trinidad and Tobago, cleared away though.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's good from Puerto Rico that they haven't panicked. As it stands, they might have an opportunity though. It's going to break nicely here for Hullet.
Oh, on the volley! And there is their first goal! Broke perfectly for Ruud Hullet. And the Blue Hurricane have arrived. Some finish from the Dutchman here. It just hung in the air for an age, didn't it? But Leonardo fires Puerto Rico back into this game.
Rolled off of Hullet's back and then he thundered one a goal. Very much said, have some of that. Rocket right on the left boot, on the half volley. Puerto Rico have got themselves an equaliser. And no sooner did you say that we've not quite seen the best of them, they've certainly introduced themselves here.
Oh, right on cue. What can Jerry and City Slicker provide us in terms of a reply? Falling kindly for Puerto Rico here. 25 minutes gone here in the first half. Almost a nice burst of pace in behind there from City Slicker, but it's just fallen a little bit quiet here in Mexico City as we wait to see what happens with this move. Lovely fight to City Slicker, but his first touch lets him down. And Puerto Rico now have a chance to break themselves.
Yeah, Puerto Rico certainly look as though they've grown in confidence since that goal. And Trinidad and Tobago a little bit, I dare say, shell-shocked by the fact that they've conceded.
Here comes City Slicker to the feet of Jerry. Tried to poke it around the corner first time, I think, but the defence on him like a rash. Now, what can Josu do against the Trinidad and Tobago defence, just surrendering it back to them? It's got a little bit scrappy here, as both nations perhaps sense the half-time break on the horizon. Leonardo wants to double his tally.
Just keep cutting each other out in midfield, don't they, Harry? They just keep cutting themselves out.
It's Puerto Rico are the benefactors, or blitz curler from distance. Why not? I think the body shape was just a little bit too wrong, the angle too central. Trinidad and Tobago, well, they're getting the ball into the right territories, but neither nation wanting to let this ball settle at the moment.
Real end-to-end here, Harry. It really is. As Trinidad try and make their way down the left-hand side now.
Near side. Has found a man open as well. Free cross in a dangerous area, but good communication between the keeper Buffon and the centre-back there. As we end the first half, Puerto Rico 1, Trinidad and Tobago 1. These two sitting outside the top 50 in the world rankings, separated only by 3 spaces. Just feel there's a little bit too much urgency, isn't there? If that's even possible to have too much urgency at this stage.
Yeah, I think when you fall behind, or when you are pegged back, as it were, there can sometimes be a rush to go, no, we need to get this back now. This needs to happen right this second. And sometimes you just need to lure your opponent almost a little bit into kind of almost coming onto you a bit too much, almost like you're trying to counterpunch in boxing. You're just looking for that moment of weakness to then go in and get yourself back in front. For Trinidad and Tobago, if it stays like this, they stay on 4 points so far. It's a pretty good tally so far. Again, if you're looking for trying to keep the momentum, though, for Trinidad and Tobago, of course they're looking to try and get back in front. It's just a case of timing.
The second half has begun. And I think you're right. If you were to offer before the tournament started, after 2 rounds, Trinidad and Tobago 4 points, certainly would have taken it. Is there more on the table for them? Oh, that's really risky from the keeper, actually. Good closing down from Puerto Rico. Dare I say, Puerto Rico looked the more likely of the 2 nations. Just missing that final bit of quality at this point. Trinidad and Tobago will feel. They'll feel Puerto Rico. They'll feel them starting to gain and grow in confidence. You need to try and quell that confidence wherever you can. It will be a corner for them. Is there any trickery here from the dead ball? Front post knocked on. Now all of a sudden there's a blue hurricane break on. Down the line there's a man open. Well, from one end to the other. Trinidad trying to force the issue here. It's a 50-50 ball. Ruud Hillet, edge of the box. City Slicker dispossessed. So scrappy here on the hour mark. Both nations just unaware where the danger is at this point in time. Turning into trouble. Here's Jerry, City Slicker combining nicely. Great build-up. Is there a final strike here somewhere? The answer is no.
Just needs composure. That's what this game is lacking. It's just a bit of composure in that final third. I think with Puerto Rico, they just need to choose sometimes the aerial option to go through. They nearly broke through there on the flat, but with those interceptions, sometimes if you go aerial, you might actually get a better opportunity rather than going on the deck.
Coach Wes here in the commentary booth has had his say. Well, it's almost like they've heard you, Wes, almost sending one over the top foot. I think that's Ruud Hullet to chase. But we're in the final 20 in-game minutes now. You'd imagine the manager's had a word with the subs bench and said, start warming up. Over the top again to Ruud Hullet, far side. Almost a very tasty skill move. Might try and wrestle this ball back as well. He's still fighting here. Hullet's shot in the end blocked. 15 minutes left.
That's what we talk about with composure, though. The ball bounced back to Hullet. Instead of making a pass or making a move, it was a rush shot. That's where that composure's just lacking in that final third.
Just offside here, I think. Will be the call from the linesman, and here comes those substitutes and changes we alluded to. Just needs a breath of fresh air, this game, doesn't it, in the final 15? It
does. Let's see what these two teams are going to try and switch up. Doesn't appear to be Trinidad. Well, they have actually made two changes. Well, they made three, actually. Thomas Rosicky, who we mentioned earlier, not a player that is well-versed or well-used within the Continental Championships that we've seen so far. Ferenc Puskas and Randall Kolomuani. Again, bit of a lightning rod, physical presence. Certainly can get you something further up the field. Park Ji-sung in for Puerto Rico. Just the one change for them. They seem to be content with how they're playing at the moment.
Very interesting. It seems to me from the player camps they're still in discussions. But I think they're happy to just sub out Frank Lampard for Park Ji-sung. I think you're right about that. Both nations here playing long ball counter, as you would expect. They've just nullified each other for the entirety of this game. Let's see if the subs make a big impact, though. As you'd imagine, a goal in the final 10 minutes would certainly secure 3 points if there is a goal to come.
Yeah, I mean, we're into what? Last 10 minutes. One of the new animations from 6.0, the update to eFootball a few weeks back, lets you know when your players are slightly running a little bit too low on energy and they might need a substitution. So Platini might be making another substitution in the second May, Puerto Rico for Platini.
Puerto Rico clearly happy with how their team's playing, or maybe they just don't have that much faith in how they've drafted or the depth and items they have available to them. Here come Trinidad and Tobago. Jerry can't find his teammate. Who can look after the ball here in the middle third? It's broken here for Puerto Rico! Oh. Heartbreakingly wide. for the first chance in what feels like an absolute age in this game.
That's as close as they might come for the rest of this game. That may have just been that opportunity. With 5 in-game minutes left to go.
Trinidad and Tobago getting away with one there. Just need to see the Caribbean nation take fewer risks for the rest of this game. Because their build-up play in the final third has been, well, it's been very promising. It's just that ball retention, it's just little mistakes, not anticipating the press that's keeping them from really unlocking that Puerto Rico back line. 90th minute, 2 minutes added on. Here's Jerry. I mean, this would be heartbreaking for Puerto Rico. Jerry, City Slicker, back to Jerry. Almost unlocked the defense there. Where's the press? Where's the ball going to fall? Maybe one last attack, but Hullet can't win the header. And in the end, the most attritional game of eFootball you will see ends Trinidad and Tobago 1, Puerto Rico 1. Wow, what a game.
There was very few chances, especially for Trinidad and Tobago. They had one shot all game. It was a one shot, one on target. It was one goal for Trinidad. Puerto Rico, although they didn't have the possession, they had more of those chances. There was that one that whistled past the post by Pele just before the end of the game. But you felt as though that was the last real opportunity they had, or they were going to have.
It's crazy to see Trinidad and Tobago with just a single shot registered. I mean, it felt like, just looking at their passes, over double Puerto Rico's passes. But you can ascertain there, from these stats alone, even out of context, you can tell Puerto Rico were just way more direct. They were just using their breaks much, much more effectively than Trinidad and Tobago, and there was no hesitancy.
And that was it. It got to the final third with Trinidad and Tobago, and they got met by quite a resolute Puerto Rico defence. The balls, the inward, or the kind of the inside and kind of like reverse one-touch passes, they weren't coming off, and instead they were met by a defensive brick wall of Puerto Rico. And again, if we're talking about things to take away from this, Puerto Rico, point on the board. Their first point of the day. And we've seen teams grow into these competitions. We've seen teams kind of come up through those rankings. They may be able to do it today.
Yes, indeed, they may well. Puerto Rico won, Trinidad and Tobago won. That is... it was so close. It was so gritty, so hard fought, that it's so surprising to see neither side come out with 3 points. The amount of passes we saw from Trinidad and Tobago, they couldn't cut through that final third. For Puerto Rico, they had so many chances, but as it stands, both nations into that top 4. We still have results going on elsewhere, but I can hear now, time for an interview. Let's hear from them.
Resultado hasta esto, porque seguimos en fase de grupos, todavía tienes más oportunidades. ¿Cómo te sientes después de este resultado? Pero pregunta antes, preséntate en cámara, ¿cuál es tu gamer tag? Y obviamente cómo te llamas en la vida real para que ubiquen tus dos yos.
Claro. Mi nombre es Leonardo y me conocen como Juega Leonardo C. Y pues muy intenso el partido, claro, en fase de grupo todavía. Estamos satisfechos con el resultado más o menos porque empezamos perdiendo, así que pudimos remontar rápido y retomar todo el partido y controlar el partido a nuestro ritmo, en verdad. Aunque ellos estaban atacando, nosotros no dejamos nada pasar y tuvimos ahí el último gol al final con Pelé, pero pues se fue un poquito para el lado, pero igual estamos felices porque todavía queda mucho por partido, mucho por jugar y estamos totalmente en el partido 2.
Claro, todavía quedan varios partidos y dijiste algo importante con Pelé, leyendota, o sea, hicieron ahí renombre con su jugador. Y otra cosa que mencionaste que me encantó es, estamos satisfechos más o menos, me gusta, te das cuenta que, o sea, ibas perdiendo y lograste empatar, lo cual es increíble, o sea, de eso a perder, pero también dices, debimos haber ganado, ¿no? Entonces me encanta esa mentalidad. Oye, mi hermanito Leo, tengo una pregunta para ti que me mandaron los casters a hacerte, nosotros como fans de Puerto Rico y de su música, Rica. Me preguntan que cuál es tu canción favorita. Y yo me imagino que esperan que de reggaetón y con qué artista. ¿Cuál sería? ¿Tienes alguna en específico? Puede ser viejita o actual, no hay
Mi
problema.
canción favorita es Estamos Bien de Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Te iba a decir, seguro me vas a decir Bad Bunny y lo entiendo. O sea, yo creo que actualmente y ya para siempre va a ser la leyenda más grande ahorita de Puerto Rico, ¿no? Gran canción, mi hermanito. Algo que quieras decir a cámara y yo, otra cosa me gustaría que reveles. ¿Cambiarías un poquito la estrategia para tu siguiente partido?
Sí, claro, pensamos un poquito de cómo podemos atacar mejor. Vamos a ver cómo hacemos un ajuste ahí. Y nada, felices.
O sea, ¿crees que haya fallado un poquito más bien el ataque? O sea, eso es lo que les falló en realidad.
La defensa estamos sólido.
Súper.
Nos faltó ahí ese último impacto
Más
ahí al
Pelé,
final. Sí.
más goles de Pelé faltaron.
Ahí, Pelé. Apunta.
Perfecto, Leo. Pues muchísimas gracias. Pues ahí están viendo Puerto Rico. Ya saben, Bad Bunny en el corazón para todos. Vamos a regresar con nuestros colegas casters porque tenemos otro partido. Leo, felicidades. Sigan así y a la siguiente victoria. Vamos para allá.
Yeah, thank you very much, Extreme. Great to hear from our Puerto Rican players there. I think they could be pretty happy with how they turned up. It's not easy to go down there on the stage and perform, but I think that they seem pretty happy.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's quite easy within eFootball to have a really good attack. It's a little bit different to have a really solid defence, as we heard from Puerto Rico there. And colour me shocked that their favourite song is Bad Bunny. Colour me shocked. But we have a look at the highlights here. But again, there wasn't too many chances for Trinidad and Tobago to speak of, except that one striker goal, which just about squirmed its way in.
Yeah, and then we saw Puerto Rico, the ball falling very kindly for Leonardo. Just hung up in the air for an age, didn't it? I think the entirety of the defence was anticipating a bit crispier of a first touch. I did not realise actually it bounces off the, I think that's the back of Ruud Hullit's head.
It did, it rolled off the back of him and he was the first one to respond.
And then as the game played out, it was just nervy, wasn't it? Throughout the midfield, it was left and right. We had that big chance from City Slicker, sadly just wide. But in the end, the results are in. I believe Mexico and Costa Rica may still be ongoing here, but that is a massive scoreline from Panama. I'm hearing in my ear, actually, that is a full-time result. Mexico 0, Costa Rica 0, and Panama 6, Honduras 0.
Wow, that is a statement victory from Panama. Yes, we saw Honduras in the first game. They only conceded 2 against Mexico, but Panama very much putting themselves forward here, because I believe that really puts them at the top of the tree, as we'll see from the standings here. Yeah.
Wow. 6 points from 6, 9 goals scored from Panama. They don't seem to have a handbrake here in Mexico City. Second place, Mexico, and third place, Trinidad and Tobago, just 2 points behind. And then rounding out those top 4 qualifying spots is Costa Rica. Puerto Rico and Honduras are on the outside looking in, but we still have 3 more rounds to play. When we come back here in Mexico City for the FIFAe Continental Championships 2026, we'll have more eFootball console action. Don't go anywhere.
gon' take it easy. You are every man's dream. Find this woman that does seem. Take your time down the line. Beat the vibes, ain't no crime. I just wanna love you, baby.
You say you only wanna be best friends. I just wanna be a damn girlfriend. What I gotta do to make you face the truth? You didn't act like a friend that night. Maybe that's why it felt so right. Do I really need to spell it out for you? So why you trying to hide your curiosity when I know you call my name out in your sleep? Tell me, friend, can't you see you're in love with me? It's obvious we are. it's good to be honest. Can't you admit that you want this? Everybody knows it except for you. When you're lying there on your deathbed, you will regret you kept quiet. Also not telling me straight up, ooh. So why you trying to hide your curiosity? When I know you call my name out in your sleep. Tell me, friend, can't you see you're in love with me? It's obvious we are that perfect match. Ain't no catch. You and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life. So, what's it gonna be? You gotta give me something. What's it gonna be?
Breakaway from, well, everyone else. Wes, we're here into round 3. We've got a big game coming up. We've had some big results already, but there's been a surprise package in the groups, hasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, Panama seemingly have just taken off like a train today. They won 3-0 in their first game. They won by 6-0 in their second, and they sit very firmly planted at the top of the Continental Championship tree as it stands.
Well, we'll be keeping a keen eye on Panama as they move forward, but our featured match here on the stream is Costa Rica against Honduras. The latter of the two was the team on the receiving end of that beating, and Honduras started things out on the stream here really well, didn't they? Yeah, they lost 2-0 to Mexico, but the Mexican team is one of the favourites to take this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they started off well enough in game one. Whatever happened on, you know, the side games or that were on FIFA.gg, I mean, I'll be interested to watch that one back in full later on. Of course, we won't be able to do that here, but I'll be very interested to see exactly how that panned out earlier on, because you're looking at the two results, and it's very much Jekyll and Hyde. Is that it certainly looked as though a controlled performance from Honduras in that first game that we saw, but seemingly like almost everything went wrong in the second.
Well, they'll have to put it right in the third. Honduras against Costa Rica is our third match of the stream. Honduras, they are, I mean, they're in danger as we approach the final 2 rounds of the groups of being cut adrift. They will have to face Los Ticos, Costa Rica, who are themselves still not as high in the group as they would like to be, only 1 point to their name thus far. It'll be Costa Rica in the red and blue strip, attacking the left-hand side of your screens. McFly and Jorge, the two chosen to represent Los Ticos here at the eCONCACAF Championships. Still, it's Pitoy and Graf for Honduras. How do you bounce back from a 6-0 drubbing?
I don't know, Harry, but they're going to give it a good go at Honduras. They're in the final third here, trying to get through that line, but again, best foot forward is get the first goal here. Give yourself some confidence going into this, or the rest of this fixture. Just get the first goal, because they've not laid a glove on anybody yet. They've not scored.
Yes, indeed, no goals to their name. And 8 goals conceded. It's not a winning formula. There is still time in these group stages, but we're at about the halfway mark throughout this stage of the competition. So those games are slowly and surely going by the wayside. As for McFly and Jorge of Costa Rica, they are sitting in that top 4 at this moment in time, but they are in the bottom bubble, as it were. That's a nice cross in. Almost looked like it was goalward itself, and I don't think it got a touch off anyone either.
I think it clinked off the bar there, Harry. I think that's what happened. That's why it went for the Costa Rica throw. It certainly looked like it was a challenging ball for the goalkeeper, certainly struggling for it, but thankfully the crossbar there to help out Costa Rica as they get possession of the ball once more.
And they've seemingly drafted quite well, Costa Rica, as well. PLO, Ronaldinho, Hiroki Ito. Some very, very strong in-game items. Have to defend here, though. Honduras clearly quite happy maintaining possession wherever possible. Near side, Pitoy will cross this one in. Defended in the end by Virgil van Dijk, one of those phase 1 players from Costa Rica.
Yeah, I was looking for Jan Koller on the cross. So again, I think maybe Honduras may be realising that they've got to start utilising the big man if they're going to have any chance of getting into those top 4 slots. Of course, Harry, you don't win games of football by omission. You're going to have some deliberate actions thrown in there.
Good point, well made. Both nations here really must force the issue. I mean, looking at the standings across the group, we've got 3 teams above the 4-point threshold, and well, 3 points here would be a great way to join that pack that is just threatening to break away. Half an hour gone. Honduras, well, after that drubbing against Panama, they looked the more likely of the 2 nations. As Pitoy stayed on side here, the cross will come in towards Ancola. Not accurate enough, but better signs from Honduras.
He's just a couple of steps behind that ball each time, Jan Koller. He's just a few steps behind where you need him to be able to nod that one in. If Honduras can just fix that ever so slightly, might just have an opportunity with a big man from Czechia.
Pitoy over there on the far side, really nice footwork. And he's won his team a corner here as well, 10 minutes from half time. Chance to find that big, balding Chechen head. The goalkeeper came a long way, punched that one clear. And that one's just fired waywardly. We have not seen Costa Rica, by the way, in this first half, really venture past the halfway mark.
Yeah, they've very much been pinned back into their own territory. They've not really been able to do much with the ball as it stands. I mean, I'd be interested to see what the stats look like at half-time as Costa Rica gets back underway. But again, quantity over quality, Harry, is you can have all the ball, but if you're not doing anything with it, you're not really progressing or addressing the issues.
Vitinha there is fouled, and Honduras will again negate any chance of a Costa Rica attack. Only 5 minutes until the half-time whistle as well. Here's a chance for a counter though. Jorge is able to feed McFly, and he's gone for goal. I think that's a missed input.
Yeah, I think so. Not from that distance. I think that is definitely a missed input. Certainly might be of a dummy or a drag back. It just didn't work out.
Well, at the very least, it will be a shot registered in the half-time statistics. The Honduras have looked very lively. We'll see how many minutes have been added on, how many minutes there will be at the end of this first half. Jorge, nice footwork to McFly! He lets it fly! And just as we were mentioning, Costa Rica have not shown up. Late on in the first half, they find the best chance of the half. And they convert. 1-0 Costa Rica.
Absolutely thunderous strike there. It's just as what we said just a few moments ago. Quality over quantity. You can have all of the ball, you can have all of those chances, but if you do not produce a moment of quality and certainly put yourself onto the score sheet, that is the worst mix for you. Costa Rica have not been at the races in this first half, but crucially, they have themselves a goal lead. It's that first big opportunity, and boy, did they make it pay.
Well, there is that stunning strike. When you see the purple power bar, I always point it out. More venom, more conviction on the strike. It can sometimes lead to a little bit less accuracy, but if it's on target, it can be deadly. Ruud Gullit scores to put Costa Rica after being on the ropes. Bit of rope-a-dope from them in the first half. They enter the interval into the lead, and this could be a valuable 3 points just to keep pace.
Yeah, it can. I mean, the only shot that Honduras registered was that chance from the halfway line where it was a missed input where they've just tried to clear it back in. It's gone all the way through. Again, similarly for Costa Rica, their missed input strike has registered obviously as a goal as a shot on target, but their only chance was the goal. So it's been a game where chances have been very limited, but crucially, Costa Rica have taken their chance when it has appeared.
Oh, I just saw an England shirt here in Mexico City.
No. We'll have to track that one down at the break.
I mean, my eyesight's not what it used to be, but I know the three lions when I see them. Oh, great skill moves here, though, from Jorge to kick us off here in the second half. Here's Honduras on the ball. They need a bit of magic, and that's a lovely find to Graf! That's more like it. Oh, when you watch this replay back, you see the movement of the ball, perfectly timed, perfectly found. And that's more like it from La H.
See it again here. The move out to the far side, draws out Costa Rica, and then dips back inside from GRPH. You'll see it again, just completely turns his run. And the mobility of the centre-back, I believe that's Ito, is just not mobile enough to turn. And as a result, brilliant finish there from Julian Alvarez. And Honduras are finally on the board with a goal at the very least, Harry.
Well, McFly turned from hero to villain as the acrobatic clearance doesn't work out. Oh, and McFly back to hero again. Poor Honduras, they enjoyed about 10 seconds of being back on level terms. But Costa Rica back in front. Oh, this is a big mistake.
Yeah, as quick as a flash. You see it again here. Again, brilliant ball in. And again, just it's when you get, as a co-op duo, you have to know where your partner is. So Harry, if you're going to go and press the ball, I'm going to leave you to it so I can go to the other option. Instead, both players from Honduras have gone to the same option, left the door open.
Actually, Wes, I thought it was a clearance that ricochets back. Jorge heads it down. So it's not a big mistake. It's a great bit of play from Jorge to nod it down to McFly. And the informed striker, your yellow cursor, here in Mexico City on a brace. Costa Rica 2, Honduras 1. That'll be a heartbreaker. Real gut punch for Honduras.
Touch paper firmly lit in this fixture now. Costa Rica try and drive forward again down the right, but they're cut out this time by Honduras. Honduras, Harry, how do you recover from seemingly back in the game, and now you're back behind again?
Well, they can't seem to get it out of their own defensive third. Finally hoofed up. That'll be the question being asked amongst the Honduras ranks at the moment. How do you bounce back? Here's McFly. He's on a hat-trick, by the way. Stunning strike. Oh, deflected. He saw the headlines. And if this one doesn't strike the defender, you'd imagine this is McFly scoring a hat-trick.
Yeah, I think that block had to be made. The danger's not over, though, for Honduras, but you're quite right. It was a moment where it certainly looked destined for goal if that block doesn't happen.
Well, I think we've just ticked over about the hour mark in game, so perfect time for some substitutes, some changes to come into play.
Coming on the field is number 19,
Jorge to deliver this corner for Costa Rica. Oh, he's gone for the blitz curler actually, and I think that was an ambitious angle, caught everyone off guard.
I mean, I rate it as an option, Harry, but it's not quite the plan A I would have gone with there.
Almost break here for Honduras. This game has well and truly opened up in the second half. And that's a very committed challenge from Graf, and Honduras will be pinned back in their own defensive third here again.
It's a fair distance from goal here for McFly to have a go. You'd imagine maybe they'll go short. Instead
No,
of
he's gone for goal. Forces the manual save. And that'll be a throw-in, not a corner, I believe. Right at the corner flag. Costa Rica just brimming with confidence since nullifying Honduras' goal. We didn't get a chance to see the subs from either nation in vision, but you'd imagine there'll be more subs to come here in the next few periods of play. That's a meaty tackle from McFly. He's looked up for this game, and well, he's through in on goal here as well on a hat-trick. Oh, good save. Underrated save there at the near post.
Yeah, I think the option for the cutback was just out of the way. I think it was certainly marked up there by Honduras defenders. Yeah, you got right. Smart save to the near post. It will be a corner wall. Costa Rica, they came so close yesterday, Harry, in terms of the mobile platform. And I'm sure they would love to try and go all the way in the console one.
Well, Jorge and McFly just conversing there, obviously consulting coach T'Challa in the back. And here are those substitutes, and here are the team lineups.
Yeah, Alessandro Del Piero, Francesco Totti, and Coach Gakpo. Again, player you don't really see all that much, but certainly players that are of supreme weaponry within eFootball. That's Costa Rica's changes in. I do wonder if Honduras have made any. They have. They've brought on one of Alia's favourites, Michael Owen. It's always good to see him. Good turn of pace. Fearsome finisher. A little bit on the small side, though, for what you're going to be going up against in terms of the defenders that you're seeing on your screens. But if you can play big man, little man, especially with Jan Koller, that could be an avenue for Honduras to explore.
Not for the first time today. We've seen some almost reluctant substitutions made by Honduras, not willing to throw the kitchen sink at this one just yet. Here's the Costa Rica corner. Still alive here for them as well. Only the one change, I believe, for Honduras. Why do we think that is, Wes? Is that just a potential mix-up at the back there from Costa Rica? Are they maybe just not happy with their squad depth, or can we even read into that at this point?
I mean, I'm not too sure. I mean, at this point, they must feel as though they're comfortable with their midfield in terms of the way they're moving. I think they maybe are just trying to unlock this ability with Jan Koller. They're just trying to find their way through, but at the moment it's not quite working out, and that mix and that blend in midfield isn't quite working.
No, something needs to change for Honduras. If they can get a goal in these final 10 in-game minutes, they might have a chance. Not only at 3 points, but also at keeping themselves alive in the group. But that's such a cheap throw-in to give away. Big mix-up. Missed input, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, pass to the front row of the far side of the field. You've got to cut those errors out. I mean, again, they're running out of games to do it. You're going to have to get some points on the board fairly quickly and hope for some help around the group if it stays as it is.
Final 5 minutes. Almost upon us here. Costa Rica cruising. Every time it breaks for Honduras, they seem to be turning the ball over. And now look at this, McFly to cross it into Jorge. It is on target, but just too close to the goalkeeper. Now, is there a Honduran break here, given something to chase? Very, very close there. Could have been very dangerous. Oh, it's broken nicely for them over on that far side, but time is ticking down here, 90th minute. Four minutes added on. Wow, that's a considerable amount here on eFootball console. One of those four has already gone. It's now or never for Honduras. Is there a white shirt to be found on the break? Last minute of four added on. And Costa Rica have possession. McFly will see this one out. Costa Rica with a huge 3 points here in the groups to keep pace with the front runners. Honduras, their misery continues.
Today to please take all litter to bins located by the entrance gates. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
It's always heartbreaking, isn't it, Wes, when you work so hard, you fight for an equaliser, and you don't even get to celebrate it. And it comes back to what you say time and time again. You're always most susceptible to conceding when you've just scored. And Honduras, were they guilty of perhaps celebrating too much? I mean, I'm not really sure how to read into Honduras, I mean, as a whole so far here in Mexico City, because they've been very confusing.
Yeah, I mean, you get a shot in the arm of adrenaline. You've scored your first goal, and then all of a sudden the game gets back away from you almost moments later. It was no sooner had what it felt like the replays had finished that we're back into the game, and Costa Rica then go on and score. I mean, just taken away from them completely, and that joy that they felt just turned to sorrow pretty quick.
Yeah, it did indeed, but credit to Jorge and McFly, and of course Coach T'Challa in the back. That's a big 3 points in the grand scheme of the group. Costa Rica with a big 3 points. And now they can set their sights into the last couple of rounds here in the group stages to try and close the gap and really just make it so that when it comes to that round 5, they're not even within a mathematical contention of being outside. I mean, when you look at Costa Rica's next opponents, you can see it here, Puerto Rico next. Either way, let's hear from the boys from Los Ticos.
Una buena victoria en la transmisión y en cámara para todo, bueno, para todo gamer y todo México que estamos aquí disfrutando en vivo. Mi hermanito, me gustaría que te presentes en cámara cuál es tu gamer tag, obviamente, para que te ubiquen como jugador, pero también cómo te llamas.
Bueno, mi nombre es Jafet, soy de Costa Rica, mi ID de Play es McFly, así me conoce toda la comunidad, entonces estamos bien.
McFly te llamamos, hermanito. Mi hermanito McFly, pues quiero saber cómo te sientes de haber ganado este enfrentamiento. Acabas de tener un partido increíble, o sea, y 2-1. Sé que fue un partido complicado, por eso apenas por un gol, pero quiere decir que hicieron algo muy bien. Me gustaría saber qué sientes que hicieron muy bien y qué sientes que deberían hacer mejor para el próximo partido.
No, cambiamos, en el primer partido perdimos, siento que la presión que teníamos, el nerviosismo, ya se liberó un poco. Perfecto. Gracias a Dios logramos estos 3 puntos que eran importantes. Teníamos que sumar sí o sí y por dicha se nos dio el resultado.
Perfecto, mi hermano, tienes la presión de que hoy tienen que ganar. Hoy es el momento de la revancha de justamente ayer. Su momento, y bueno, obviamente llevas 2 partidos, comentas, uno ganado, uno perdido, pero o sea, todavía seguimos en fase de grupos, todavía puedes recuperarte. Y la pregunta otra vez para que me confirmes, ¿qué sientes que debes mejorar para este siguiente partido? Sin darme estrategias clave, obviamente.
No, en realidad mi compañero y yo estamos bien.
Sí, nada más el nerviosismo.
Táctica bien.
Okay.
Simplemente es liberar tensión, estrés, soltar un poco más las manos y eso sería fluir nada más.
Divertirte un poco más, soltarte, ¿no?
Solo diversión nada más.
Sí, lo que platicábamos allá en escenario con algunos de los equipos, que diviértanse, ríanse, esa es la forma en que se gana. Entonces, ¿ya te sientes más suelto? A ver, suéltate. Eso, ya te vi muy bien. Pues muchas gracias, mi hermanito McFly. Saludos que quieras mencionar ahí para alguien que esté aquí o viéndote en casa.
No, en casa, toda mi familia. Saludos a todos.
Perfecto, besos hasta Costa Rica. Muchas gracias, mi hermanito. Pues vamos a regresar con nuestros colegas casters para que vayamos con el siguiente partido en esta fase de grupos aquí de este increíble torneo. Vamos para allá.
It's nice to hear from some of our players. I'm joined by the wonderful Alia Harvey. Alia, you had a ringside seat to our first 3 games of the day. What has been your highlight or what's really stuck out for you so far in these games?
I would say I think Panama's dominance up until their most recent game where they actually lost against Trinidad and Tobago. And that's the first time that Panama have lost to them all year. But Wes, you were working on this game and what a cracker of a game it was.
It was really tense. There wasn't too many chances to speak of, but Costa Rica took them when they got presented to them. That was their first real shot of that first half. It then got into the second and they tried to start putting the pressure onto Honduras, and then Honduras, wonderful equaliser, and it felt almost like me and Harry had blinked and this goal just got erased from the memory. But it was a wonderful bit of play from Honduras. They're going to need more of that and some help to even think about trying to get into those top 4 places. It's not impossible, but it could probably be improbable given the fact that head-to-head is that first separator between these 2 sides. But again, we'll see this next highlight. Oh, you see on the timer, just afterwards, it's a wonderful volley from Costa Rica. McFly, again, was talking about the fact that their first game they had some nerves and it feels as though the team need to loosen up a bit. I mean, he looked pretty loose there after he put that one in the back of the net.
Yeah, he did. I was watching that game off from the side, and it's like you were saying, that second goal from Costa Rica just came out of nowhere. And as Harry's very well said as well, Honduras didn't even get a chance to really celebrate that equalizer. But this is a much different Costa Rica team, I think, from the mobile team that we saw yesterday. They're definitely dominating from the get-go in the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, look at it, what we've got from round 3, the results, as you rightly alluded to. Panama went down 3-1 to Trinidad and Tobago. Honduras, as you saw in the live stream, 2-1 loss against Costa Rica. And then, of course, Puerto Rico, as we've heard and as we feel and as we always kind of see, Mexico starting to get those gears rolling. They picked up a 2-0 victory against Puerto Rico off stream. Of course, any games that you don't catch on this live stream on the main feed are available on FIFA.gg. So if you are looking to follow a team all the way through, you can do. Of course, we say get multiple windows up as you get the standings here. Mexico, Trinidad and Tobago, both at the top of the standings. I don't believe they've played as yet. If my memory corrects me, yep, no, we are right. I don't believe they've played as yet. But Panama sitting in 3rd now. Costa Rica in 4th. Puerto Rico really needing a victory to get themselves back into discussions, as are Honduras. They're starting to come away a little bit in these final 4. Unlike what we saw in the mobile where everything was left to play for, it may be starting to feel as though we've got a bit of a change here where we feel those 4 are breaking away.
It was, and we look at the 4th and 5th place positions. Those 2 are coming up against each other next. And for Puerto Rico, it's probably not the opponent you want to face in Costa Rica, considering how well they're playing. But Honduras, they are 3rd globally in terms of average goals per match, and they're sitting 0 on the table at the minute. I'd love to see them at least pick up a point, because you don't want to go home on 0.
No one likes a donut. Well, maybe me, but no, I don't know. But not in an esports environment, most definitely. You don't want to end up with 0 points. We thought that was going to happen in Rio until Bolivia shocked absolutely everybody and beat Venezuela in the final game, which again, proved to be incredibly decisive for all of the standings for all of those reasons. But looking at the kind of the teams now, we're kind of seeing those 4 break away. Do you think that maybe the early call of Mexico being the favourites is that we're now starting to see some other teams starting to come up and maybe emerge?
I mean, I think we see Mexico dominating still today, but you've got Trinidad and Tobago right behind them. I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut like what we saw on the mobile yesterday, but we're going to have to wait to find out before we kick off round 4, because I think we need a bit of a breather.
Well, we'll take a break.
till I can't think. Life is pretty when you're out of your mind and f***ed up inside. Oh, one too many times I wake up bruised, and I try to take a
Welcome back, everybody, to the FIFAe Continental Championships here in Mexico City. My name is Stuart Wesley, alongside Ali Harvey. We've had our short break, and the good news is up next on the mainstream is the hosts Mexico versus Panama. This, Ali, shaping up to be an absolute cracker.
It is. I think this is going to be probably our most exciting game of the day. I think these two nations have a bit of a rivalry here. They've gone back and forth in terms of Panama won first, then Mexico, then Panama. So it's a game where it'll be a little bit of a coin flip, and both nations are playing really, really well so far today.
Yeah, both teams seemingly playing well under the pressure. Of course, Mexico, home nation, home crowd, they've got all of that behind them. And Panama, though, outside of their last game, they say after the two games, or the first two rounds, 9-0, 9 goals scored, none against. As you can see, Mexico's lineup on our screen, they're sticking with that 3-5-2 earlier. It caught me a bit by surprise. I couldn't get your opinion as you being off the stream, but thoughts on the 3-5-2?
I think that's the first time we've seen 3-5-2 over the last 2 weeks in the Continental Championships here in Latin America, which is very surprising. But if Chris Tan is watching, I'm sure he'll be very happy to see Mr. Dan Burns in the lineup.
Big Dan Burn indeed. And then crucially as well on the other side with Panama, they're playing with a fluid formation. Of course, those of you who are new to eFootball, you have the ability to set up an attack formation and a defense formation should you look to use it. It's always interesting now, Ali, whenever we see it, we never see the defensive side of how defensive Panama are going to be. But given what we've seen goals-wise, I don't think we could suggest that they're anywhere near defensive.
No, I don't think so. I think it's something that we learned yesterday is the goals you score, the goals you concede, essentially the goal difference can be such a difference maker in the group table. So I think nations are coming out here thinking, I just need to score as much as possible. Yes, I might concede, but the goals are more important than conceding. A little bit of a yawn there from the Panama player. Seems to be a bit tired, Wes.
I think he's just waiting for the game. He's very much like, guys, you had to go to a break. Why? Why did we have to go to a break? But he certainly is eventually going to re-energize himself, I'm sure, before the game starts. Panama got two coaches, female coach just behind them, and then on the, as what we've seen, there's a really good addition to what we've seen here at the CONCACAF, is like a physical substitute bench behind each bench. It's a great little addition.
It's sick. I want one of those in my home, to be honest. Not sure for what purpose, but I think it just looks really cool. But we need to talk about Panama having a female coach behind them. We saw the same thing in South America when we were in Rio, and we're seeing it again today. I just love that we're starting to see even more female faces within the eFootball scene. I think it's so important, especially to be coaching. You don't really see that many female eFootball coaches, Wes.
No, you don't. And as we mentioned in Rio, for me as a male looking in on it, I feel as though having a female perspective, it's slightly different in terms of regulating emotions, having a coolness of head in those pressurized situations. Yes, you can get all energized, you can have all adrenaline firing. Sometimes you just need a cooler head to just go, this is what we need to do, relax, and keep you cool. And I think, actually, to Panama's credit, it's actually aided them quite well so far. 2 wins, 1 loss, but they're now coming up against the hosts, Mexico, in what is, as you can see from the pictures, starting to fill up is the arena around the 2 sets of players. Of course, in the background as well, the expo, which is flooded with members of the public on a Saturday, is a big time, as you can see there as well. A couple of Andre Pumas fans who've definitely got some of the jerseys of the coach of Mexico, certainly showing their support. There's also a couple of other flags being shown in. I believe that was a Honduras flag being thrown in there. But it is just ramping up as we wait for the green light to say that this game is about to get underway. It looked as though it was setting up, but it's always good to have a crowd. I mean, I'm always a big fan of having physical crowds in eFootball shows and in eFootball tournaments, because it just adds a different dimension, doesn't it?
It does, and just looking there into the crowd as well, we do see Nene and Bruce from Mexico's mobile team, who of course yesterday won the Continental Championships to book their place at the FIFA E-Finals this year, and I'm sure they're hoping that their console counterparts can do the same thing today. But as you mentioned very well, Wes, it is very, very busy today. We thought it was busy yesterday. You cannot walk through that crowd today.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you talk about it as well. Mexico, their mobile team. I mean, Nene and Bruce. I mean, a lot was spoken about Nene yesterday in terms of that wonder kid status that he suddenly has now adopted, because he just plays eFootball in a completely different fashion that I think we've seen from anybody in the last few weeks from the 2 Continental Championships that we've conducted, both in Rio and here in Mexico City. But his teammate Bruce as well came up in the clutch. It was very much a case of sometimes give it to Bruce, Bruce can see you home. They've got their ticket to the FIFA World Cup. I'm sure the console counterparts will be looking to try and do the same here as well. It is an expectant crowd, mind you, as well. They would have seen that they've come through the mobile. They'll be expecting the same with the console too.
As well, it's also talking about how dominant Mexico were yesterday. Yes, they are top of the table currently on console, but it's much tighter on the top of the table today. Mexico were running away with it in the group stages. Today, I think they've got a tougher battle ahead of them.
Yeah, it seems to be that they faltered for one moment, and Panama had the top of the table for what was one round of games, and then, as we've seen so many times, one round of fixtures in these group stages can change absolutely everything.
It can do, and I just love that kid in the crowd, absolutely loving life. Every time the camera pans on him, he is dancing, he is living it up, and that's what we love to see here, the future generation of eFootball getting to watch their home country against Panama.
Indeed they do. It is the home side in the green from left to right, Panama in the red from right to left. And Alia, I know that you're a massive fan of mobile, but console is very much the one that I love, because it's so much more of a chess match. Sometimes with mobile, it's a bit more of a reactionary game, right?
Yeah, it's a lot more erratic, as I like to say, with mobile, but console can be the same thing. Panama here looking to make an early start, but I do love console as well. I think mobile's just so exciting and fast-paced.
It certainly is, as these two teams just try and get themselves set in these very early stages. Panama managed to win it back on halfway, but giving it back to Mexico. And it'll just be interesting to see whether Panama can break down this 3-5-2 that we've seen from Mexico. They don't really concede all that many, as Panama look to try and drive through the middle, but again, take away by Mexico, but they're not out of the woods yet, Ali. I mean, it's an inviting formation 3-5-2 to attack because you've got 3 centre-backs to attack.
Yeah, I like to call it a brave formation here. It can be quite dangerous, but based on what we've just seen here with Panama constantly attacking, constantly knocking on that door. Fantastic pass over, but it just seems to be Mexico, despite having a 3-back, know exactly where to be at the right time.
Yeah, Mexico look to try and drive this one down the left-hand side. The Arsenal star trying to cross field pass. Instead it's fallen to Moore and his teammate hooks it forward. But again, it's about overwhelming your opposition, especially when Mexico's game plan for a lot of what we saw in the very first game of the day was looking for second balls.
You don't always have to have the most possession to be the one to walk away with the win, as we've seen plenty of times across eFootball. Game doesn't seem to be settling down yet. Still seems to be ping-ponging all over the place. Mexico trying to hold Panama down. That is a fantastic through ball to Arsenal style. The veteran crosses it in, but headed away by Virgil van Dijk.
Had to be headed away by Van Dijk there. Collar was laying in wait, although there is a corner still to be had here. Very much a big fan of a near post flick on. Maybe Mexico might try that one here. So they've gone in towards the penalty spot. Headed away by Panama. They've managed to recycle the ball, have Mexico. They're still back with the corner taker. Challenge on the corner of the box. Nothing given by the referee. It was committed by Panama. They're going to need that in this game, aren't they, Alia?
They are indeed. A little bit of a risky back pass there to their goalkeeper, but no issue whatsoever for Panama. We do see Yale Cruz, the young player for Mexico, like we did see yesterday with Nene. Just seems to try and get his head on it. Goal! Mexico! They love their throw-ins, Wes. Fantastic long throw-in, finds the feet, and it's in the back of the net.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a team master a long throw to Jan Koller like I've seen from Mexico. We've seen 2 games from Mexico on the live stream, and we've seen 2 almost carbon copies. It's a knockdown from Koller into Ronaldo on the volley from Cristiano Ronaldo, no less. And what I did love, the synchronised celebration of the players. All got up, all hit the Jude Bellingham. No guesses of who they are big supporters of, but they are big supporters of themselves as Ronaldo tries to just calm things down as Mexico take themselves a 1-0 lead here.
Panama here need to find their feet. The first 20 minutes, they were the ones constantly knocking on that door. Can they find an equalizer here? Samurai tries to twist and turn, but Mexico just there to stop another potential attack. That 3-back is working exceedingly well for them, but maybe not for long. Samurai passes it in, but kicked away by Mexico.
Yeah, it's not over yet though for Panama. They're still trying to flick this one forward. Been hooked away by Mexico, still unconvincingly. It's still in Mexico territory. Panama, can they fashion a chance as an opportunity? Collision with the goalkeeper, but the header goes wide, and it will be a goal kick to Mexico.
Mexico just love to play a dangerous game, Wes. The 3-5-2, as you said, it's very inviting. Panama have been non-stop on the attack here. It wouldn't surprise me if not for long we're going to see a potential Panama goal. Could this be the moment? Samurai keeps trying to break through, but I think they're really struggling with that 3-back.
Yeah, 3-5-2 is very much feels like almost like in this chess match, it's Queen's Gambit type of style of defending. You try and just keep people guessing with the fact that it's a 3-5-2. You very rarely see this level of eFootball. But Panama trying to do their best here as Mora's with it on the edge of the box. Neat drag back, control strike from the edge of the box. Oh, it's cannoned off the bar. Goalkeeper was left in a different postcode. And Panama, that's as close as they've come so far.
It is Arsenal style. Don't want that to happen. As they come up on the attack here, fakes the pass, crosses it in there, finds the foot, and it's well pushed away by Panama. Mexico, no, based on their reactions, that could have been a goal, but this was a fantastic run of play here.
Huge pour on it by Gigi Buffon at the near post. Jan Koller goes in acrobatically. It will be a corner to Mexico. This game has very much been all action. We're already 10 minutes away from the half-time whistle. With the corner. Into the box it goes, punched away by Buffon. Back to the Arsenal star now to deliver it in, but cleared away by Panama. again, Alia, you've got to think, what have Panama got to do to break this defence down?
I think they need to do exactly what they did and just shoot from outside the 18-yard box, because they are struggling to break it through. Fantastic crossing. Samurai finds his feet! Panama have their equalizer. And it's safe to say that that was coming, Wes. They've been knocking and knocking and knocking, and what a way to equalize.
Neat flick through the lines. Brilliant finish inside of 18 yards. And what I have to say, kudos to the Panama fan in the crowd to be stood in a melee of Mexicans and mimic their celebration. I tell you what, bravery from that man, but it's even better from Panama. See it again, outside of the boot, scooping towards their forward, flick down, and then a rifled right-footed shot into the bottom corner. And Panama have themselves an equaliser just short of half-time. It's Kenan Yildiz with the strike. Will we see now, Alia, will we see a reflection of that Honduras fixture where they went one, they got a goal back, and then they subsequently went behind again?
Well, we can certainly hope so, Wes, but I did say this was going to be a very exciting match, and it hasn't let us down so far. Just short of halftime here, Mexico looking to potentially make it 2-1. They don't want to have lost the lead for that short. Fantastic twisting and turning, Yao Cruz shoots! Panama did not have their lead for very long.
It's Ronaldo again, it's Mexico again, and it's almost a repeat of what we saw between Honduras and Costa Rica. Panama did not have level or parity for very long. Instead, the Arsenal star went to a neat double touch, feeds it into Ronaldo. Manual goalkeeping from Samurai. But the problem with that is if you commit to it too early, you're in a bit of a mess, as you'll see here. Movement of the goalkeeper, he's not sure where he's going to go, just trying to deceive Al Cruz, but he would not be denied. Mexico 2, Panama 1, just on the stroke of half-time. What a difference that could make to a half-time team talk, Alia.
It could, and that's exactly what you need. And we might not be 2-1 for long. Mexico here looking to potentially try and make it 3, but Panama not willing to let that happen. And what I love about that goal as well, Wes, is you saw Bruce and Nene erupt in the crowd, cheers and applause. One last attack here for Panama. He shoots! Every single time, Wes, one nation goes up and the other does not let them have that lead for long.
I'll tell you what, Alia, you promised us goals, and boy, have these two sides delivered. Samurai, who had the goalkeeping error not a moment ago, finds a thunderous strike from the edge of the box. And I'm going to steal a line here from Harry, where he called me Coach Wes. Coach Alia said Panama need to start shooting from the edge of the box, and boy, it arrowed into the back of the net. What a thunderous hit, and I believe that's Kenan Yildiz with his second. It is the Turk that gives Panama a re-establishment of the game. What a half of football, Alia.
Indeed. Wow, dare I say our best match so far today, Wes?
Oh, 1000%. I mean, in terms of what we're talking about, in terms of the latest scores around the grounds, I'll give you the rather surprising one to start with. Costa Rica 3, Puerto Rico 0.
Ooh.
So Puerto Rico getting really cut adrift in that mode. Meanwhile, though, Trinidad and Tobago 0, Honduras 1.
Wow, that's a big shocker.
It would take Honduras off the foot of the table, and it would give them their first points of the day. Of course, our attention is fully focused on Mexico versus Panama. What a treat they have given us so far. And the good news is, Alia, and for those watching at home, still got another half of it to come yet.
A game that has certainly not disappointed so far. And as the Mexican fans watch on and hope that their teams can deliver all 3 points today, it has certainly been an exciting match to watch. And I just love that singular Panama fan that you pointed out earlier, Wes, in the sea. of green.
Shades of the Argentinian coach in Rio when he was facing down 20 Brazilians while it was Brazil versus Argentina. Similar vibes here as Panama have themselves a point as it stands. Mexico might not want that to stay that way as Cruz double touches it into Arsenal style strike for the edge of the box, and Mexico no sooner has the half-time whistle been blown to restart the game, they have taken their lead back, Alia.
What a way to kickstart this second half. 5 goals in 47 minutes, Wes. And they haven't been the easiest goals. They have been stunning strikes, back to back to back to back to back, Wes.
If we had a goal of the tournament, I think this game would probably have the top 5 contenders already. It's your man Eden Hazard that gives Mexico back into their lead. 48 minutes gone, Mexico 3, Panama 2, and we are looking at an all-timer between these two nations. Samurai and Mora look to try and get themselves back into level terms, but they've given the ball away, but they've managed to win it back in transition. Mora to Samurai, but he just gets cut out again by Yao Cruz, and the ball cannoned off of Samurai out for a Mexico throw, but almost reckless here, Alia.
And if you are surprised by the amount of goals so far in this match, I'd say don't be, because Mexico sits second globally in the average goals per match. Panama also in that top 5. Arsenal style tried to shoot there, but well defended by Panama. But both teams certainly living up to their reputation of being able to score an incredible amount of goals per game.
Mexico not done here though. They've got the ball in. Arsenal style neat back heel. Samurai takes it away. Some massive moments still left to come in this game. You have to feel these two teams are not willing to back down from each other. As Panama have it with Samurai. Moved out to Mora on this right hand side. And they find themselves a moment. Neat cut back in field. To pass through the lines, but it's an offside flag up. A little bit too close for Panama. With around about an hour gone, these two sides have got plenty left to say in this one, Elliot.
They do indeed, and Yao Cruz here looking to make an impact. Fantastic crossover to Arsenal style, but Mexico are trying everything that they can to score their 4th goal, because they know Panama can very easily come back from a deficit. Yao Cruz just twisting and turning on this left-hand side, loses possession. Mora takes advantage of it, but Yao Cruz takes it back. Through ball here from Arsenal. South finds the feet of Yao Cruz, twists and turns, and it's a goal! Mexico find themselves 4-2 up.
And is that the goal, Alia, that breaks the back of this Panama resistance? Certainly felt like it. Really good build-up from Mexico again. Ball through the lines. Collar almost used like a battering ram just to play the ball on. Hazard, quick feet from the Belgian. And the Arsenal style turning on the style for his country. They are now 4-2 ahead. And that feels, though, Alia, that might be the one that breaks the Panama spirit.
Mexico certainly knew that they needed that 4th goal to avoid Panama from coming back. It's given them a bit of a cushion now, a 2-goal lead, but with 25 minutes still left to play in this match, it's not a safe enough lead, in my opinion.
It isn't, as play goes on, and we are into the 65th minute here. Panama trying to make something happen in this final third. They're going to have to start making a move pretty quickly. They have it at the edge of the box now. Trying to find an angle to shoot. They do, but it hits the side netting. It's Michael Elise who's down feeding the calves. That is the international symbol now for substitutions in this period. But Alia, I mean, what a game of football we've seen here.
It's been an incredible game. Certainly not a letdown for our showcase match here. just some substitutions playing in the back of the minds for both nations. As we see here, 5 substitutions for Panama. Diaz, Haaland, Junior, Kaka, and Hulid also coming off what looks like, couldn't see what it was. They managed to switch the screen too quickly, but as well for Mexico, 5 substitutions all up front. Wes, and it looks like they are still trying to chase more goals.
Yeah, they are indeed. They are still making attacking switches and attacking substitutions. But crucially, still time on the clock for both teams to go to work here.
Substitution for Mexico, number 9.
This game certainly hasn't been a letdown for the Mexican fans here at Gamergy. It's of course sold out this weekend. Latin America is one of the biggest gaming festivals. Panama here still trying to desperately find that 3rd goal. They know they can score against Mexico. They just have to do it from outside the 18-yard box, because every time they come close to it, the Mexico players are there to stop and attack, just as we see here with Yel Cruz.
Yeah, big green wall that keeps meeting Panama whenever they try and go forward. As Arsenal style tries to play a ball through the gap, Mexico, there's a quarter of an hour left here between these two. We'll bring you a score update, the next available opportunity, because there's still some important games going on outside of this fixture, but at the moment, Panama looking to try and make something happen here. Chance here now for Panama. They've managed to get it into the back of the net. That might just make the last quarter of an hour a little bit interesting, Alia.
Just a little bit, Wes. See that sole Panama fan in the sea of the Mexican fans. 10 minutes to go. And for eFootball console, that is plenty of time.
What a strike, but it's the timing of it. They needed to move then, because once you start to get into the final 10 minutes, even with it being in console, even with it being a little bit slower, you've still got to get the ball back. You've still got to make damage. You really have. Just get you some latest scores here as well. Costa Rica, a final result 4-0 against Puerto Rico. Trinidad and Tobago have equalised against Honduras.
There's one thing to describe round 4 at the moment. It has been goals. Goals throughout every single match so far. Referee just having a slight word here with the Panama players.
No shock, it's Christian Romero that was the one that was needing a chat. It's a free kick for Mexico. Baggio to take it. Baggio strikes on the goal, parried wide. Out for a throw-in on the far side. If you're Panama now, you need to get that ball back, and you need to get it down the business end of the field.
Panama here on the counter-attack. Finds Mora down that left-hand side. Good touch, but just finds the feet off the Mexican players. They do manage to find the ball again. Being a bit too quick in that midfield. I think Panama are getting a bit desperate knowing there's only 7 minutes remaining and they need to find that equalizer. We know how dangerous Mexico can be on the attack.
It's Cruz trying to develop it. He's got a lucky bounce for it. He's played the ball into the Arsenal style. Neat pull back. And he can't quite get the shot off. Instead it's been launched forward, but it's going to come straight back the way of Mexico. It's in towards the 6-yard box, but it's headed back to the goalkeeper. And you feel it is now or never for Panama as they close in on the final stages here. Crucially, they can't get the ball through the lines. They keep finding green shirts with these passes. And the more they are surrendering the ball to the host nation, the less opportunity they've got to make it work down these ways. But they have managed to find a through ball here. There's an opportunity to develop it. I believe that's Ito on the right-hand side. Ball into the deck. And it's just ran out, or nearly ran out of play for a goal kick. But instead, it's been saved by Mexico. And they now try and drive it forward. But Alia, we're really into the business end of this game now. 90 in-game seconds left. Can Panama find something?
So 1 minute sometimes is all you need, but you cannot do it with a poor throw-in that gives Mexico the ball back. Looking to make it 5 here, crosses it into Yale Cruz, but Panama managed to stop it from going 5-3.
What a game between those two nations. Even though Panama come out on the losing side of it, they certainly have a lot to be proud of. But it is a big 3 points for Mexico, and more importantly, Alia, it gives them an opportunity, certainly with the head-to-heads. If they do come up against Panama, they do get level on points towards the end. Crucially, they have a leg up on Panama now.
What a good featured match that we had here for you. Mexico 4, Panama 3, and it certainly didn't let us down with 7 goals in this match. It did seem like Panama managed to have an answer every single time Mexico scored, but by the time that 4th goal went in, it was just simply too late for Panama. But what a great match. My first one of the day, Wes, and has not let me down.
You brought the goals. You can stay here all day if that's going to be the case. But I mean, in terms of what we've got, I mean, a phenomenal advert for eFootball at this level. Again, a solid fixture between both sides. Both sides had real quality, real brilliant goals to go to. And again, I mean, in terms of the makeup of the group, it's going to certainly change with the results that may have come in. We'll wait for the full official confirmation of that. But it was a real statement that Mexico just managed to just see it out at the end.
And that's all you need. You know, we saw how dominant Mexico was, that every time they had a future opponent come up, they were scared of Mexico. And we're seeing that again today with their console side, proving just how dominant they are and creative as well, Wes, with the type of goals they can score.
Yeah, and Panama as well. They showed their quality and their class. Beautifully lofted ball in, neat flick down, and a first-time finish on the penalty spot. But it was chaos. It was goals galore. There was errors. There was so many different things that were going on. Alia, brilliant thing to watch.
It was such a good thing, and I don't think any one of us expected it to be 2-2 right before halftime. Panama managing to equalize, as you see here, in the neck of halftime, and I think it caught Mexico off guard a little bit. But Panama, I think what they need to take to go into future games is to actually start shooting from outside of the box. But enough chatting from us, we're going to head over to Extreme.
Tengo aquí uno de los ganadores de la selección mexicana. Así es, volvemos a ganar otro partido en cámara aquí en Gamergy, totalmente en vivo. Para los que siguen viendo con nosotros aquí Gamergy y me están viendo en la pantallota gigante, soy su amigo Extreme de Play en redes sociales, host ahorita de este increíble evento, y quiero invitarlos a este escenario. Es abierto, es gratis, tenemos un montón de gradas y asientos para que sigan viendo a México ganar. Y ahora sí, contigo, mi hermano, me gustaría que te presentes a cámara. ¿Cómo te llamas como Gamertag en redes sociales? Y además, ¿cuál es tu nombre? Para que te conozca un poco la comunidad que está aquí ahorita en México en Gamergy 2026.
Sí, claro. Me llamo Yael Cruz, mi gamer tag es idéntico a mi nombre, es Yael Cruz, entonces no hubo mucho
No hay
ingenio
pierde, no, me encanta, mi hermano,
Sí.
me encanta. Yo me llamo Extreme en la vida real.
Ah, ok.
Sí.
Muy bien.
Yael, un gustazo, mi hermanito.
Igual.
Oye, me dijeron que eres aquí, entre comillas, el nuevo, ¿no? El fresquito, el más joven. Estás muy joven, la verdad, y juegas increíble. Me gustaría que le platiques a la gente un consejo para llegar a estos niveles de competencia mundial. Ustedes están arrasando en este torneo y pues para tu joven edad significa que tienes talento y sabes lo que haces. ¿Qué le dirías a alguien que quiere empezar a competir a nivel mundial?
Dedicarle mucho tiempo, no solo a este juego, en todos los juegos y en todos los propósitos que tengas en la vida es dedicarle tiempo, no hay de otra.
Y bueno, personalmente, ¿tú qué sientes que es tu fuerte? O sea, ¿qué te hace tan bueno específicamente en eFootball?
Yo creo que los pases, la visión que tengo, yo creo que es muy buena.
O sea, conectan de esa forma, ¿no? Tú das el pase y mete el gol tu compañero. Así se están conectando.
Sí.
Pues está funcionando, mi hermanito. 4-3 en este partido. Felicidades. ¿Sientes que te vas a llevar la copa? ¿Va a volver a ganar México el día de hoy?
Sí.
Eso, mi hermanito. ¿Qué algo que quieras decir a cámara, Gamergy, o familia, amigos que te estén viendo en las gradas?
Un saludo a mi familia que está en las gradas, los acabo de ver, a mi novia que está desde hace rato. Y
¿Cómo se llama tu novia, mi hermano?
se llama Josefín.
Josefín, te van a dedicar un beso. Dale un besotote, mi hermanito. Eso, no, otro no bien. De nuevo. Eso, Josefín, orgulloso. Ahorita está así, soy yo soy Josefín. Mi hermanito Yael, un gustazo. Gracias. Muchas felicidades. Que sigamos ganando. Seguimos todavía en fase de grupos, pero ya están prácticamente en un posicionamiento increíble. Y ahora a seguir ganando, Yael. Vámonos a regresar con Casters para que continuemos con este increíble torneo. Y nosotros seguimos aquí en GamerG 2026.
Always good to hear from Mexico in terms of their standings and what they're feeling. He also said hello to his girlfriend back home, which is always good to see. It's always good to know that, you know, the gamers have got their partners back home rooting them on. Obviously, they've got the crowd here as well, certainly if you're Mexico. Well, what a game. What a game that was.
I mean, you have to just give so much credit to Mexico, but also to their fans, because we know how important a home crowd can be. And as we were saying earlier, it was an absolute goal fest in this round, where 13 goals across 3 matches.
It's not bad. It's not bad. If we could have all had them on the live stream, we would have done. You can go back and watch them on FIFA.gg. Now, thing to note about these results that have come in is that actually they've been fairly critical in some teams' aspirations. You've got some pretty bad news if you are of a Puerto Rican disposition and if you're of a Honduras disposition, because both of those results have resulted in both of those teams being eliminated in this group stage, which you'll see in the final standings here. The final 4 of today has been confirmed. It's just in case now of what order they go in, because Mexico versus Trinidad is up next on the live stream. First versus second. Winner decides who finishes top. And then crucially, Costa Rica and Panama both play each other. So third versus fourth, who decides who goes where. We'll of course keep you across those goals. But Alia, it's a shame to see Honduras and Puerto Rico go, but at least with Honduras, they escaped the donut.
I know, I was saying, as long as they go home with a point, I think they can be proud of themselves, because it is a very, very tough group, not an easy one to get out of. But I'm looking forward to our round 5 matches, because the seeding and where you finish after round 5 is so important. First place will take on 4th, second will take on 3rd, and naturally you want to take on the 4th place nation as number 1.
Not to mention as well, if you finish first, you have the first pick in the fabled, as I like to call it, phase 4 of the draft. So you get to pick a maximum of 2 players from Honduras or Puerto Rico, or 1 from each, depending on your preference. You'll be able to pick through their phase 2 players and be able to add them to your roster. So again, if you're Mexico, you're definitely going to want to hit that top spot. For Trinidad and Tobago, you might just want to maybe settle into second and avoid Mexico, or maybe drop Mexico into it. But I think looking at the 2 teams that we've just seen on our live stream, they were phenomenal, and I don't think either of the other 2 teams in Costa Rica or in Trinidad and Tobago would want to come up against these 2 in the knockouts.
Certainly not, and it's actually good news for Mexico and Trinidad and Tobago, because the way the table currently stands, it's either one of them that will finish first or second. No one else can catch them. All Mexico need is a point against Trinidad and Tobago to finish top spot. But the latter need all 3 points. And dare I say, I know I said this game was the most exciting. I think this one could be the most exciting one today.
Well, I could picture a scenario here, Alia, as we see, take a look at the 2 teams here. I could picture a scenario where Panama beat Costa Rica, Trinidad lose to Mexico, and Panama leapfrog everybody and slot themselves into second.
That's you with your quick math, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, you said this yesterday. You were like, don't put me on maths duty, Wes. Don't do it to me. But that could be a scenario. There's so many different scenarios. It's now a case of where these top 4 finish. It's all about ranking. It's all about prestige of where they finish. Trinidad and Tobago and Mexico up next. And Trinidad and Tobago have their lineup on the screen. Manuel Akanji, Leonardo Bonucci, Dion Cools, Vieira Parchi Sung, Ruud Gullit, Wesley Schneider, Mbappe, Cantona. You can see them maybe just thinking a little bit about what their counterparts are doing. And sometimes, Alia, as a competitor, we both know this very well, you might sometimes maybe pay too much attention to what your opponent can do and maybe not what you can do.
We saw it in South America. I think it was the final or the semi-final, Argentina-Brazil. Argentina changed their tactics based on what Brazil were doing.
That was the final, yes.
Look what happened. Yeah. Argentina lost. I think, like you were saying, where sometimes you just have to trust yourself and not adjust your tactics based on what someone else is doing. But I mean, looking here at Trinidad and Tobago, just speaking on the mobile players as well, Damas and Dalo, such lovely people. Unfortunately, they didn't make it to the finals, but I was speaking with them earlier and they were saying, you guys did such a great job commentating. I can't wait to see all of you again next year.
Oh, shucks.
And it was so
You're just saying
sweet.
that, everyone.
Yeah. But to take the time to say that to us is so lovely, and that's what I love about these live events is you get to meet these players in person, and all of them are just so incredibly nice.
Yeah, it's getting the backgrounds and the stories of these players as well. It's that you start to kind of almost internally root for teams just based on some of the stories you hear. I mean, we spoke at length yesterday about Nene, 19 years of age, wisdom beyond his years. You know, yeah, I mean, I was 17 when he was born. That definitely puts me into UNC conversation. As Trinidad and Tobago will kick us off here in our final round of the group stage. It is Trinidad in their traditional red and Mexico in their traditional green. As Mexico have the advantage here, being 2 points ahead of Trinidad and Tobago, but they might try and find an early goal advantage, but that one being blocked off at the edge. But Trinidad, a little bit dangerous earlier in the early going.
They are, and I feel like that's what you tend to see with nations that come up against Mexico. They do come up firing with all guns blazing, trying to get that early goal. But I think if Trinidad and Tobago had a quick look at the highlights from the last match, they know they can take advantage by shooting from outside of the box with Mexico's 3-back.
You do have to wonder whether that 3-5-2 is what is undoing these teams mentally, because again, it's maybe a little bit of a psychological edge. There's an opportunity for Mexico in towards the back post, still not out of danger. Trinidad and Tobago eventually clear it, as I was about to say. It could be a psychological blow. You see 3-5-2 and you maybe think, what am I up against?
Trinidad here still keeping their heads quite cool, maybe a little bit of fast passing here, which risks their possession against a very dangerous attacking side in Mexico. Yale Cruz here passes it through to Arsenal style, but I mean, they're just on it at the minute. But it's hard when you come up against Mexico knowing they just scored 4 goals in their last match, Wes.
Yeah, and the resiliency they showed to maintain that level. As Yale Cruz stands over this one. Is he going to put this ball? As the timer ticks down, of course, if you go all the way to 0, the computer automatically takes it. It's headed right back into trouble there by Trinidad and Tobago. They've managed to get it clear this time, and they might be able to get something moving, but they're still not out of their own half. And about quarter of an hour gone earlier. Certainly feels as though that Mexico have taken to this one a little bit better than they did against Panama.
They certainly have. We're still quite an end-to-end game. Trinidad not really taking advantage of Mexico's 3-back, choosing to play a lot more patient, but still rushing their passes in that midfield. Arsenal style tries to break through the needle of Mexico's defense, but just doesn't seem to work at the moment. Opted for that long throw-in using Mexico's tactic against him, but Mexico read him like an absolute book here as we find the ball back with Mexico. Arsenal style, is he gonna through ball it? He does. Yao Cruz finds it, but great keeper movement from a City Slicker as he flies the ball back up the pitch, Wes.
Yeah, you can see Mexico starting to just turn the cogs. Ronaldo, neat takedown from him. Good save from the keeper. Still not out of danger here with Mexico on this left side. It's bounced kindly to them and they can't quite get the ball developed. And it's on to halfway with Trinidad and Tobago. Just have an opportunity. I think Trinidad are just going to, Tobago are just going to try and ride this early wave out of energy that Mexico have and then try and maybe catch them cold. It's Hullett, he's played it forward. There's an opportunity here. Trinidad and Tobago into the box, pulled it back, shot, goal! Trinidad and Tobago take the lead against Mexico.
And that has been an absolute shocker for the Mexico crowd. Mexico have been dominating this entire game. And against the run of play, Trinidad and Tobago find themselves 1-0 up against a very dominant Mexico side.
They look stoic, even though they've just scored and that goal could put them top of the table. They are stoic. They know that they are still very much in a game and they are very much under pressure. What a time to score. Again, all of the pressure, all of the half chances had fallen the way of Mexico. Trinidad and Tobago get one opportunity and they manage to put it in the back of the net. Half an hour gone between these two. Mexico have the ball again, but Alia, what a shock to the system that will be for Mexico.
It will do, and they certainly don't want to see themselves down for long, looking to get a quick answer here. Deflects off and he finds the back of the net! And as we saw in that last game against Panama, Mexico never find themselves down for long.
Sometimes, Alia, you have to make your own luck in eFootball. You see it again here. Ball chipped in, it ricocheted off the back, and then it was a brilliant save of the keeper. What a narrow angle for Jan Koller to steer it home. And Mexico are back at the top of the table by a virtue of a point. But what a fortunate way to score. But they were quick and they were reaction, or full of reaction, and they were the quickest to the punch. 32 in-game minutes gone. Trinidad and Tobago 1, Mexico 1. Could be more opportunities before the half. We saw it in the last game earlier. Do you think, around about 10 minutes to go, do you think there's another chance in it in this first half?
Well, Mexico are certainly looking to capitalize on the momentum that they have, but the way it's currently going, Trinidad and Tobago won't let that happen. Yale Cruz finds the feet of the Arsenal style, crosses it in, trying to find the head of Yale Cruz, but Trinidad and Tobago read that one like a book.
Yeah, it was a lofted ball in towards the back post. It was looking for Jan Koller, which is not a surprise to anybody. Long throw in towards Jan Koller, heads in towards the 18-yard. Ronaldo with the header, but he turns it over the bar. Again, Trinidad and Tobago, they've got to switch on from those set pieces because we've seen it far too many times from Mexico today. That long throw, almost routine they've got, is certainly effective.
Just short of 5 minutes to go in this first half. Mexico certainly looking for that second goal like they did against Panama. But Trinidad and Tobago, they're not going to let down easily as we see this go out for a corner kick.
And just as a brief moment while this replay's on, Honduras 1-0 ahead against Puerto Rico. Panama and Costa Rica, the other game that is happening on FIFA.gg, still 0-0. So they will remain in the places they are in the table unless there can be a goal either side. And much like this with Trinidad and Tobago and Mexico, there's a goal that's needed. It's in towards the back post for Koller, heading back across, another corner. You can see the cogs, you can see what Mexico are trying here. It's Koller knockdown, Ronaldo finish. That's what they're going for here, Alia.
Well, Mexico City certainly taking their time with their corners. Trying to find the head of the Arsenal style. It's on the back post, crosses it in. Oh my gosh, that's such a messy goal, Wes.
That is one of the messiest goals you are going to see in eFootball. I think it even defied us commentating over it because it was just pinball in that penalty box. I think even the wry smiles of Mexico, they understand it. Koller with the header, saved by the goalkeeper, and then it just ricocheted. I'll have to see if the final touch came off. It's been attributed to Jan Koller. It's a lot of that man for it to flick off of. Let's have a look and see it again. Yep, final touch off of Koller, off of his chest. And he's claiming it. It doesn't matter. He's claiming it, and Mexico certainly are as well, as they have themselves a 2-1 lead just before half-time.
Well, Mexico certainly know that they got away with that one. But unlucky for Trinidad and Tobago. They should know better, but they aren't going to let it stand for long. Well read by Mexico. They know they need to go into this second half with the advantage here. As expected, Mexico are winding down the clock with their throw-ins. They just need to keep the possession here. Don't give Trinidad and Tobago the chance to attack. Just rushes that pass too quickly as the clock winds down. We go into half-time. Mexico 2, Trinidad and Tobago 1, and both goals coming from Jan Koller.
Yeah, it was the man that was on your screen. Has given Mexico a 2-1 lead. Just take a cursory look at the other scores. It still is Honduras 1, Puerto Rico 0, Panama, Costa Rica 0-0. So if things stay as they are, Alia, I'll give you this as the pitch. Mexico versus Panama would be our first semi-final. Trinidad and Tobago versus Costa Rica would be our second.
I just think
it's a Shark Tank.
The second versus third place is probably the worst semi-final you can be in, because you're going to be the closest in terms of skill level and your level of competitiveness on the day. But I mean, there's still 45 minutes left, Wes, here. Trinidad and Tobago, they know they can score goals. Just getting a little bit of a pep talk from their coach, but there's still lots of football left to play.
Oh, there certainly is. There certainly is a lot of. We've seen it switch and move so much that, again, us saying what the score is now, I guarantee you it ain't going to be that scoreline at the end of this game. You just feel that there are goals to be had in this fixture. And it'll just be a case of who will execute best. Of course, thinking ahead towards knockout territory. Of course, if you do lose in the semi-final, you do fall into the lower bracket, so your tournament is not just over if you go out in the semi-final. And it's also not just over if you lose in the final either. Of course, you then fall into the lower bracket final, and you've got one more opportunity to get yourself into the grand final here this afternoon. But at the moment, Mexico with this ball, they have an opportunity to develop it down the left-hand side. It's with Koller, it's slipped into him. Neat footwork from the big man. Dummies again, strikes it at goal! And Mexico have 3, and Koller has his hat-trick.
Mexico start this second half like they did against Panama with another goal, extending their lead against Trinidad and Tobago. This was fantastic footwork from Jan Koller, taking his time, not shooting until he had a clear line onto the goal, and he delivered.
Yeah, it's the new boy as well, Yale Cruz with the footwork. You saw in the celebration, the Arsenal style, and Andre Pumas pointing to him to saying that was all him, that was. Wonderful bit of play. Has his hat-trick, does Jan Koller. Seals it with a kiss as Mexico have a 3-1 lead. Now, Trinidad and Tobago, what have you got in the tank? What have you got in the locker? And have you got some powers of recovery?
Well, if there's one thing Mexico haven't let us down with today, it is the number of goals they have been scoring. Goal difference won't matter today. It simply comes down to the number of points you end up with after round 5.
Very much been this tournament's entertained as they're in again. It's Ronaldo, fakes a stunning strike, goes control, and then it is into the hands of the goalkeeper. Although it's a poor kick for the goalkeeper, it's with Koller, chipped in towards Ronaldo, but it's into the keeper's hands again. Trinidad and Tobago, they've got to be careful here, Ali, that they don't suffer another goal.
Certainly not. The minute you extend the lead from 2 to 3, Trinidad and Tobago, I would argue there's no coming back from it. It's a little bit messy in midfield here. I think both teams panicking a little bit, trying to maintain possession. Sloppy passes all round, but Mexico find possession again. Yale Cruz twisting and turning, holds onto the ball, he shoots! to go find themselves with a 3-goal lead with about half an hour to go.
I would hasten to say that Yale Cruz has got that move down to an absolute art form. Almost a complete carbon copy of the goal that put Mexico 3-1 ahead. It's the same shimmy, it's the same pump fake, and it's a beautiful finish into the corner. And it's Frank Ribery on that occasion. And Mexico have themselves a 4-1 lead as the pause comes in. I'm sure it'll be Trinidad and Tobago, no doubt, will be looking at something to change. There's only so much you can change when you are 4-1 down. It would need to be a Herculean effort, Alia, for them to come back from this.
And you were right there, Wes. The pause did come from Trinidad and Tobago, taking Cantona off and bringing on the legend in Puskas. Now they do have a 3-goal deficit that they need to chase, but looking here at Mexico, they are not stopping at 4 goals as they bring on 3 more attackers.
Yeah, they've brought on Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, who can double as a left midfielder. Most people watching this broadcast might remember him as a left back. They've got Rafael Leao on and Roberto Baggio on. So Baggio in at the number 10, Leao playing further forward. And Mexico, every time they score, every time they do something positive, it's like they're playing in their house. I mean, in all fairness, this arena is their house. This is their home. They are comfortable where they are playing as Mexico feed the ball back again. It's the Arsenal style. Rolls it to Yale Cruz. Back to Arsenal style there. Really putting on the burners here. Cruz, pump fakes, back post, Arsenal style header! And that's 5.
Visible frustration for Trinidad and Tobago. The only saving grace in this match for them is the fact that they have guaranteed their spot in the knockouts. But for the sake of momentum, you certainly do not want to go into your next game losing by such an absolute demolition by Mexico.
It's the substitutes that did the damage as well. Van Bronckhorst's cross into a Rafael Leao header off the underside of the bar. And you're right, how much damage is this doing to the psyche of Trinidad and Tobago?
Another pause here. Cute certainly coming from Trinidad and Tobago. Mexico players looking very relaxed. They know they've secured that top spot in the groups and will get to play against whoever finishes 4th.
Would you like an update on that one, Alia?
Well, go on, Liz.
We've got some final scores. Honduras beat Puerto Rico by 1-0, so they have a win on the board. Meanwhile, in the other game, Panama versus Costa Rica finished 0-0. So that means that, again, notwithstanding a complete turnaround here from Trinidad and Tobago, but it's Mexico on the attack, track back, strike at goal, and then cleared away. But notwithstanding a fight back of epic proportions from Trinidad and Tobago, semi-finals will line up Mexico versus Panama and Trinidad and Tobago versus Costa Rica. And Mexico certainly trying to send a signal out, because those games have now finished. You'd imagine those players are definitely watching this screen.
They'll be keeping a keen eye on this match, that's for certain. Whereas here, but Mexico simply not wanting to live down and take advantage of the fact that they can score and dominate against Trinidad and Tobago. A 5-1 scoreline with 16 in-game minutes still to go.
It's just been a complete demolition by Mexico. They're still hunting for more, Alia. That's the scary bit.
Well, I don't think Trinidad and Tobago came into this match expecting a 5-1 thrashing. Of course, still just over 10 minutes to go. Plenty of goals still could come. Arsenal style holding onto the ball. That's a fantastic through ball. Yao Cruz finds the back of the ball. Mexico dominated on mobile, and they're certainly dominating again today on console.
Found the gap at the near post, didn't he? Real good patience here from Arsenal style. Yao Cruz finds that strike in the near post. And do you know what I think would be the most jarring thing as a competitor here, Alia? It's looking across at the Arsenal style of Yao Cruz and Andre Pumas, and every time they score, they erupt in laughter. It would be jarring.
Well,
6-1 Mexico lead, and you're just getting laughed at whilst you score.
Well, lucky for them, I think the monitors are high enough where Trinidad and Tobago can't fully see the faces, but this is a match they certainly won't want to watch back on because of those player cams.
It's not over yet either. Still 10 in-game minutes left as Mexico try and bring it forward again, but it has been an absolute demolition by Mexico in what is a game that they definitely needed to win just to make sure that they finished top of the table. But my word, have they put a statement out there for all of the other teams to look at. I mean, if you're Trinidad and Tobago, Alia, how do you recover going into that semi-final?
Well, lucky for them, because of the Phase 4 draft picks, they will get an extended break here to calm their nerves before they face their next opponents. Just looking for a consolation goal here against Mexico. They might find it. See Slicker, does he shoot? Chooses to cross it, passes it to Jerry, but just rushes it again, which has been the story of this game today. Trinidad and Tobago rushing their passes, rushing the midfield, and with just 3 minutes to go, it's safe to say that Mexico have indeed secured all 3 points.
Might go for one last one here, maybe. Ball into the box, headed clear, punch clear by the goalkeeper, and then headed out of play right in the corner for a throw. With 30 seconds left though, Alia, I mean, what have we got left to say about this Mexico side? I believe it's 4 wins and 1 draw, I believe, in the group stage. They're looking just as fearsome as their mobile counterparts did yesterday.
Well, Mexico have certainly made a statement in this match. They've come chasing that spot in the FIFAe finals, and they're letting their opponents know, if you want to try and beat us, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, certainly the signal went out from Mexico is that, just let you know everybody, you're in our house. Absolute just a result that, again, it was first versus second before a ball was kicked earlier. We wouldn't have predicted, I wouldn't have predicted a 6-1 victory to Mexico going into this game.
No, certainly not. We thought this was going to be a tighter game going into it, considering how close that top of the table was. But Mexico there, 14 shots on goal with 6 converted. Of course, they've got Andre Pumas behind them as their coach as well. Him and Arsenal style did finish top 8 at the FIFAe finals. So you cannot let down the experience that Andre Pumas is given to Yao Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, they've been canny operators for a while, have Mexico. But I tell you what, they are a fearsome duo, to say the very least. As what we saw with Nene and Bruce yesterday, certainly kind of like copy and paste it and put it into the Arsenal style and Yao Cruz. They are looking fearsome.
They are, and it's very scary to think that this is exactly how Mexico were yesterday as well. So dominant in mobile, and if Mexico continue this run, I don't see them dropping to the lower bracket in the knockouts.
I can't see it personally, but we'll see. Well, we'll have confirmation of who they're going to line up against shortly. But, I mean, I can't see anybody getting past them. I can't see anybody posing them a threat. Maybe Panama through those 3 goals. Maybe that's the blueprint to try and get at Mexico. But seemingly nobody else has picked up on that blueprint yet.
No, and I think it's really hard when all the teams are playing at the same time, so they can't really pick up the tactics from these other nations. But we always love to hear from our players, Wes. So, Extreme, what do you have for us?
Gracias, chicos. Ya estábamos listos, nos estábamos nada más fingiendo que no estábamos listos. ¿Cómo estás, mi hermano? Victoriaza aplastante de ustedes aquí representando a México, la selección mexicana, demostrando una vez más el increíble nivel que tenemos, que tienen obviamente, y obviamente en casa. ¿Qué forma de demostrar eso? Hace rato platicaron mis colegas casters, más bien ayer, que estamos en el Azteca ahorita, básicamente es el equivalente, ¿no? Nuestro propio estadio con público, y Gamergy en este Continental Championship 2026 traído por CONCACAF. ¿Cómo te sientes con esta siguiente victoria?
Pues mira, esto es algo espectacular. Hay demasiada gente apoyándonos. Los invito a que se unan aquí al estadio. Y como dicen, estamos como en el Azteca. Trinidad y Tobago, hablando del partido, era el que iba en segundo lugar. No sé en qué lugar habrá terminado, pero mostramos seriedad en el partido. Y aunque el juego nos ayudó un poco, seguimos haciendo nuestro trabajo y pues son buenos mis jugadores.
Pues tú también eres un gran coach, mi hermanito, y pues me gustaría que te presentes para la gente que no te conoce. Ahorita estás como coach de la selección, para los que no saben, ¿cómo te llamas en la vida real y cuál es tu gamer tag como competidor? Porque eras competidor, o bueno, eres, supongo, todavía.
Claro, todavía soy competidor. La gente me conoce como André Pumas y aún sigo jugando, nada más que ahorita estoy haciendo labor de coach y creo que es lo mejor, que un coach sea alguien que sabe jugar.
Totalmente.
Que sabe jugar y lo pueden ayudar al 100% en el juego.
Sí, lo platicábamos en la presentación, yo sé que muchos no estuvieron, pero cuando abrimos este evento, subimos al escenario juntos, claro. Y justo dijiste, yo soy jugador, solo que ahorita voy a coach. Yo dije, no hay nada mejor que un coach que haya jugado y sepa de qué se trata. La estrategia está funcionando, mi hermanito Pumas, y quiero preguntarte, ¿van a cambiar algo ahorita para o sea, tienen algo reservado? O sea, ¿todavía pueden jugar mejor ya ahorita para la clasificatoria, ya para los brackets de eliminación?
Claro, siempre tenemos muchas opciones, o sea, en algunos partidos a lo mejor no salen, pero siempre intentamos hacer cosas distintas para que el rival igual no se aprenda lo que hacemos, porque cierto. Si tú haces siempre lo mismo es complicado.
Te estudian rápido y ya falló. Exacto. Pero entonces todavía tienen más que dar y lo están reservando para la etapa importante.
Pues mira, en todos los partidos damos todo, pero
muy bien dicho.
Siempre y cuando todo se nos vaya dando, pues nos vamos igual relajando.
Ok, perfecto.
Pero si el partido nos empieza a dar, intentamos variar para que empecemos a encontrar los espacios.
Claro, y de hecho se notó, o sea, mientras metían el primer gol, obvio, súper celebraron. El segundo celebraron un poco menos. Ya cuando iban en el cuarto, quinto, ya no quisieron ser, o sea, ya estaban más tranquilos, entendían que Trinidad y Tobago a lo mejor le estaban pasando un poco difícil, y se notó. Y me gusta que tienen también esa como amistad. Somos al fin y al cabo colegas, rivales aquí entre ustedes y los países. Exacto. Entonces ya no había necesidad de celebrar tanto entre ustedes. Muy bien, sexto gol, 6-1 al final, paliza, y también está padre que respeten a sus rivales. Mi hermanito, un saludo que quieras dar aquí a la Gamergy 2026, alguien que esté en casita viendo este torneo de la FIFA de la CONCACAF, o gente que está aquí obviamente en persona.
Mira, sí, claro, viene mi familia, mis amigos, mi novia.
¿Y ahí están aquí en persona?
Sí, están aquí en...
Vamos a hacer lo mismo que con Yael, ¿eh? ¿Cómo se llama tu novia?
Melanie, no sé qué van a hacer con Yael, pero...
No, te lo perdiste. En la entrevista le tocó saludar directo a su novia. Entonces, mi hermanito Melanie, para que le mandes un besote, por favor.
Melanie, te amo.
Eso, mi hermanito. Saludos, Melanie. Y pues bueno, muchas gracias, Pumas. A todos los que me están viendo ahorita en esta pantalla, a la distancia, este escenario gigantesco de FIFA de la CONCACAF es abierto, es gratis al público. Acércate con nosotros, aquí está la entrada. Métete y súbete a los asientos para que sigamos apoyando a nuestra selección mexicana, que ayer en mobile, campeones en eFootball, y hoy en consola. Esperemos repetir esa victoria. Mi hermanito Pumas, muchas gracias. Vamos a volver con mis colegas casters porque seguimos con más partidos, así que vamos para allá. Mi hermano feliz.
Is very much almost a legendary figure in the Mexico setup. He said that he's a player first, but he's a coach second. But it's great to have that third brain really just kind of putting it to work for Mexico.
It is, and he's so decorated and, well, not just decorated, but incredibly talented as a player, and definitely proving to be such a key asset to the Mexico side as they look to find their way to the FIFAe finals. I mean, absolute dominating performance. Took them by surprise when Trinidad and Tobago went 1-0 up, but not for long, as we saw Mexico fire 6 goals past their defense. Couple of goals a little bit messy, but it got the job done.
Yeah, it was almost like the goal from Trinidad and Tobago. It's like you bloodied the bully's nose, and you're like, wait a minute, oh yeah, that's not mine. And then all of a sudden they were like, right, we're not having this. And they got the look of the draw very much so with that second goal, but there's nothing accidental about the other 4 goals or the other 5 goals they scored. I mean, those carbon copy goals from from Cruz. It almost pinpoint precision. You see it there. It's just on the edge of the 18-yard box. You see the next highlight. It's around about the exact same place. But phenomenal work from Yale Cruz. Arsenal style. They look unbeatable at this point.
They do, but as we've seen throughout all of the Continental Championships so far, just because you dominate in the group stages, it doesn't mean you will do the same thing in the knockouts. Mexico dominated yesterday, but when it came to the knockouts, they weren't scoring as many goals and it wasn't as easy for them. But you certainly want to exit the groups with a performance like this one. And unfortunate for Trinidad and Tobago, but you've just got to hope that them and all the other nations during this extended break will take some time to watch Mexico back and think, why are they scoring so many goals and how can we stop them?
Yeah, I mean, you could put a couple of goalkeepers in for that last game and it still wouldn't have worked. As we see the final round of fixtures, Honduras get themselves a 3 points on the board. They don't leave without a victory here at the FIFAe Continental Championships. Trinidad and Tobago, as we saw in the live stream, Costa Rica and Panama 0-0. So there is our full confirmation. It is Trinidad and Tobago into second by virtue of, I believe, the head-to-head, because they have a -2 goal difference. Costa Rica have a +4, but because of that head-to-head, they finish in second. So it'll be Trinidad and Tobago versus Costa Rica and Mexico versus Panama. Some mouth-watering games there earlier.
It is, and Panama will be kicking themselves in the teeth that they didn't manage to secure 3 points against Costa Rica, because it now means they will come up against the ever so dominant Mexico, who have nearly double the amount of points. But this next set of matches that we have coming up, Mexico, Panama, Trinidad and Tobago versus Costa Rica, certainly not going to let us down.
Well, one bit of food for thought if you were a Panama supporter is that we saw a very similar makeup of a group in Brazil, with Peru in 4th. Argentina ran away with the group and then got caught cold in the semi-final. They didn't have the luxury of that lower bracket. Of course, we've got the Phase 4 draft left to come yet, so it'll be interesting to see who those teams pick.
I know, and that's the thing that we've seen as well. The draft picks, the Phase 4 picks have been so crucial to some of these nations, because you finish the group stages and you can figure out, what am I missing? What do I need in my squad? And Phase 4 is certainly going to give these nations a chance, but not for long as we go to a break.
You can never sleep in traffic. There's living steady panic. I know 'cause I tried acid. Now I see through your habits, just like gadgets. You tell me with the two hands, I'm too bad. Wonder what you think's like. Need me to get your bills paid. That's what you said. I guess I'm just too fake for that. So sit down, listen, think for a minute. Know it might be hard 'cause you're uneducated. Break down, face it, breathe for a minute. I'm about to help you with your manners and respect. You get it? Just uneducated. But this so but you make it. One day, manners and respect. I'm a realist. I see your actions like an itchy clitoris. I never listen to the critics. They try to steal you from your feelings for cash. You tell me with the two hands, I'm too bad. Wonder what your things are like. Need me to get your bills paid. That's what you said. I guess I'm just too fake for that. So sit down, listen, think for a minute. Know it might be hard 'cause you're uneducated. Break down, face it, breathe for a minute. I'm about to help you with your manners and respect. Second chance, so take it chill with your demand. You never listen, think too fast. But one day you'll understand. So sit down, listen, think for a minute. Know it might be hard 'cause you're uneducated. Break down, face it, breathe for a minute. I'm about to help you with your manners and respect. You get it? Just uneducated, just a little bit. But this so but you make it. One day, manners and respect. Respect.
Increíble torneo de videojuegos FIFA Continental Championship 2026, totalmente en vivo desde Gamergy 2026. Saludos a todos los que nos están viendo desde casita y para los que están aquí en vivo, vénganse al escenario del fondo, siéntense en las gradas, vengan a disfrutar partidos increíbles de eFootball entre diferentes selecciones de países que van a representar a América en el torneo final mundial. Yo soy su amigo Extreme The Player en redes sociales y ya vamos a comenzar con los brackets de doble eliminación. Para los que estuvieron ayer con nosotros, ya saben, vamos a avanzar, digamos, en winner bracket y los que vayan perdiendo bajan al bracket literal de abajo, el lower bracket, como nos pidió Casey que comentáramos, que suena más bonito, estoy totalmente de acuerdo. Y conforme avancen, llegamos a la gran final para tener un absoluto campeón. Sin más bla bla bla, se los van a ir explicando un poquito más mis colegas casters, pero yo quiero presentar el siguiente duelo de titanes, los que les fue mejor en la tabla de fase de grupos. Y vamos a comenzar primero en este lado, por favor, fuerte aplauso para nuestros locales, nuestra selección, los poderosos jugadores de México. Que se vea el aura. acá, chicos, por favor. Pásenle. Y ahora sí, si producción me lo confirma, vamos a presentarles a sus rivales. No necesitan presentación. Esos son los que hay que derrotar si es que quieren llevarse la victoria y viceversa. Se tienen que enfrentar. Podría ser una final adelantada. Así que fuerte aplauso para la selección de Panamá. Es que eso es epicidad, chicos. O sea, me encanta que llegan y todos van entrando. Tum, tum, tum. O sea, estamos en batalla de aura, ¿ok? ¿Qué me toca hacer? Un pasito de otro juego. No, yo no puedo derrotarlos en aura. Y hablando de aura, les voy a hacer una preguntita rápida. Ya saben, quiero que platiquen con la gente, sobre todo porque se viene podría ser final adelantada. Así que vamos a comenzar con los invitados de este lado, Panamá. Mi hermano, te vas a enfrentar probablemente ya te diste cuenta, ¿no? En los locales estamos fuertes. ¿Tienes ya la mentalidad para vencer a México ahorita?
Sí, definitivamente ya estamos listos. Vimos las falencias que teníamos, ya ajustamos y bueno, vamos a dar un buen show.
Perfecto, ya corregiste lo que a lo mejor les falló hace rato para que ahora sí ganen. Excelente de este lado, mi hermanito, te veo muy concentrado, me encanta.
Sí, claro que sí, ajustamos un poco la estrategia y creemos que vamos a ganar.
Que la coach nos confirme, nueva estrategia, estamos listos realmente para derrotar a los poderosos mexicanos. Ya demostraron que son la selección a vencer si quieren ser campeones, ¿verdad?
Así es. Mira, ya está completamente todo ajustado y como lo dije desde la mañana, Panamá vino con un objetivo y es sacar la clasificación.
Se nota. Ahorita tienen que demostrarlo, señorita. Vamos de este lado ahora sí, con nuestros colegas mexicanos. Tienen aquí a todo el país la transmisión y estamos locales. Deben quedar bien y ahorita viene el rival fuerte. Ya está lista la estrategia, mi hermano.
Sí, estamos preparados. Tenemos que jugar concentrados y pues nada, lo que sabemos hacer.
Perfecto, están tranquilos y todos se van a enfrentar al rival duro a vencer, ¿eh?
Sí, Panamá es un rival complicado, pero estamos preparados también nosotros y lo haremos muy bien.
Perfecto, jugadores de este lado, ya mandaste saludos y besos hace rato y al también acá ya les tocó, ¿eh? Listo para ahora sí llevarte la victoria. ¿Van a manejar un poco de cambios como les pregunté hace rato o siguen con mentalidad de la misma estrategia de forma de jugar en general? Más que con los cambios me refiero.
Sí, no, yo creo que vamos a seguir jugando a nuestro estilo, es lo que nos ha llevado hasta aquí y nos vamos a morir con eso.
Totalmente de acuerdo, ya ha funcionado, no hay duda al respecto. Vamos de este lado y pues ya con esto vamos a acabar aquí para que pasemos a jugar, que hemos partido. Mi hermanito ya concentradísimo, te veo más flojito. A ver, muévete. Vale, sí, sígueme. No tienes. No te quiero humillar conmigo. Dice, no, humíllate solo, Extreme. Gracias, por dejarme morir aquí solo. ¿Y estrategia mental que traes?
Estrategia mental, la misma de siempre, la verdad. Ya me he visualizado en este tipo de escenarios, ya he estado aquí, no es nada nuevo.
Eso.
Creo que lo nuevo fue buscar una celebración con mis compañeros, pero ya la estamos encontrando.
Yo quiero que ya todas las selecciones tengan su celebración, para que vayan planeando una nueva también, porque en cámara se ve padrísimo. Y como saben, estamos en las pantallotas. Los Gamergy los está viendo celebrar también cuando meten sus goles. Ahora sí, chicos, ha llegado el momento de comenzar este duelo. Es semifinal del Winner Bracket. Salúdense, por favor, descense, suerte. Que se vea el camaraderismo entre Latinoamérica, porque a pesar de que somos rivales hoy, también somos hermanos latinos. Mucha suerte, Panamá, México, la posible final adelantada. Ya vimos este partido hace rato, ya sabemos, podríamos tener un pequeño spoiler de lo que podría suceder en este partido, pero no significa que eso sea todo. Realmente podría cambiar las cosas. Apoyen a su selección favorita. Ya vi que hay panameños aquí, obvio hay muchísimos mexicanos, pero es hora de escuchar a las voces que nos van a inspirar, emocionar, hermosos, preciosos, mis colegas casters que dan la voz a estos partidos. Vamos a comenzar con ello.
Thank you very much, Extreme. Fantastic to be here in Mexico City with you down there on the floor, my friend. Alongside me, Alia Harvey, ready to kick off our CONCACAF Continental Championships knockout rounds. Our semi-finals are set. This is a double elimination bracket. And up first, Mexico versus Panama. I mean, they played out a 7-goal thriller earlier, Alia. This, surely, with our two nations about to face up against each other, being the two that have scored the most goals in the group stages, should be fireworks, right?
It should be, and I'm sure Panama are kicking themselves in the teeth that they didn't walk away with all 3 points there. 4-3 in the group stages, it went towards Mexico's way, but I mean, just looking at these matches, they are both going to be absolute crackers.
Yeah, crackers across the board here. Mexico, Panama will be your featured game here. Of course, you can check out FIFA.gg and keep an eye on Trinidad and Tobago versus Costa Rica. over there in match number 2. This will be a good one, I feel. Mexico, obviously the home crowd favourites. We saw them yesterday lift the mobile trophy, punch their ticket to the FIFA E-finals. This Mexico team, though, that we're seeing in front of our eyes right now, they seem to have had a few more bumps in the road than we saw the mobile team did yesterday.
Yeah, I think Mexico flew through the mobile side yesterday, and we talk about superstars and young starlets and Nene. I think we're seeing one here as well, and that seems to be the setup for both Mexico sides. You have the experienced player and you have the young player, but it seems to be boding really well for them.
And their opponents here will be Panama, and I think they'll be quite shocked at how they finished the group standings, considering what fine goal-scoring form they found themselves in. 4th place, considering they scored 13 goals. For comparison, Trinidad and Tobago, they finished 2nd in the group. They only scored 7. And even consider Costa Rica, that's 6 goals they've scored. That's less than half of what Panama were able to do. They were just a little bit too leaky defensively.
Yeah, I think we saw it in the game against Mexico. I think Panama wouldn't take their chances enough. They kept trying to do the same thing over and over again in the defense, or in the attack, sorry. And when they actually tried things different, that's when they started scoring. And if Panama don't change things up for this semi-final, I think they're going to find themselves in the lower bracket.
Well, one thing that has changed up is our format now to come. This is now a best of 2 aggregate score. So every single goal will count. We can take a look back at the results of Mexico and their route to this table-topping performance. The big one at the end, Alia, you had the perfect seat, the best seat in the house for it. 6-1 against Trinidad and Tobago. That will be a big mental blow to every other knockout stage team here.
It just seemed like Mexico didn't want to stop scoring and couldn't stop scoring. But I think it's a good showing, like you said, Harry. You want to go into the knockouts absolutely dominating the group stages, and to have 10 goals in your last 2 rounds is insane.
Yeah, that's some stat that is, isn't it? The only blemish really on their record is that round 2, where they were held to a goalless draw against fellow knockout stage Costa Rica. So if those two match up again at some point in this bracket, then it will be a very interesting scene to behold. This is Panama's route to this stage. I mean, 9 goals after the first 2 rounds. They were looking high flying, weren't they? But it just seemed to taper off a little bit from round 3 onwards.
Yeah, and I think I would say they probably had an easier start. Puerto Rico and Honduras, not in the knockout stages, maybe got a little bit complacent before they got to round 3. But the second half performance, 2 losses, a draw, that is not the momentum you want, especially when you're about to come up against Mexico.
Oh, that's such a good point, Ali. I didn't even realize that the strength of schedule there for Panama definitely coming into question. And there we'll have to answer those critics that say, you know what, you played your 2 quote-unquote easier nations on paper, if you will, first. And since then, they really were just cruising. They picked up just 1 point from their final 3 games. And as a result, their reward is a round 1 match in the knockout stages in this semi-final against Mexico, who just have looked so good. They had the odd blemish here or there, but they're proving that the favourites tag is definitely, I mean, they're good for it.
It seems like every time they go down, they always find a way to come back up. And I think that's a huge credit to their coach, Andre Pumas. The experience he has finishing top 8 at the FIFA E-finals last year with the Arsenal style, I think he's helping them keep a little bit level-headed. And as a coach and a player, getting to watch the match from behind the screens gives you a little bit of a different perspective, I think.
Yeah, of course, on the other side there is Coach Ellen Tari for Panama, so she will be in the hot seat trying to keep the 2 Panama players calm. And calmness really is an underrated trait at this level of the game. When you get to a knockout stage, you have to constantly remind yourself, okay, it's a switch up in format now. We do have golden goal and penalties if they're needed at the end of it. So very important for us to keep our heads here. That'll be a big job for Ellen Tari and Andre Pumas for Panama and Mexico respectively. And we got a few Mexican fans in the house, just to say the least. Of course, I'm seeing a Guadalajara shirt there. Of course, the 2 Mexican representatives here, the Arsenal star and Yao Cruz, both playing for Chivas Guadalajara. So clearly, the crowd here willing to back their esports players. I'm even seeing a Chivas Esports jersey there next to Mr. Isco, who I think is trying to wind up his fellow Mexicans because he's wearing a Panama jacket. Have you seen that? I messaged him on Instagram about that. I said, that's the wrong country, my friend.
That's what we noticed earlier. He was in the sea of Mexican fans, which is very brave. And Wes made a good point earlier that in Rio, we had the singular Argentina fan amongst all of the Brazilians. And it's certainly a very brave spot to choose, especially when there are other seats available.
Yeah, Andrew Pumas, his friends and family in the stands will be hoping he can coach his national team to another FIFA eFootball console finals. I mean, there's no two ways about it, Alia. Panama will be vastly outnumbered here. They have Isco in their ranks. There he is, just on the right-hand side of your screen. He'll be playing the pantomime villain. But Panama, they are in the lion's den here.
They are, and what I love as well is we see Bruce, the mobile player from yesterday. That's such good makeup, Harry.
They're mogging the camera.
They are. I mean, the one there next to the Andre Pumas jersey, constantly, whenever the camera's on him, he's just showing off how sharp his jawline is.
I'm jealous. It's all smoke and mirrors with me. It's just the facial hair, whereas that is some jawline. But the crowd here in Mexico City eagerly awaiting the kickoff between Mexico and Panama. You can see the players seated, ready, anticipating what's to come here. Just has an anticipation about this match, doesn't it? Because, I mean, like every single knockout stage game earlier, it is a crossroads here. We've seen Panama taper off in the group stages, but they've shown that they can go toe-to-toe in the goal-scoring department with Mexico. So this could be a crossroads. If you can get it done over 2 legs here, you could springboard yourself and potentially, well, set yourself up for a golden ticket at the end of today.
I think we tend to see teams perform differently in the knockout stages as well. We saw it yesterday with Costa Rica barely making it by into the knockouts, and they found themselves in the final against Mexico. So even though that first group game finished 4-3, there's no guarantee that Mexico will cruise through the upper bracket like they did yesterday.
Well, it's almost a cruel twist of fate that these two nations meet each other, because in the E-Nations League that played prior to these Continental Championships, Mexico won 2 out of the 3 E-Nation League's weeks. You know who won week 1? It was Panama.
Wow. I mean, it goes to show that they can beat Mexico, and I hope going into this game they actually take the lessons that they've learned and just shoot from outside the 18-yard box, because in that first game they kept trying to go down the middle, breaking through both of Mexico's center backs, but when the goals started coming is when they just started shooting from in and around the 18-yard box. So if they try that same tactic that they originally went with in that first game, I will be very, very surprised. But I wouldn't be going into this with a lack of confidence at all.
No, most certainly not, although those results did sadly slip away from them towards the second half of the group stages. They've found their way here, the Week 1 Nation League winners. On your screens at the moment, the Red Tide, as they're affectionately known. I mean, they're going to have to pull off some performance here. We saw them play out a 4-3 loss against Mexico in the group stages. They're going to need to pull something extra out of the bag here to best the opponent standing before them here.
And I think Yale knows that as well, because in the group stages...
What's going on up there?
6-7, yes! Well, Yale wasn't wearing his glasses in the group stages, but now he's actually put them on for the knockout. So I wonder, maybe he was struggling to see the screen a little bit, the lights were getting in his eyes. There's certainly lots of 6-7s in the crowd though.
Listen here, Mexico City, the crowd cam is good fun, but don't give us a reason not to trust you anymore. Kick-off between Mexico and Panama here in these semi-finals. Panama The red tide in the all-red strip, Mexico in their classic three-colored strip of the Mexican flag. And Mora can't get it under his spell there. Him and Samurai will have their work cut out for them here.
Have you noticed, Harry, that the Panama players are chewing their gum completely in sync? Just notice these little things sometimes.
Oh, they just went out of sync as you pointed that out, Arnie. I think maybe they got a bit nervous. Maybe they heard you. It's been a good start in the opening 5 from Panama. Looks like they're trying to turn the tide early on. Really show Mexico that they've learned from their mistakes in the group stages where they did lose that 7-goal thriller.
It's a much calmer start from both nations compared to when they met only about an hour ago here today. But I think I will be surprised if this is going to be a goal fest, especially that it is over 2 legs.
I'm trying to agree with you. That's a cross in from the Arsenal style, looking for Cristiano Ronaldo. We've heard in the interviews from the Arsenal style, they're quite proud of their drafting. They're very happy with their front tandem of Jan Koller and CR7, the aerial threat that Mexico have with their in-game player items from their phase 1 drafts. Clearly working in their favour at the moment. Here comes the Arsenal style. Nice little 1-2 to the near side, crosses it towards Jan Koller, but that one is cleared behind for a corner.
Arsenal style seemed to be a bit shocked at that one as well, because he triggered the emoji reaction of the little shocked face. Don't know how he has time to do that.
Oh, I do love their little emotes. Del Cruz for the short option, but that's a decoy. Jan Koller nods it down, and that one forces a save, I thought, but no touch. I think this is a goal kick. Ah, just off target, no touch in the end from Buffon. A couple of good chances in that from Mexico, though.
Mexico certainly trying to assert their dominance in this game. They know how important it is to go 1-0 up, because once they open that floodgate, they will come pouring with the goals.
Like that in the group stages, wasn't it? As soon as that first goal went in, it seemed like it was a fight in a phone booth between these two. Oh, nice find over the top. Samurai with the clearance there for Panama. Just waiting for the ball to settle down here. It's been difficult for either nation to really stamp their authority on this midfield duel. Heavy touches left and right. This one will break for Panama though. Samurai just check inside here, and well, that's just lacking a bit of quality, sadly. You can see the idea.
Pretty end-to-end game so far. I think Panama definitely reading the Mexico players better in this game, but can they do it here, Harry? They do, but pretty end-to-end so far.
Yeah, Panama quite happy to use this long ball counter play style, and that's a lovely fight to Samurai into the box, trying to cut inside on his left, maybe hoping for Mexican defenders to bite on the bait, but in the end, Mexico clear. Panama far side, lifted in towards Hulid actually, and that will be a corner. Both Mexico and Panama here just trading blows. Here's the corner, flicked on, oh, it's found the back of the net! And it is Panama who strike first. And Isco's loving that one. The Mexican Panama fan amongst the sea of enemy fans. Panama's biggest cheerleader now, 1-0.
We saw Panama really struggling to break down Mexico in their first game, but this does not seem to be an issue in this current matchup. They've definitely figured out how to thread Mexico's defense.
Oh, that could be an immediate reply though. Oh, Kola will not get there first for Yael Cruz. And the capital city crowd trying to lift their nation's national team players.
Mexico find themselves in a very rare position of having to chase a goal. It's not something that they experience often, seems to be something they've struggled with today so far. But Panama, they are controlling Mexico.
I'd say that's a fair assessment. It's been the odd aerial duel from Mexico that has looked very inviting indeed, but just nothing falling for them so far. That's a complete mismatch, and well, is there a 50-50 to be won? This Panama pressure is just suffocating at the moment. It's almost like Mexico can't wait for half-time. Again, it will come back at their defense.
This is a completely different Panama to what we saw earlier, to what we've seen all day, Harry.
This is a big chance. The Samurai sadly guilty of overplaying it. Panama going to retain possession here, hoping for the last attack of this action-packed first half. Here is that last attack. Mora. Down to Samurai with Pavel Nedved. Lovely footwork. Mora. His shot is blocked. And Mexico end that first half well and truly on the ropes. Panama 1-0 up. Who saw that coming?
Listen, we know in the knockout stages, nations can play completely differently. And Panama, where has this been all day? Why haven't they played like this in the group stages to avoid coming up against an attacking Mexico? But it seems they've got them locked down at the moment.
Well, hey, big credit to Samurai, Mora, and of course coach Elentari in the back, making the adjustments and giving the men on your screen something to think about here in semi-final number 1. The crowd could play a massive factor here in the second half.
Of course, and there is still 2 legs as well in the knockout, so plenty of time for Mexico to make a comeback.
It just doesn't seem to be breaking for Mexico at the moment. As Giancola rises highest, unbelievable! Absolutely no right to win that header inside the 6-yard box. But just like that, the Chechen to the rescue. 1-1 now. Look at this, Alia.
I mean, when Mexico go down, they never go down for long. They only ever find themselves in a 1-goal deficit before coming back with a response. And this is something Panama will need to learn from. If they want to give themselves a fighting chance of staying in this upper bracket, they need to score more goals.
Big equaliser from Mexico. And that's why they drafted him in phase 1. Jan Koller. That's the versatility he gives you. Aerial duels so important in eFootball. Now, is there a Panamanian response? The 1-2 not successful. Just sense the confidence start to grow here from Mexico.
This tends to happen with Mexico quite often, I feel. It takes them some time to get warmed up before they fully unleash the powers that they have against their opponents.
Now another chance here to find the head of Jan Koller or Cristiano Ronaldo, or maybe even both from the corner. Wasted in the end, but they'll get a second chance at this on the volley. Sadly was always going wide. Get a better look from this angle. Just on the inside of the stanchion behind the goal area, but never troubling the keeper.
I mean, that's what you've got to do in the knockouts. You've just got to take your chances. It doesn't have to be safe. It doesn't have to be something that you've practiced together. If you see an opportunity, you've just got to go for it.
That was a question that you were asking, or rather a desire you wanted from Panama. Shoot on sight, please. Mexico fulfilling your wishes on that occasion. Well, will this break here for Mora? Samurai back to Mora outside the box. Passes inside. Has he stayed onside though? Doesn't matter. Yao Cruz with some stout defensive work.
Panama are doing the same thing that they did in their earlier meeting. They're trying to push and force the ball down the middle, just like Mexico are trying to do here.
Oh, Jan Koller off balance, has to lay this one off. It'll be crossed into a dangerous area again, but Samurai gratefully controlling Buffon will have the ball in his hands. 1 hour gone in this semi-final. Confidence is brimming here for Mexico. Inside from Arsenal style. Left foot from CR7 forces the corner. Confidence is brimming now.
And confidence on both sides, because it's like I said earlier, Panama are really making this extremely difficult for Mexico, and this must be a huge shock to their system as well. I don't think they expected it to only be 1-1.
Keep an eye on the aerial strike force here. Jan Koller first, and then towards CR7, off the frame and away! You knew it was coming, it's just about if you could stop it.
We've seen Mexico deploy that tactic multiple times today. It has worked for them. It didn't work then. But there's no doubt that it probably will if Panama are not careful and keep giving corners away.
Far side with Mora. And 20 minutes to go. Here come the subs for sure. You can see, I believe that's Elise. Just checking his hamstrings, and yep. Time to look into the subs bench. Of course, worth remembering, because of the 2 eliminated nations from the group stages, there have been more players available to add to the 23-man squad. Panama picking up Demiral and Romario. Mexico have an X factor on their side as well, Neymar Jr. alongside Gattuso. We'll see if either side wants to try and employ those freshly picked up players. Romario actually got the start there for Panama, which means they can bring on a fresh Erling Haaland.
They can do it. That goes to show, I think they're going to actually start attacking a little bit different. We saw it in that first match. The minute Panama knew they needed to start chasing goals, we started seeing more over-the-top through balls, more crosses coming in. And I think that's exactly why Haaland is coming on. They know they need a tall, big player that they can cross the ball in and find someone's head.
Yeah, just need a bit of a different look, don't they, Alia? Just even a big man to hold up the play, because right now Mexico definitely looking like the team in this semi-final to give themselves an advantage going into that second leg. 20 minutes to go. Panama fans around the world they'll be very happy to know Jan Koller no longer on the pitch.
Well, what a first leg this has been so far, Harry. Little goals, not as much as what we expected. But sometimes with knockouts, you just see teams get a lot more careful.
Good defended by Yael Cruz. Took a big risk, Mexico, getting him into the starting lineup. Here's Morapan onto his right-hand side. Right-footed strike. Can't find the target on this occasion. It might break for them again here, though. See where the ball settles at the end of all of this. Oh, great anticipation there from Samurai.
It's the right idea from Panama, but they just hesitated. He had the space. Oof. There was a clear line through on goal, but he didn't shoot, and Mexico are going to capitalize on it.
Oh, that's a big gift. Can they find the extra man, though? Virgil van Dijk making amends. Mexico 1, Panama 1. About 5 minutes left in this game, give or take. Samurai far side. Just waiting for those red shirts to appear inside the box, but I think that would have been flagged as offside had it found its intended recipient. And a goal here earlier surely would deal such a big psychological blow.
It would, especially considering there's just a few minutes left in this matchup. Mexico trying to chase that second goal, Panama trying to chase that second goal, but neither seems to be able to break our current deadlock. Panama opting to fly it up the pitch, off to the far side, but Mexico manages to just push that one out. Could be our last attack of the game, but Mexico are just not giving Panama a chance to even sniff that 18-yard box. Taking their time with this throw-in, goes long, finds the head of Mora.
Well, Panama are asking all kinds of questions here of the Mexican defense. And it might still break for them here if Mexico aren't careful. Is this the last attack of leg 1? Samurai can't break the lines, cleared by Mexico. The home team seemingly hanging on, but this is broken nicely for Yael Cruz. He's dispossessed. And leg 1 ends Mexico 1, Panama 1. A good feeling out process there between the two nations. You can see the possession more in favour of Panama, but Mexico willing to pull the trigger, shoot on sight, as you were saying earlier. That was a very entertaining leg 1 and sets us up very nicely for a leg 2 for all the marbles.
Almost feels as though both nations, especially Mexico, I think, were scared to play as freely as they have done in the group stages. They know there's a lot more at stake here. If they lose this, they drop down to the lower bracket and have a much more difficult run. But Panama, I have to give them so much credit. They were locked in against Mexico this match, and I think that probably took the Mexicans by surprise. As we see Bruce and Nene there, they've kept their medals on all day, Harry, since the hotel this morning.
I think they probably slept with them on their pillows. And why wouldn't you? Just having a little chuckle at the eFootball PES 2020 jersey. Of course, PES, the old iteration of this title for many years.
Definitely seeing a lot more costumes today, Harry, in the crowd compared to what we saw yesterday.
I'm almost scared, Alia, to try and guess what the costumes are supposed to be. Was that a minion? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to insult anyone if it's something completely different.
Minions are yellow, Harry, so I think that definitely
He's
wasn't
wearing
one.
yellow.
Yeah, they are.
He's wearing yellow. The
Was
guy.
he?
Yeah.
I was looking at the goal. I wasn't.
Oh.
I didn't know it's a minion.
We'll see if we can get a shot of the minion later on. But for now, here's the handiwork from our two nations. It took 30 minutes to break the deadlock. Panama really silencing this crowd. Pavel Nedved scoring for them. And then it took until after the half-time interval for Mexico to strike back. No right to win this whatsoever. The Arsenal style, the veteran of the nation, heading home within the 6 yards, about 4 yards away from goal in the end. Good delivery from Cruz. And well, the duo were just moving up through the gears. But something tells me this second leg, Alia, will be just a little bit more open. Now that both nations have felt each other out a little bit, they understand the tactics being employed against them, the personnel on the virtual pitch that they have to try and nullify. Something tells me we're going to have a very fun leg too.
I think we will, and we also have another match going on, Costa Rica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Costa Rica currently 2-1 up, which is probably something they want, because I think they're going to try and avoid facing Mexico for as long as possible, and they certainly don't want to have to fight through the lower bracket again like they did yesterday.
No, certainly not. That lower bracket run can be an absolute grueler, so very important you maintain the first of your 2 lives here at the FIFAe Continental Championships here in North and Central America and the Caribbean. Just an unbelievable situation we have coming up here. A second leg between 2 teams that usually are free-flowing. They're the 2 highest goal scoring of not only the group stages, but also this entire Continental Championships in terms of the Nations League as well. We have obviously Mexico that were first in average goals per game. And then Panama, we're not too far behind them at all either. So we saw their goal scoring pedigree in the group stages. Now with a bit more on the line, it's become a bit more cagey, but now they've had a first taste of the blood in each other's mouths. I think that this is going to be a very, very fun leg too.
Yeah, and this is what we tend to see in the knockouts. The first leg tends to almost always finish in a draw because both nations try to feel each other out. And the second leg is when they actually realize, okay, we have to win it in this 90 minutes. If not, it's going to golden goal. And I think nations play a lot more freely in the second leg, and it's certainly something I expect to come from these Mexican players.
Well, I just spied there Neymar Jr. getting the nod to start for Mexico. He was a Phase 4 player acquired from our 2 nations that sadly we had to say goodbye to from the group stages. It's never nice to say goodbye to anyone, but Puerto Rico and Honduras sadly could not keep pace with the top 4. And as a result, their Phase 2 players, their squad players, their drafted players were available for selection again. And Neymar Jr. could be one to watch here.
Whilst this second leg of Mexico and Panama hasn't kicked off, it has done in the other game. Trinidad and Tobago find themselves 1-0 up against Costa Rica, so that match currently sits 2-2 on aggregate.
Ooh. Keep an eye on FIFA.gg for that one. Or stick with us here for Mexico-Panama, or why not both? Open up a second screen. Keep your eyes peeled for all the action here in Mexico City. Panama in the all-red strip, the red tide, taking on Mexico.
Oh, I'm well nervous for this game, Harry. I want to see lots of goals, but so far I think both nations still trying to feel each other out, scared of conceding. But I mean, Panama, I really hope they come out with the upset here.
Oh, that's a nice knock on, and well, Mora's given chase. Can he lay this one off? Nedved's waiting. Crossed in towards Hullet. That one's cannoned away with the header from the Arsenal style.
Similar start to what we had in leg 1. Both nations ping-ponging the ball between each other. But can Mexico break here?
Oh, sliding finish. I thought he was offside. But the Arsenal style can't convert with Jan Koller. Big chance for the Chechen with the massive frame. Panama, though, won't be discouraged. That's a Trivela cross from Nedved that's sadly just too close to the goalkeeper.
I am holding on tight to this frame that we have in front of us, Harry, because I am leaning so far forward that I think if I don't hold on, I'm actually going to fall onto the stage.
Oh, Neymar Jr. We said he'd be one to watch. He's already bought a free kick and put Elise into the book. You can see there's discussion happening here between the Arsenal style and the IL Crews. Clearly have something up their sleeves from the free kick. This will break for Jan Koller.
Certainly love to take their time with their free kicks, their throw-ins, and it does appear it's because they like to have a little quick discussion before they rush into play here. But so far it's just a battle of the midfield, Harry.
Here's Elise. He's found guilty of dwelling on the ball there. Now Mexico can break. Near side is Jan Koller. On the wings, not really where you need him though. These two so evenly matched. But it's an accurate assessment of yours, Alia. That midfield battle is where both nations are just going to have to find another level. Samurai. Back to him here near side with Elise. Veteran defending from the Arsenal style.
Even though there's been no goals in this game so far, this is exactly what you want from a knockout match.
Poised on a knife edge. Just one moment of magic is all that will be required to set this semi-final alight. Half an hour gone.
And the way this game, Harry, is going, it does seem like it will simply come down to one moment of magic, a goal from either one of these nations. Which one will it be? We don't know yet because it's so well contested between Panama and Mexico. My heart's racing, Harry. It really, really is.
Well, don't forget, if it stays this way, we will have a golden goal 90-minute game. Mexico don't want that, though. Nice turn from Koller. Uses his frame, and now here's the IL Crews here with Neymar Jr. Thinks about going with the right, instead goes with the left, and not for the first time. Guilty of overplaying it. This will be a corner, though, late on in this first half of leg 2.
Mexico need to channel their inner Nene. We saw how skillful he was yesterday, but he didn't overthink it. He would simply do one skill move and just take his shot at goal. It almost feels as though the Mexico players, they're a little bit scared to shoot until they know they have a clear-cut chance. But sometimes the best chances come when you just try.
Well, I'd be very surprised to see any kind of personnel change at this point in time. We're only 35 minutes into this second leg. You'd imagine most of these player items are good to go until half-time, where they'll gain some more stamina. And just as predicted, no personnel changes. Don't rule out any tactical ones, though. Mexico have looked so good from corners so far. Jan Koller again looking for that trademark training ground move to knock on to Cristiano.
Mexico got away with it earlier, managing to score a bunch of messy goals, but Panama simply not letting it happen this time. But I'd say so far it does seem like Mexico currently have a bit of the upper hand.
Half time in about 5 in-game minutes. cannot stress how important keeping your concentration is at this level. Defensively, it takes so much energy.
I mean, both these nations, they're doing so well in the midfield, but it seems like when they get an attacking chance, they are getting a little bit sloppy, but maybe it will change for Panama here.
Ball cross along the floor, had to be cleared. And Mexico might fancy one last attack here at the half. I think the referee, though, won't be generous enough to give them that. Well, let's see. In the end, it is Panama 1, Mexico 1 on aggregate here. The second leg, second half awaits us, and I can't call it at this point in time. Panama and Mexico both look so evenly matched. I mean, just 3 completed passes separate the two nations.
I mean, Panama haven't even had a chance on goal yet, which is so surprising when we consider how good they are at attacking. But it's like I said, I think when they actually have a chance to attack, that final 1 or 2 passes, they're just being a little bit too sloppy and trying to force the attack. And I think that's the nerves coming through, knowing there's only 45 minutes before this goes to golden goal.
I've been very impressed with Mexico, sticking with this 3 at the back formation. How defensively organized they've been. It's clearly given a lot of nations problems. The problem they're having right now is just finding the back of the net.
It's a problem they haven't really had to deal with all day up until this moment. They didn't have trouble with it against Panama earlier, but Panama certainly aren't giving them a chance to even attack the way they want to as we kick off this second half.
Big half of eFootball here in the semi-final. If it stays this way and neither nation can get the goal they need, we'll be heading to a golden goal match. Cristiano Ronaldo's not giving this one up, and this is a big chance here for Mexico! Chance converted. Yael Cruz never gave this one up, and it allowed the easiest goal of the Arsenal star's career.
Exactly the same as the first leg, Harry. After the restart, Mexico finally managed to find the back of the net. And they've done it again to go 2-1 up on aggregate against Panama.
We said it, didn't we? It's concentration when you're defending. Sensing the danger, sensing that something could go awry. And Yael Cruz and Cristiano Ronaldo never gave that one up. And now Mexico are 1 up.
Such a shame, as Panama have done so well to defend Mexico across these past 2 legs, but all it takes is one mistake, one slip up, and you find yourself 1-0 down.
Well, here come Panama in search of their equaliser. Oh, save! Big save. Yield is denied. Could he have done better? I mean, this is straight at the goalkeeper. He's got to do better there.
It's just the decision making when it comes to that final pass or when they actually have to shoot. They're just rushing it, and if they don't calm their nerves down within these next few moments, it's going to come back to bite them.
The Panama corner too close to Gigi Buffon. That's a rare missed input from Arsenal style. And a wry smile from him in that player cam, with a nod of the head to say, yep, I know, that one's on me. Just over half an hour left for Panama to turn on the Jets. Nice turn from Samurai.
It's the same mistake over and over with Panama. They just tend to rush the passes, and it's costing them a potential equalizer. But they're trying to make the pass when their back is still turned to that next player, and it's just landing back at the feet of the Mexico players and giving them a chance to consistently counter-attack now.
Well, here's a chance for one of those counter-attacks. Cristiano Ronaldo looking for the man he's set up for Mexico's first goal of this second leg. Panama need to show us something here.
I'm actually getting quite frustrated watching Panama here, because I know that we're stood up here and it's easy for us to say, stop rushing your passes, stop panicking, and it's not easy when you are a goal down, but it's the same mistake over and over again, and why aren't they realizing it?
It's a completely refreshed forward line for Panama, and that's what they need. Kaká's going to be introduced as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a change in shape. Maybe move Kaká to the more AMF position behind that strike force. On the other side, big Dan Burn being introduced for Mexico. Dan Burn?
Cristiano will be a very happy man seeing Dan Burn come in on, but it seems like Panama are opting to open up their midfield a little bit, which if they're not careful, Mexico will capitalize on that. But I think Panama know there's only about 20 minutes left for them before they get pushed down to that lower bracket.
Out for the long throw here. That's why Dan Burn's been introduced. They're trying to reinforce themselves with a dreadnought, so to speak. Here's the Mexican break. Nice little footwork there from the Arsenal style, trying just to juke the defender. Mora. Oh, nice ball if he can find its target. Samurai was waiting with Erling Haaland. Oh, what a header on this is, by the way. Yao Cruz, goal side. Unbelievable tackle from Samurai. Had to get that right.
We knew this could happen. Panama opting to open up their midfield and have more bodies up front. Mexico certainly aware of that and capitalizing on it, but that was such a close call with that tackle. Nearly a penalty it could have been.
Clearly very confident in their defensive tackles on Panama. Can the red tide turn the tide here? Just when it looked like Samurai would have time and space to turn with the ball and pick his pass. That lane is completely shut down. Yao Cruz will just buy his team a bit of time here. Just a yellow card, I imagine.
In 15 minutes, still plenty of time for Panama to find an equalizer here.
Ooh, good bounce anywhere. Oh, but that's a big, big mistake, dwelling on the ball. Now Yao Cruz has to make up a bit of time. And time was always against him in that scenario. Headed on. Here come Panama. There's a man over on that far side if they can find him. Samurai trying to get to the byline here. Crossed along the floor, cleared by the Arsenal style. And he's won the ball here again. Just took too long. You could see the intention. Try and play his man in down the line. Another dangerous long throw in. Might fall for Panama here. Mexico just sinking back into their shell a little bit. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes stand between Mexico and the winners bracket final.
Panama might have one last attack here as long as they make the correct decision and don't rush it, which is exactly what they just did there to give Mexico possession again, but not for long, Harry.
Good pressing from Panama. Early cross as well. Forces Dan Burn into a defensive header. Corner denied. Only 2 minutes added on, so it has to be now for Panama, but they've lost the ball. And that'll send Yael Cruz all the way with Van Bronckhorst to the corner, just to guarantee Mexico's spot in the winners' final. Mexico 2, Panama 1. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't textbook, but it does not matter. The history books will only remember one thing, and that is a Mexico semi-final victory over Panama.
I feel so sad for Panama there, but I think their decision-making and their lack of patience cost them that game, and I think it got exacerbated, especially when Mexico went 1-0 up. They just seemed to start panicking because they knew they had to chase the game, and you just hope that when they go into this lower bracket now, they go in with a clear mind and hopefully more patience.
Oh, how much will Panama regret that big, costly defensive error, if you can even call it that? It was just so much tenacious work from Cristiano Ronaldo to then win the ball back. The press was effective. They got a bit fortunate. We'll see it obviously in the highlights earlier, but you still have to convert in that scenario. And I think in the commentary I called it the easiest goal of the Arsenal Stars career. He still had some to do there with Jan Koller, with the ball roll. We'll see it obviously in the highlights, but how much will Panama regret that? They now have to go through the lower bracket.
I think this is what happens when you get into knockouts. Teams just tend to play a lot more reserved because they're scared of conceding. But Panama just played too reserved, and they didn't actually wake up until they had to chase the game. And to me, that will be a massive regret for them now that they have to fight through the lower bracket and play more games to try and get to the final.
Well, as we see some of the highlights on your screens, that was the goal that sent Mexico into the winners' final to follow. And it came from the Yael Cruz press. Arsenal style backed him as well, kept Jan Koller up there in a supportive role. But that entire semi-final just felt like both nations overthinking things. It wasn't the free goal-scoring form we're expecting from both of these nations, and obviously with more at stake earlier, we can't expect 7-goal thrillers every time. But you just expected a little bit more from Panama, and I feel they may live to regret that here in Mexico City. For Mexico, it's as you were. They're happy as Larry. They are heading to the winners' final.
I mean, I don't think either of us or even the crowd expected both teams to play so scared. I can understand it's a knockout match. I can understand that there's more at stake. But surely you still fight for your nation. You don't just let the other team walk all over you. And I think Mexico are incredibly lucky that we didn't see that goal to golden goal. But they were just calmer than Panama were, and it worked out in their favor.
Yeah. Completely agree with that. Not only did we have this semi-final being played, we also had Trinidad taking on Costa Rica, and sadly for the Caribbean nation, Trinidad and Tobago could not overturn the leg one deficit. It will end Costa Rica 3, Trinidad and Tobago 2 on aggregate. It was 2-2 at some point, as you gave us the update earlier, but Costa Rica, just with that cutting edge in leg 2, sees them face Mexico in the winners' final.
And Mexico-Costa Rica, that's going to be another cracker of a game, I think, because it's the only game in the group stages that Mexico dropped points in.
Ooh, good point.
They won all of their games, but Costa Rica held them off to 0-0. And now that we've got 2 legs, Instead, if Mexico plays scared here, I fear Costa Rica will capitalize on it.
Good point. That was in round 2 of the group stages, roughly 3 or 4 hours ago. Have Mexico or have Costa Rica, or have they both learned from their previous mistakes? We're going to have to find out when they face in that final to come. It will be a very exciting affair indeed. Just moments away from it, and it's sad. Over in that lower bracket, that both Panama and Trinidad and Tobago are now on their last lives. If they lose this next match or any of their matches in the future, they are sadly going to be eliminated. Alia, when we come back, we will have the winners' final between Mexico and Costa Rica.
Thank you.
Got a psycho trapped within, can't contain her, crawling underneath my skin. She's got humor, she just one of a kind, out of mind. She's a rebel.
Gracias, guapísimos colegas, hermosos casters. Y así es, estamos de vuelta aquí para continuar con este increíble torneo FIFA Continental Championship 2026 by CONCACAF. Y lo importante aquí, chicos, es que vamos a pasar a lo que debería ser en realidad, si fuera bracket de eliminación directa, la gran final. Todavía no es, esta es la final del bracket de ganadores, el bracket de arriba, para que Casey no se enoje conmigo. Y justamente ya tenemos en realidad a los equipos que no han perdido, a los dos mejores equipos. El que gane ahorita pasa a la gran final y el que no gane va a tener que intentar llegar a la gran final. Así que hora de presentar a estos equipos y quiero comenzar como me lo pide producción y como obviamente queremos nuestros locales, los que estamos apoyando en general a la mayoría de los mexicanos, pero obviamente van a tener un rival durísimo para seguir avanzando. Así que por favor, unámonos Gamergy 2026 y den un fuerte aplauso a la selección mexicana. ¡Qué aura, qué aura! Solo me faltó que me hicieran silencio extreme Mewin. Silencio Mewin. Epicidad. México va súper bien. Espero sigamos así, chicos, pero ahora sí. Final adelantada, el duelo de duelos una vez más, pero por eso quiero presentar y llamar a sus rivales. Se viene el duelo de duelos, aquí se podría definir quién sería el campeón, así que por favor todo México Gaming 2026, fuerte aplauso para sus rivales, Costa Rica. Vean esto, papá. Aura por 1000, cállenme por favor y enséñenme el Mewin. Silencio Mewin Extreme. Bienvenidos chicos, como lo comentaba, esta es la final de Winner Bracket. Como se jugaba hace años, si hubiera sido eliminación directa, esta sería la gran final. Los dos mejores equipos del torneo hasta el momento. Se viene el duelo de duelos. Y quiero comenzar con ustedes de este lado, Costa Rica. La revancha de ayer, ahora en consola. No quiero ponerte nervioso, el coach ya se dio cuenta. Es más, voy a comenzar contigo, mi hermano. Listos para el duelo de revancha. Yo sé que sí, yo quiero que nos den un partidazo. ¿Estás listo para darlo y quieres? ¿Vas a llevarte la victoria?
Vamos a hacer todo lo posible por eso.
Excelente, mi hermano. ¿Cómo va la estrategia? ¿Ya saben cómo van a jugar? ¿Ya lo platicaron y todo?
Sí, mucho mejor. Ya tenemos claro lo que tenemos que hacer. Es un partido difícil. Evidentemente, México está en casa. Todos son grandísimos jugadores, excelentes personas, grandes amigos también. Pero eso es lo bonito también, hay competencia, hay rivalidad, así que bueno, agradecido por la oportunidad de estar aquí y pues que gane el mejor.
Claro, mi hermano, nosotros también los consideramos hermanos. Ustedes costarricenses ya son mexicanos, al rato lo gritaremos, se los aseguro, los queremos mucho y les deseamos mucha suerte. Pero jugadores, mentalmente, ¿cómo se sienten?
Fuertes.
Fuertes, fuertes, ¿listo?
Sí, estamos listos.
Listísimo, mi hermano. No quiero desconcentrarlos con más preguntas. Voy a darle guerra ahora al coach de este lado para que sea justo. Mi hermanito Pumas. Gracias. Misma estrategia, están jugando muy bien, van a mantener ese estilo de juego. ¿Tienes algo de sorpresa? Obviamente no me vas a decir qué, pero ¿cómo va la cosa?
Sí, venimos jugando bien. Contra Panamá es un partido duro, pero pues, como te digo, lo pudimos sacar adelante y hay que mantener el ritmo con el que venimos jugando y que se den bien las cosas.
Contra Panamá estuvo durísimo, nosotros allá andábamos nerviosos, pensábamos que Panamá se le iba a llevar, la verdad, y pues bueno, supieron dar la victoria y la sorpresa muy bien. Se viene otro duelo igual de difícil o peor, así que espero que estemos listos con la estrategia. Jugadores, misma pregunta, mentalidad.
Fuertes, muy fuertes.
Muy fuertes. ¿Y cómo te sientes? ¿Tranquilo?
Sí, estamos tranquilos.
Están tranquilos acá. De este lado, mentalidad.
Sí, tranquilo. Creo que un partido como el que acabamos de tener te libera mucho, entonces.
Claro. O sea, ahorita necesitan desestresarse un poco después de un partido tan complicado, ¿no?
Sí, ya tranquilos.
Perfecto, mi hermano. Pues ahora sí, chicos, ha llegado el momento. Dense las manos. Felicítense de adelantado y deseense la suerte. Como sabemos, somos hermanos, Latinoamérica. El duelo de duelos. Se viene a continuación el partido que podría definir este campeonato. Ahora en consola, recuerden, ayer estuvimos teniendo los partidos en celular, eFootball en celular, ahora es eFootball en consola. Ayer México se la llevó aquí en casa para representar en el Mundial en celular. Ahora veremos si México puede contra un rival tan fuerte y de hecho esta es la revancha porque ayer la final fue Costa Rica-México. Pero es hora de que comencemos con el partido. Mucho bla 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 extreme, así que voy con otras voces, caras hermosas que nos van a dar todas las emociones. Vamos con mis amigos casters.
Thank you very much, Extreme. Yes, set up perfectly for our winners final. It's getting late in the evening. The music and festivities here at the Gamergy Gaming Festival in Mexico City, the host and location of eCONCACAF, the first ever Continental Championships here in North and Central America and the Caribbean. It's starting to kick off here. It's starting to really ramp up the intensity. The day's cracking on. We've seen lapses in concentration earlier. That's led us to some mistakes. And that would be the order of the day here for Mexico. That will be the order of the day for Costa Rica. They need to make sure the concentration levels do not dwindle at any point here in this winners' final.
I mean, it's been about 5 hours since we started our show, so it has been a very long day, especially for the players. And here at Gamergy, it's a lot busier today than it was yesterday. There's more atmosphere, the crowds are a lot louder, you've got music blaring, and some of these players opt to play without headphones as well, which is an interesting choice considering you need to focus now more than ever.
Well, here's the route from both Mexico and Costa Rica. You could see just 1 goal the margin between their semi-final opponents and them. But here are your 2 winners of those semi-finals, ready to go head-to-head, and after this, be potentially 1 game away from the FIFAe Finals 2026. Mexico have been there before. Costa Rica have also been there before, if I remember correctly, back in 2024. So these two, the pedigree, the cream of the crop, if you will, rising to the top.
Of course, and Costa Rica missing out last year, as they did their mobile counterparts as well. Costa Rica on the mobile side unfortunately fell short against Mexico yesterday in that grand final. It almost feels like a little bit of deja vu, Harry, just a little bit earlier on in the bracket.
Yeah, it does indeed. That one in the group stages back in match 2, when these two played each other, it was 0-0. For Costa Rica, the quest is quite clear. Get back to where they were in 2024. They were the Americas region representative. On that occasion, sadly, only scored 1 point throughout the entire group stages. Not up to the standard Los Ticos do expect of their national team. For Mexico, as you rightly said, a 2nd year in a row for them is what they are trying to achieve here. You win this winners final, and it doesn't matter if your name's Mexico or your name's Costa Rica, you will be 1 game away from the FIFAe Finals. Here we go, Mexico, Costa Rica in your winners final. Arsenal style, Yael Cruz taking on Jorge and McFly. At the end of this, we will know who will be 1 game away. Mexico starting out very sprightly indeed. Crossed in towards Yankola. Oh, 4 minutes in! And Mexico want to make certain of this one. 4 minutes into the first leg.
Mexico played scared in that first knockout match against Panama. They knew it was a big mistake, and they've come out absolutely flying, much to Costa Rica's shock. I mean, what a start, Wes. Wes, I keep calling you Wes. Harry.
I'm so insulted. Costa Rica caught sleeping. Straight away off the break, it's the veteran play from Arsenal style, flanked by Yael Cruz. They know how susceptible teams are from the kickoff. 4 minutes in, Alia, 4 minutes, and Mexico have guaranteed we won't see a repeat of the 0-0.
No, of course not. I mean, 0-0 in that first leg, when you see how incredibly good both of these nations are with attacking, was a bit of a shocker result. And yes, Mexico dropped points against them earlier, the only nation they did so against. They certainly don't want that to happen again. They want that straight ticket to the grand final.
What kind of reply can Costa Rica muster? They bested Trinidad and Tobago in their semi-final, 3-2 on aggregate. This Mexico team are a different test entirely. Yael Cruz. Nice work there. Crosses in towards Jan Koller again. The defender well placed on that occasion to head behind for a corner.
Mexico certainly going to take their time with this corner. The players prefer to speak to each other before they have a set play. Cross comes in.
Oh, headed on. That time by Dan Byrne, I believe. And oh, he's cropped up at the perfect moment for Mexico. The gold medalists of yesterday cheering on their compatriots here. I think this is Dan Byrne poking this home. It's Dan Byrne.
What a moment for Mexico in front of their home crowd.
Now listen, when Mexico drew up that play, I guarantee you, Alia, they didn't expect Dan Byrne to be on the perfect spot to poke home an opportunity like that. Mexico 2, Costa Rica 0. What a dream start here in Mexico City.
Dream start for Mexico and a massive nightmare for Costa Rica as this knockout is over 2 legs. It's good for them that they have plenty of time, Harry, but 2-0 down at 12 minutes has got to be gut-wrenching.
They haven't really steadied themselves into this winners' final at all, and they need to do so quickly. Else it might be over before they've even had a proper chance at this.
Game seems to be settling down a little bit more now. Mexico, Arsenal style, just taunting Costa Rica, faking the throw in multiple times before he finally does it. But so far, this has been all Mexico's attack. Costa Rica, they're just not getting a chance.
I think first objective here for Costa Rica will be just to settle down the midfield, give Mexico and their defence just something to concentrate on, because right now, I mean, it's mistakes left and right. Not much to be done there for McFly. Headed on by Jan Koller. Now, can Jorge find his teammate? It's only just hitting me as well that Dan Burns gotten the nod to start here for Mexico. He was brought on in the semi-final as a substitute, so clearly a tactical switch here from Mexico.
It's worked out well in their favour. They now find themselves 2-0 up against Costa Rica, who have their first real chance of the game.
Good job from Jorge, but a controlled strike just too close to the Mexico goalkeeper. Encouraging signs from them. First chance of the game. Nice strike back from Yael Cruz, and there's the super cancel as well, but defenders jostle did enough to put him off. And from defence to an attack here, McFly far side. Can he find Jorge? Ruud Gullit's in there, we know how good he is aerially, but the defence from Mexico stops him in his tracks.
A much better Costa Rica now that we actually see them finally starting to get attacked near their 18-yard box.
The Wolves stood up towards Ruud Gullit. Ten minutes from half-time here in leg one. Costa Rica conjure up from this corner. It's headed on. I don't think Van Dijk will get on the end of that one. Too close to the keeper. Now the defender will have some backtracking to do. As this one's knocked on, Arsenal style, with CR7 trying to find Jan Koller. Great composure from Jorge.
Luckily for Costa Rica, although it's only taken them about 30 minutes to wake up in this game, they do still have a whole second leg to chase this 2-goal deficit unless Mexico capitalize and score even more goals. But it just seems like Mexico, 2 goals in 12 minutes, Costa Rica just weren't fully focused on this game yet, whereas Mexico were from the get-go.
I'd say that's an accurate assessment. Now that Costa Rica finally have their legs under them, the next objective will be fashioning more chances. This front line from Mexico have been so good playing down the line. Here's Arsenal style into the box with Eden Hazard standing it up for Jan Koller. The crowd were expecting something a little bit more flashy from Eden Hazard. fizzled into Jorge. Costa Rica have the Mexican defense a bit disorganized here for just a moment. Is there one last attack? How generous will this referee be? Costa Rica clear, and I think that will be the half-time whistle. Mexico 2, Costa Rica 0. At half-time in leg 1 of our winners' final.
Costa Rica find themselves chasing the game, which is unfortunate because I feel after the second Mexico goal, Costa Rica actually started playing the way that they have done all day. But just a lack of concentration to start the game. I mean, Mexico knew that maybe Costa Rica weren't fully focused. They're more chatty over on that side, I feel, but it feels like it's a little bit of an unfair scoreline, especially for the last 30 minutes of that half.
It was just Costa Rica being slightly too slow to the races. Given themselves quite the task moving forward here over the next 3 halves, if you will, of eFootball.
3 quarters, Harry. Half is 1 of 2.
Second half is underway. Look at this from Mexico. Their aerial dominance has been difficult for all nations to deal with. The more Costa Rica have to chase this game, the more gaps will appear for that aerial dominance of Cristiano Ronaldo, Jan Koller, to try and help each other, but also allow the likes of Eden Hazard to come in and finish off those moves. Costa Rica need to be careful.
It's tough for Costa Rica as well because there's 2 legs. Do you go full out attacking or do you still play safe?
Into the box here for Costa Rica. To able the 50-50 drop. Mexico just guilty there of getting under each other's feet. Not enough room to maneuver. Finally the ball settles for them. They can bring the ball out. And the Olays ring around Mexico City. Lovely footwork from the Arsenal style. Far side, crossing in towards Jan Koller. Can't connect. And from all of that attack from Costa Rica earlier, it's Mexico who come out the other end of it with the better chance, you could argue.
I mean, Costa Rica, it just feels like I'm watching Panama again because they're having to chase the game. They're rushing their passes, not great with decision making. But it's one of those things, you just need them to calm down because they are more than good enough. If not, they wouldn't be here in the knockout stages. But just the panic is fully settling in for Costa Rica.
Something tells me subs will be introduced here at the earliest opportunity. Good defending in tandem there from Mexico. Have to do it again here as well. They won't because that's a let-off. McFly caught in an offside position. And here are those subs I alluded to. Time to look towards the subs bench. See what you've got in the locker.
That's what I was saying earlier. If you're Costa Rica, because this is over 2 legs, do you go all out attacking to try and chase the game in this first leg, knowing you open yourself up to Mexico scoring more goals? Or do you stick with this current playstyle and just hope that you can score that way? Changes coming though for Costa Rica. Bellingham, Messi and Del Piero coming on for Gaucho Cruyff, and Ousmane Dembele. Same on the Mexico side, Harry. Full changes on their front 4 players.
I can't lie, I don't mind the changes from Costa Rica. Jude Bellingham introduced. He's one of the players he has joined the Costa Rica team in phase 4 of our draft. So he's going to be put to immediate use. As for Del Piero, I mean, we know his blitz curler ability can do long-range damage. It's just going to be about getting him into that kind of position. And Mexico's refreshed front line can cause damage as well. Arsenal start with the ball roll, left-footed strike, no good. And well, the referee's going to bring this one back for an offside. Thought there for just a moment there was going to be some drama.
Still seems like quite a shaky game, I would say, from Costa Rica. Of course, when you're chasing the game, it becomes a lot more difficult and panic does seem to set in. But, I mean, they're doing well to hold this game at 2-0 so far.
Yeah, cross in here from McFly, Costa Rica in the final third. Fly with the ball. Nice, tidy footwork, finds Jorge. McFly's there as well, turns inside Big Dan Burn, but Yao Cruz to the rescue. 15 minutes left here in leg 1.
There's one thing that Mexico have in their pocket, it's Costa Rica's attackers, because they simply cannot break through to give themselves a decent chance at goal. And the story of this first leg has just been Mexico with their countless attacks.
It's been a good spell though from Costa Rica. It is aggregate score over 2 legs, so a goal here for either nation would be very valuable. With how evenly poised this tie is, Yao Cruz to try and cross this one in. Behind for a corner.
Mexico certainly trying to capitalize on their taller players in the box. They're going to take their time with this corner, as they always do. Cross comes in.
Oh, headed on at the front post. That's a different look. This is Neymar Jr. with Yao Cruz. Just trying to buy something across a foul, anything there. Costa Rica can take advantage of some out-of-position defenders. Great tackle from Arsenal style.
Held onto the ball for way too long there, Harry, and that's the decision-making. I know it's hard in these situations, but you've got to be a lot quicker. You're 2 goals down. You cannot afford to be overthinking.
Fist in towards McFly. But Del Piero and Kane really have just been feeding off scraps since they've been introduced. 90th minute here in leg 1. Mexico looks set to hold the advantage into the second leg. There might be one last attack here, maybe for Costa Rica. This ball has to be nodded forward and it needs to continue going forward. They hesitate again. Mexico 2, Costa Rica 0 is our full-time scoreline at the end of leg 1. Leg 2 to come after this. But job half done for Mexico.
I think Costa Rica will be very happy with themselves that they've managed to hold Mexico off to just 2 goals, because the way that game started, I was fully expecting a much bigger scoreline there.
Costa Rica had plenty of the ball, more passes completed, but just having difficulty carving out chances. They're not the first nation today that has really struggled against Mexico, despite being 3 at the back. I mean, that Mexican defense, I mean, they're so in sync. The communication, who stays, who goes, the tandem pressing, it's a difficult skill, it's high risk, but as we've seen, it's such high reward.
It is, and I think that's something we noticed with Mexico on mobile yesterday as well. The communication between those two players was just top notch, and we're seeing the same thing here today with the console players, the synergy that they have. And it's not easy playing 2v2. I've tried playing 2v2 with Danny, and he hates playing with me because I can't communicate. And to do what these players are doing, it's such a high requirement of skill.
Yeah, it really is. An interesting fact for you. Costa Rica in this winners final have conceded as many goals as they did throughout the entirety of the groups.
Oh, wow.
They conceded 2 in the groups, and they've conceded 2 in leg 1 against Mexico. They conceded 2 as well in their semi-final against Trinidad and Tobago. So let's take a look at some of the highlights. Obviously, the big 1-2 punch early on in the game is the story, the tale of the tape here for Mexico.
Seems to be Mexico's tactic is just cross it in and try and find the head of Jan Koller. They kept trying to do it over and over again, even in the second half, which I think is why Costa Rica maybe managed to hold them off from more goals coming in. But this Dan Burn goal, I don't think we've actually seen Dan Burn score from a free run of play.
It's usually an aerial duel in which he's able to commit himself to and win, but honestly, seeing him stab it home, I couldn't quite believe my eyes.
No, I think it took a second there for us to realize, was that actually Dan Burns? Like, surely it had to be Jan Koller, but the goals come in 4th minute and the 12th minute. You've just got to hope that won't come back to haunt Costa Rica for their lapse of concentration to start the game.
Well, they're going to have to turn things around in this second leg if they want to continue in the upper brackets. Mexico just 90 in-game minutes away from contesting the grand final. If Costa Rica can find their shooting boots, they haven't been able to manufacture too many chances. But if they can, we'll be heading to a golden goal situation if it's even at the end of this 90 minutes on aggregate. So there is still a chance here for Costa Rica, and that should be something the coach is telling them. Coach T'Challa, of course, behind his boys, making sure they know. This is knockout football here. We have another leg. It's going to be important that we steady ourselves.
And of course, and Costa Rica's coach was the same coach on mobile yesterday as well, so he knows what it's like to be knocked out, and he certainly doesn't want to find himself in that position again. The only saving grace either of these nations have is the fact they still have 1 life left with that lower bracket.
Mexico, Costa Rica for the chance to be just 1 game away from qualifying for the FIFA E finals. It's a big opportunity. Comes with it the glitz, the glamour, all the attention, the lights, the cameras, and of course all the action. You want to be there, you don't want to be watching from home. And we're into the locker rooms now. Long ball counter for Mexico, and that patented 3 at the back.
I'm so surprised at how well they've managed to play with a 3-back, because it opens yourself up to being counted on a lot more, I feel, and it just seems to be something that all the nations they come up against, they just can't seem to capitalize on it. But I think that comes down to the fantastic communication between the Mexico players. They know not to go too far forward and leave that back line open up. But going into this second leg, Harry, you just got to hope Costa Rica comes out all guns blazing.
Our Mexico crowd are just waiting patiently, some more than others, some with gold medals around their necks, for our second leg here. I did spy a shape change for Costa Rica. We mentioned they were struggling in the midfield. They've now switched to a double pivot. Seems like Patrick Vieira and Pirlo will be in charge of trying to break up some of that Mexican play and maybe doubling up on the likes of Koller and Cristiano Ronaldo. Well, we'll see if they can stop them. We're moments from kickoff here in Mexico City. And we're underway.
Mexico just 90 minutes away from an absolute dream run on console like they had yesterday on mobile. They are, of course, 2-0 up currently on aggregate, and as it stands, they have booked their place in that grand final.
Right into the box now, Arsenal style with his tricky footwork. And we'll see if this double DMF formation from McFly and Jorge works out for them. There's Pirlo introduced to stop attacks just like that. It's all well and good having two pivots, two men to try and break up the play, but if you're not making the right actions when you're controlling them, it could spell your demise. Back here to Yael Cruz. Living and dying by the crossing tactic to Jan Koller there. I was fully expecting that one to curl top bins.
Well, good news for Costa Rica. We come close to that 12th minute and it's still 0-0, so a different story to the 2-0 position they found themselves in. Could we potentially see something come from this attack?
McFly beats his man. Needs to try and find a teammate though. Good defending and backtracking. They get this next phase of play right, Costa Rica. It will pin Mexico right back in their own half.
And at this point, Costa Rica have everything to lose here. We are in the second leg. If they do not manage to at least score 2 goals and keep Mexico at bay with 0, we will find them in that lower bracket, which is a position they do not want to find themselves in. But so far, Harry, lots of positive attacking play from them.
And defensively, the double pivot working out. So it seems to be a stroke of tactical genius from either Chala, Jorge or McFly. But defensively, they seem to plug most of the holes in leg one towards the latter stages. It's offensively where they've struggled. Outside of the boot cross, can't find Jan Koller. If there was any criticism of Mexico so far earlier, is that they are just slightly one-dimensional with that Jan Koller up front.
Diane, it's a very different style of attack that we've seen from them. Previously, we see them trying all sorts of things, trying to shoot from outside of the box. But this time, it just seems like they're consistently trying to find the head of Jan Koller, which Costa Rica have figured out.
Well, you'd have to imagine if there's going to be joy in this game for Costa Rica, it is going to be getting Dan Burn running back towards his own goal. That's not really his wheelhouse. Here's Arsenal style. Finds Yael Cruz, lovely turn inside! Goal, Yael Cruz! Mexico cruising. And time to take a selfie. That's how comfortable they are here in the capital city. Mexico in full control.
And that feels like that's come completely against the run of play. Costa Rica, on the other hand, consistently trying to find the back of the net. And with a quick counter, Mexico find themselves 1-0 up in this game. And you just have to hope that that selfie they decided to take isn't going to come back to bite them.
Well, keep an eye out on social media for that one. FIFAe on all the socials. No doubt that will be all over your feed in no time at all. Some skill that, by the way, from Yael Cruz. The drag back with Eden Hazard, we know he's got some very nice dribbling attributes. That's why he's been chosen in the draft by Mexico. And way to answer almost immediately our criticisms earlier. We were saying maybe just a little bit too one-dimensional trying to cross it to Jan Koller. And then Yael Cruz just reminds us that he's a dribbling demon as well.
still, they actually remembered, you know what, there's different ways to try and score here. And the moment they tried something new, it gave them the result they wanted. It's unfortunate for Costa Rica. They now find themselves chasing 3 goals just to send this to golden goal.
Well, Mexico are just brimming with confidence. Costa Rica, they're flustered. Yael Cruz beats his man. Ronaldinho's getting involved now. Here's Arsenal style. Strong challenge by Costa Rica, but the goal here is plain and simple. You need chances. We haven't seen it from Costa Rica. They've been completely nullified.
I think that's the strength of having someone like Andre Pumas behind you as your coach. Still a current player, but opting out to play in the FIFAe World Cup this year. And having that extra set of eyes behind you to figure out what your opponents are doing must be such a huge difference maker and sort of a weight taken off the Mexican players. One less thing for them to think about.
Such a good point. It goes without saying, you want an ex-player in your corner. You want someone who's been there, done that, knows what it feels like, knows the type of criticism, the type of feedback to give and when to receive it as well. Mexico 3, Costa Rica 0. It's Mexico. I mean, it's their winner's final to lose here.
I mean, we've only had one chance at goal. That came from Mexico. They managed to convert on it, but Costa Rica not really even getting a chance to sniff the goal, and Mexico just have them completely locked down, and they're so visibly relaxed as well, which I think is probably helping them play the way that they are. They're stress-free, Harry.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be? Costa Rica now opting to sacrifice a defender. They're going 3 at the back to just match man for man the formation, I believe, of Mexico. And you have to roll that dice at this point. 3-0 down, only 45 minutes to try and scrape back those 3 goals. It's been a winner's final that across 2 legs. You've struggled to get any good chances to go your way. It makes sense if there's a time to make subs, if there's a time to change tactics. Why not now? Nothing to lose at this point. 45 in-game minutes for Mexico to try and hold on.
And of course, there is another game going on at the minute in the losers bracket. Panama versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago do find themselves 1-0 up, which puts them 3-2 on aggregate. And currently, the nation Costa Rica are likely to face.
Wow, what a story that is for Trinidad and Tobago if they can hang on over there. FIFA.gg for all that action. Jorge tries the blitz curler attempt. All that's going to do is set Arsenal style on his way. Crossfield ball to Yael Cruz. Into the box now. 2 big men to aim for. Costa Rica bring it forward. Simply put, time is ticking away for them.
Look, I know the Mexico players, they are very skillful on the ball, but it almost feels as though they're doing too much to the point where they are giving Costa Rica a chance at gaining possession back.
Oh, mistake after the tandem press, and that's a really nice inviting cross. Forced to be dealt with by the Mexico defense. Costa Rica's corner. Evades absolutely everyone.
This must must be so incredibly frustrating for Team Costa Rica, especially that in the group stages they managed to hold Mexico off to a 0-0 result. But at the moment, the stories flip.
Oh no. Luckily they were able to salvage that one. But an unforced error at this stage of the game at 3-0 down, and you'd be kissing Costa Rica goodbye from the winner's bracket. McFly to try and get something going. Here's Jorge with a control finish. There we go. Finally, a diamond chance for Costa Rica converted. And they have a lifeline. But is it too late, Alia? Is it too little too late?
I mean, boy, oh boy, do we now have a game on our hands. I wouldn't say it's too late. There's still about 30 in-game minutes to go for Costa Rica. And the only thing you can hope here is that they capitalize on this momentum and hope Mexico don't lose their concentration.
Well, brilliant finish in the end. Costa Rica are able to give themselves some kind of hope here. Some kind of hope.
See Jude Bellingham coming on for Johan Cruyff. Currently the only change they are choosing to make. Spoke too soon, Gakpo's coming on, and I expect they may be taking off Hullet as well because he is running quite low on stamina and they need to score more goals. So I'll be very surprised if they keep him on. Over on Mexico's side, Neymar and Baggio coming on for Hazard and Ribery. Ronaldo coming off as well though, Harry.
Well, Mexico clearly thinking about maybe straying away from that almost head tennis tactic. They're still pretty relaxed and laughing over there on the stage, but if they concede another, those smiles and those laughs might turn to a bit of concern. As Coach T'Challa tries to urge his boys on. Just under half an hour left. Dembele, after just scoring that goal for Costa Rica, their first of this winners' final, has been sacrificed for Leo Messi.
A little bit of an error in judgment there, I think, for Costa Rica, trying to force the ball up to the goal a little bit too much, but Mexico now trying to capitalize on it. But Costa Rica, they are not going down without a fight. They want to stay in this upper bracket.
Yeah, Rafa Leal was the man brought on for Mexico. Cristiano Ronaldo made way for him. Here he is on the ball. He's absolutely electrifying, this Rafa Leal card. His acceleration, I mean, this player ID is just so good.
Mexico here, unsurprisingly again, taking as long as they need for this throw-in. Probably going to run down the clock. They opt for that long throw-in.
Oh, Yankola almost sneaks it in. Which version of Mexico will we see from this corner? It'll be headed on towards Yankola! Cleared! But it's the same old routine. It's just about if you can stop it. For Costa Rica, they want to come up the other end and make them pay. But Cruz clears, and McFly's putting in some meaty tackles now. They needed the ball back. As we approach the final 10 in-game minutes, controlled strike, super cancel off the side netting.
It was was a fantastic run from Costa Rica. Just didn't have enough bodies up there for that first run. But this is what you need to do against Mexico. You have to shoot from outside the 18-yard box. But maybe it's come a little bit too late for Costa Rica to realize that 2-goal deficit with just over 10 minutes to go.
You can see the skill and the intent from Costa Rica. It's like the will is strong, but the body is just weak at this moment in time. Such a good idea to super cancel with Del Piero. He has that blitz curler trait, so you'd imagine 99 out of 100 defenses will bank on you taking that blue power bar strike. But Mexico, they're just having fun out there. They're 2 to the good with less than 10 remaining. You can't see them throwing this away now.
We did say for Costa Rica, those 2 goals in the first leg so early on, just 12 minutes into the game, was going to come back to haunt them. They've done so well in this second leg, but mistakes in the first leg just weren't good enough.
Oh, good reverse ball. Forces the save. Del Piero cannot find the back of the net here for Costa Rica. It's always going to be tricky to score from that angle. But this is becoming virtually impossible for Costa Rica. I mean, look how much time is left. We need a goal yesterday for Costa Rica. Here's the corner. They need to win this phase of play. Jorge spraying it out to McFly. 89th minute now. Great tackle from Arsenal style. Brilliant tackle, and that ball is aimed at no one other than the territory it gains for Mexico.
I think it's safe to say, Harry, just 3 minutes left in this game. There's no way Mexico are going to concede 2 goals. It's going to be absolute heartbreak for the Costa Ricans. But luckily for them, they do have a saving grace. They do still have the lower bracket to fight through for a spot at the grand final.
That's an unforced error. Arsenal style playing it back. Attempted to play it back to Buffon, but the pass not accurate. It'll not fall Costa Rica's way though. They couldn't make the most of the corner. And are Mexico destined, that blitz curler from downtown, just too far away. Are they destined to join Brazil as the only nation to do the double on home soil? They're 1 game away. Your winners bracket winners, Mexico. They advance to the grand final. For Costa Rica, they have to rely on the lower bracket. The adjustments they made in leg 2 just were not enough. Those 2 costly mistakes in leg 1 tell us the story here. It is Mexico 3, Costa Rica 1.
It's just so unfortunate, I find, with knockouts. You have to be so much more careful with how you approach the games, because over 2 legs you don't want to concede too many to find yourself in the position that Costa Rica did. But sometimes it's a risk you have to take. It didn't work out for the Costa Ricans, but all positive to Mexico City. We're in Mexico City. All positives to Mexico, because they have actually completely flown through the group stages and both of their knockout matches.
Well, luckily if you're a Costa Rica fan, your tournament is not done just yet. As you mentioned, there is the lower bracket to come. So we might still see a rematch of that winners final in the grand final. That grand final to come later on this evening here in Mexico City will be the match that sends one of 2 nations to the FIFAe World Cup finals. It's the money match. It's the one for all the marbles. It's the reason they've been playing all season long, is to make it to the FIFAe World Cup. Here was that opening goal of the second leg from Mexico. That put them 3-0 up, and they were cruising. Costa Rica could not find the answer until, well, quite frankly, just too late. They left themselves with too much to do. They did get on the board there just past the hour mark, but still had to find 2 more.
Unfortunately for Costa Rica, they won't have that much time to mentally reset and catch their breath after losing to Mexico. We are still waiting confirmation on the other game, Panama versus Trinidad and Tobago. I believe Trinidad and Tobago did walk away with the win there.
Wow.
But you've just got to feel for Panama. How unfortunate when they've been so dominant and played so well today. I know they finished 4th in the group, but I feel like they got really unlucky having to face Mexico in their first knockout game.
Yeah, I mean, their form completely fell off a cliff, didn't it? Their first 2 games, they were free-flowing, free-scoring. 9 goals from their first 2 games. You know, consider them to be the favourites to challenge Mexico, but you're right, it was an unfortunate draw for them in the end. Here is your confirmation. Trinidad and Tobago dispatch Panama 4-2. And let me tell you something, Trinidad and Tobago are our lowest ranked FIFA E nation here at the eCONCACAF finals. And they've survived all the way through to the lower final now and face Costa Rica for a chance at redemption against Mexico, and more importantly, a chance at that spot at the FIFA E World Cup. Only 1 spot available here today. Can you believe
and
it?
as we were saying, that lower bracket, Costa Rica and Trinidad and Tobago is certainly going to set up to be an exciting match. But what a run for Trinidad and Tobago. They finished 2nd in the group.
Yeah.
But still, they are flying through these knockouts at the minute.
Indeed they are. What a game that was. And we now have our remaining bracket matches. Guys and gals, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have the lower bracket final. Don't go anywhere.
Still, do you get goosebumps when we play, you and me? Nah, don't take it easy. You are every man's dream. Find this woman that does seem. Take your time down the line. People vibes ain't no crime. I just wanna
You say you only wanna be best friends. I just wanna be a damn girlfriend. What I gotta do to make you face the truth? You didn't act like a friend that night. Maybe that's why it felt so right. Do I really need to spell it out for you? So why you trying to hide your curiosity? When I know you call my name out in your sleep. Tell me, friend, can't you see you're in love with me? It's obvious we are that perfect match. Ain't no catch, you and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life. It always feels good to be honest. Can't you admit that you want this? Everybody knows it except for you. When you're lying there on your deathbed, you will regret you kept quiet. Also not telling me straight up, cool. So why you trying to hide your curiosity? When I know you call my name out in your sleep. Tell me, friend, can't you see you're in love with me? It's obvious we are that perfect match. Ain't no catch, you and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life. So, what's it gonna be? You gotta give me something. What's it gonna be? Are we gonna do this or not? I really need to know if you're in or out. to say the words, just look in my eyes. Tell me, friend, oh, can't you see what you mean to me? It's obvious we are that perfect match, ain't no catch. You and I will make it last. Place your bet on me and everything will be alright. Take a chance, ain't no risk. You and I won't hit and miss. Give yourself to me and we'll be more than friends for life.
I wanna take you out of Rio. Vamos a probar un trío. Tú y tu mejor amiga. No quiero nada de lío. Como decían mis cubanos, andando se quita el frío. Vamos a tomar un vuelo hasta España con unos tíos. Aquí gozando con toda mi gente en una nota internacional. Y celebrando nuestra vida porque sabemos con carnaval cómo andan las cosas seres. Que es lo que hay, manín. Que más pues mi pana, quiero una chimba que sea la de mi dream.
Sé lo que has querido desde chamaquita. Si soy yo el guía que se necesita. No sé si has oído que soy VIP, pero de todo, todito me limpio por ti, por ti.
Hop on a jet and we flying. No tenga pena, yo guío. I got the heart of a lion, but I'm a search, not a Leo. Esta belleza a mi lado. No sé si son de los míos, no sé si son de los tuyos. Solo que somos latinos. Aquí gozando con toda mi gente en una nota internacional. Y celebrando nuestra vida porque sabemos con carnaval cómo andan las cosas seres. Que es lo que hay, manín. Que onda carnal. Tomamos mezcal y brindamos con todo el listín.
Sé lo que has querido desde chamaquita. Si soy yo el guía que se necesita. No sé si has oído que soy VIP, pero de todo, todito me limpio por ti, por ti.
I wanna take you out of Rio. 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 Let's make a stop in Aruba. Vamos a probar en Cuba. I wanna take you out of Cuba. Teach you a bala y Cuba. Aquí gozando con toda mi gente en una nota internacional. Y celebrando nuestra vida porque sabemos con carnaval cómo andan las cosas seres. Que es lo que hay, manín. Mami, no quiero que esperes más. Vamos a cambiar tu sim.
Sé lo que has querido desde chamaquita. Si soy yo el guía que se necesita. No sé si has oído que soy VIP, pero de todo, todito me limpio por ti, por ti. There you go, baby, está gustosa a mi lado. Sabrosa y tan dulce como un mango. Una chica de Bahía con milagros. Que a ti está bien caro. La ballena, brasilera canta a capela. Dime en portugués todo lo que quieras. Yo te llego en cualquier manera. Semi-automatic, shoot my shot in verse until I had it. Pajama, she was cinematic. Speak to me in tongues like a fanatic. Yeah, she famous. Le gusta bien caro. En un Ferrari bien caro. Con mucho clase caro. Con un estilo bien caro. Me gusta bien caro. En lencería bien caro. Con un alma bien caro. Baby, yo sé que tú es cara.
torneo de videojuegos de fútbol, obviamente el FIFA Continental Championship 2026 by CONCACAF. Este increíble evento, torneo mundial que va a sacar al mejor equipo el día de hoy para representarnos en este otro lado del charco donde sea el torneo mundial. Yo soy su amigo Extreme The Player en redes sociales, por si quieren conocer un poco nuestro trabajo, mis amigos, colegas casters que hacen un fantabuloso trabajo también para narrar estas increíbles partidas, y yo estoy con mucho cariño aquí acompañándolos para hacer una parte que me encanta de ser host en estos eventos. Presentar a las estrellas, las leyendas, además la producción nos dio una forma de aura a los jugadores que sigo impactado. Yo aquí estoy viéndolos caminar hacia mí, me cega el aura de los jugadores, pero vamos a dejar eso a un lado porque ya están listos y yo quiero ver esta partida que es la última oportunidad de estos dos equipos de pasar a la gran final contra el local, contra nosotros México. México ya está en la gran final y el que gane de este enfrentamiento ida y vuelta a los partidos de fútbol se va a enfrentar a México. Pero vamos a dejar el bla bla bla, yo quiero que los conozcan, ya los han visto, si llevan aquí con nosotros Gamer, y si me estás viendo acá, tu amigo Extreme te invoca. Si vienes hasta el fondo del evento, llegas aquí al estadio, es gratis, está abierto, puedes venir a sentarte, descansar un ratito del evento y ver las partidas de estas leyendas, estos jugadores que están dándolo todo por ser los mejores del mundo. Sin más, vamos a continuar y quiero presentar al primer equipo que se enfrenta ahorita al otro posible rival de México en la gran final del bracket inferior. Fuerte aplauso, por favor, para Costa Rica. ¡Qué epicidad, chicos! ¡Qué epicidad! ¡Cuánta aura! Hoy lo único que no han dejado de hacer increíble es entrar con aura. Más 3000 de aura, chicos. Último chance de darnos la revancha. Ustedes la quieren, los queremos todos, pero no va a ser nada fácil. Van contra un equipo durísimo y lo saben. Los veo concentrados, pero vamos a presentarlos para que los tengamos aquí. Así que, por favor, fuerte aplauso también para el siguiente equipo rival, Trinidad y Tobago. Eso. Me siento como Michael Jackson en ese video. Así de tanta epicidad. Guys, I feel like Michael Jackson on that video when it's like, you are so epic, guys. You have so much aura right now when you come into me. Guys, last chance. Estoy hablando en inglés con ellos para que puedan comprenderme y yo les voy a ir a traducir. Vamos a empezar con Trinidad y Tobago. Entonces, guys, I have a question for you. This is your last chance. Are you ready?
We're ready.
You're ready and you feel excited?
Yeah.
Obviously. You have a new strategy right now to win this match?
Yes.
Obviously. Oh, don't reveal it. I like the idea. Well, the coach is going to tell me, don't reveal your strategy, but you're going to try to change things right now to get this victory?
We're going to see how it goes.
Okay, okay, but you're ready right now.
I don't want to discuss the tactics.
No, don't say it. But you think you're going to change things to win right now?
We're going to see you when you reach on the football field.
Okay, you're going to see it on the camp. Nice. La pregunta que les hice fue si estaban listos, me comentan que sí. Si tienen una nueva estrategia, dicen que lo van a ir viendo conforme avanza el partido y creo que se me hace muy bien. Dependiendo de lo que está sucediendo en cancha van a decidir si cambian la estrategia. Excelente oportunidad de todo. Y de este lado, quieren la revancha, ya lo platicamos. Costa Rica ayer se enfrentó a México en celular, eFootball también, en este mismo torneo, en este mismo estadio, y tristemente, por un milagro, o sea, está hasta difícil decir, es que perdimos. No perdieron, o sea, la situación favoreció a México y ahorita podría ser diferente. Mi hermanito, ¿estás listo para la revancha? Si tienes que vencer primero acá, ¿lo lograrán?
Vamos a intentarlo.
Eso, está bien, me encanta. ¿Y cómo vienes mentalmente preparado?
Fuerte, venimos.
Fuerte, mi hermano, ¿estás más que listo por 1000?
Estoy listo, sí.
¿Descubres aura? Perfecto, mi hermano. Ahora sí el coach. Momento ha llegado, mi hermano. Yo sé que quieren enfrentarse a México en la gran final, pero tienen un rival durísimo que vencer. También, ¿qué planean hacer? Obviamente sin revelar estrategia, pero también ya tienen algo preparado para esta partida.
Sí, claro, ya nos enfrentamos a ellos antes, en fase de grupos,
sí.
Luego en las llaves de eliminación ya los conocemos, sabemos cómo juegan, lo que hacen, así que tenemos la estrategia ya planeada y esperamos que sea un buen partido.
Ok, ya analizaron entonces a sus rivales. Ellos comentan que se van a adaptar en cancha, entonces hay que cambiar un poco las cosas en el momento. Y pues parece que ya estamos listos. El momento ha llegado. La gran final del bracket inferior. El que gane estos equipos se enfrenta en la verdadera gran final contra México, que ya está esperándolos. Guys, if you feel ready, say good luck to your rivals. Deseense suerte. Por favor, adelante, dense la mano. Todos aquí somos hermanos porque estamos más que listos, más que preparados para este penúltimo partido del día. Repito, el equipo que gane entre ellos pasa a la gran final contra los locales, contra nuestro país, que ha demostrado ser un equipo durísimo. Ayer México fue un equipo tan duro que incluso se llevaron la victoria de forma aplastante todos los partidos, menos la gran final, que sucedió un milagro. Me gustaría que los casters a ver si lo platican. Un milagro que le dio la victoria a México de forma espectacular. Costa Rica lo sabe y quieren demostrar que pueden darle la revancha a nuestro país. Pero vamos a escuchar las voces milagrosas hablando de milagro, que están súper listos para darnos las emociones de este gran partido. Mis colegas casters que estamos allá, vamos a juego con ellos.
Well, what an intro that is, Alia, for our FIFAe Continental Championship lower bracket final. It is not quite all of the marbles, but it's going some way to being some of them.
It is, and we find ourselves close to the finish line now. Just 3 nations remaining: Costa Rica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Mexico. One of these nations will find themselves at the FIFAe finals later on this year. Wes.
Yeah, it is a big game between Costa Rica and Trinidad and Tobago. If I've got that right, I'm hoping I've got that right. It's been a while since I've been back in the commentary booth, folks. Just allow me a second. But it is shaping up to be a very important final. I mean, they faced in the group stage. It was only 1-0 that Trinidad and Tobago won out by. Can they take anything from that going into this fixture, or has there been too much games that have happened and too many marks that have been left on either one of these nations?
I don't think so, because I think we look at Mexico and Costa Rica. That game finished 0-0, and Mexico absolutely dominated with a 3-1 win. And knockout football's completely different. It's a lot more nervy, and I think teams play more reserved because they're scared. But unfortunately for Costa Rica and Trinidad and Tobago, they don't have a safety net anymore. One of them will be going home after this matchup.
Yeah, quite simply put, win and you're in, lose and you're not. It's that simple from here on in for all of those nations. Of course, Mexico will be awaiting the winners of this one between Costa Rica and Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, in terms of what you've seen so far this entire day, who would you kind of give the edge to between Costa Rica and Trinidad and Tobago going in, or are we into real coin flip territory?
I would personally give it to Trinidad and Tobago. I know they faced earlier in the upper bracket and Costa Rica won 3-2, but I just feel like Trinidad and Tobago, they don't give up. They keep fighting. They're consistently chasing goals, very nearly making the final yesterday for Mobile. But I kind of want the underdogs to win, and I want them to get to the finals for their first time in history.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a mammoth occasion for them fighting against the home nation here in Mexico if they can make it to the final. But Costa Rica, if they manage to get through, we're very much into almost a rerun of yesterday's mobile final. I mean, Coach T'Challa, he's already tasted one defeat from Mexico in one platform in a grand final. It would be almost cruel and unusual punishment if he faces a second here this evening.
Well, twice in under 24 hours. It's not exactly something you want to experience, but hopefully he uses that lesson from yesterday to spur his players on, to at least give them a fighting chance in that final against Mexico. And I'm sure for Mexico, they probably want Costa Rica as well in that final, knowing they dominated them earlier in the upper bracket and they probably could do it again.
I was going to say, that was very handily going to be my next question, is if you're Mexico, who would you be wanting in that grand final? But I think looking at the kind of the tail of the tape between these two sides, as we'll see again, we've seen a lot of these two teams here through the course of today. Of course, as you mentioned with Harry, it's been a bit of a long old day, but we are into those real kind of championship rounds almost between these three nations that are left to kind of duke it out. Of course, Costa Rica and Trinidad to fight for the right to play Mexico in that grand final. And it is, the word I would define is it's tension. It's you get cagey, you get tense, and like you said, you sometimes have a fear of an error. And I think sometimes that plays into the hands of teams who are a bit more assured of what they can do. And I think in this type of environment, you have to put your foot forward. You have to go forward. You can't, as I said to Harry earlier, you can't win a game by omission. You can't do nothing and expect to win.
Indeed, and I think that's Costa Rica's biggest mistake from their game against Mexico. They sat back, they allowed Mexico to come for them, and they cannot allow Trinidad and Tobago to do that to them today. Looking at their lineups though, Wes, it looks like Costa Rica are opting to keep the same team, so as Trinidad and Tobago, but who did these nations pick up in their fourth draft?
Well, that is an intriguing question entirely, and I will give you the answer. So in terms of Phase 4, Costa Rica picked up Jude Bellingham and Michel Platini. Trinidad and Tobago picked up Alessandro Nesta and Kelly. So not too sure how they're going to feature. I mean, we've seen it before where players pick up players in Phase 4 and then actually utilise them as subs. So you might find, or we might find, that these two teams have just kind of packed out their bench a little bit more, and so they have more options when you get into those real nitty and gritty moments in the game.
Well, one of these nations is just one step away from getting to that final against Mexico, but which one will it be? We'll certainly find out at the end of the 180 minutes. Not long to go now, Wes. And both players looking very nervous as we kick off leg one of the lower bracket second match.
I don't think you can get to this stage, Alia, and not feel nerves. I really don't. Between these two nations, they will be vying for that final berth into the grand final. And you're just going to feel as that a significant psychological blow would be who strikes first. It is always that first goal that really sets the tone, how early it can come. Because at the moment, 5 minutes gone, and Costa Rica trying to feel out that Trinidad and Tobago defence, but just got to think, who would Trinidad and Tobago and Costa Rica look to? I mean, City Slicker and Jerry just trying to work through the lines.
Nearly breaking through there, but a similar story to what we've seen in all of our knockout matches. A cagey affair, a nervy start as both teams try to feel each other out. Jorge here, near side, twisting Anthony, goes for goal! It's well saved, but that is our first proper chance of the game so far.
Yeah, first shot in anger from Costa Rica. And it might be Trinidad and Tobago's turn to have their first real telling action. Is it going to go for a corner? It is. It will be a Trinidad and Tobago corner.
You see Virgil van Dijk is under the control of McFly. We're expecting, I think, Costa Rica maybe for Trinidad and Tobago to fly that one into the box. Still early on though, so not much for them to worry about, but it is currently still a battle off the midfield, because that is where the possession is currently being lost and gained.
Certainly a war of attrition in midfield. City Slicker and Trinidad and Tobago trying to come forward. It's been recovered by Costa Rica, and you do have to feel in this scenario, Alia, it really is who wins that midfield battle. It's where a lot of the ball is being played at the moment.
That certainly has been the story of all of our knockout matches today, especially with how nervy both teams have been. McFly finds the end of that pass, but Trinidad and Tobago, they are not letting Costa Rica get away with it this easily.
20 in-game minutes on the clock, give or take. Who is going to get the first sight of a goal? For another corner to Trinidad and Tobago. I think, Alia, they might not go for the short one this time.
Hopefully not, because it didn't really work out for them, but you've got McFly there with Van Dijk ready to receive that ball. Ball flies in, straight safely into the hands of McFly. 23 minutes gone, still 0-0, and a cagey affair to say the least.
The tension is palpable. Quite a few people still retain their seats from watching Mexico in the previous game. They are certainly glued to this one to see who their country's opponent will be in the grand final of the console platform. Here's Jorge. Just can't get his way through the lines, and again, just got to think there's those hesitations creeping in earlier. You can see from our perspective, as you see, passes completed, Trinidad and Tobago not really utilising the ball all as well and keeping it under control. Ball's cued. Momentarily it was. It's gone by the wayside now.
Well, we're saying it's a battle off the midfield, but it's also a battle in and around the 18-yard box. Costa Rica here on the attack. Jorge crosses this one in, finds the head. Jorge! Oh, we nearly saw the deadlock being broken there, but the first proper attack all game, Wes.
It's really good flick on from Hullet, but it's a phenomenal save from the strike from Ousmane Dembele. I believe this is Costa Rica's first corner to speak of. It's that coming up at the top left-hand corner. They've gone short this time. Twisting and turning into the box it goes. They've got a coin ricochet, strike on goal, save, Hullet with a header! Costa Rica take the lead. Bit of fortune they had, but boy did they make it pay, Alia.
They did indeed, Wes, and this is what they needed after getting absolutely destroyed by Mexico in that upper bracket. It took them a couple of chances and a couple of attempts before the ball finally found the back of that net, but it did, and relief for the Costa Ricans and a game to chase for Trinidad and Tobago.
First blood to Costa Rica in this lower bracket final. We hasten to remind you the winner of this best of two aggregate score goes on to play Mexico, the hosts, in the grand final here this evening in Mexico City. This is the only game on show at the moment, no games on FIFA GG, so all the action is here on the main stream. As Costa Rica look to try and develop this ball down the right-hand side, but they're boxed off by Trinidad and Tobago, and now, Alia, it's going to be about how Trinidad and Tobago respond.
Indeed, I think that's one of the hardest things. When you go a goal down and you have to chase the game, patience becomes a real skill that gets tested, because you have to remember, especially in a two-legged affair, there is so much football left to play. Costa Rica here with the advantage. That's a fantastic through ball to high speed! Costa Rica double their lead against Trinidad and Tobago before halftime, and what a fantastic through ball. That was amazing vision, amazing communication, and a fantastic finish.
Wonderful ball through the middle. Johan Cruyff tucks it away. Trinidad and Tobago have their second. Oh, sorry, Costa Rica, beg your pardon, have their second. Getting my wires scrambled there. Costa Rica 2-0 up 40 minutes in, and Alia, just before halftime, we've seen it so many times throughout this tournament, goals just before halftime, it's almost worth double.
It is, and we saw that happen to Costa Rica against Mexico. They went 2-0 down in the first half of leg one, and they couldn't bounce back. Hopefully not the same story for Trinidad and Tobago, but Costa Rica wanting to triple their lead against their opponents, taking their time. Jorge from outside of the box, overhead. Oh. Well read there by their keeper. But so far, this game has Costa Rica written all over it.
So far, so good if you are Costa Rica. 2 minutes added on. The first half of the first leg, although Trinidad and Tobago may try and force an answer just before half-time. They have one more chance at it. They've got a controlled strike in on a goal, but it's into the hands of the goalkeeper McFly, and that, earlier, is going to be the last action of the half.
A little bit of a exciting half for Costa Rica. They really struggled to score in their last game against Mexico, but they now find themselves in the other position, having the upper hand. And just looking at the stats here, they had 5 chances at goal. Trinidad and Tobago only the 1. But as you like to say, Wes, there's still 3 more quarters left to play.
Indeed, Alia, but it's one thing when you're the one swinging the hammer, it's the other one when you're getting hit with it. And at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago are feeling the full force of Costa Rica. 2-0 up in the opening 45. Another 45 left to go. Trinidad and Tobago already making that switch. They've moved Holly back into midfield. They've took off Thomas Rosicky. Costa Rica, not to your surprise, Alia, completely unchanged.
Yep. Trinidad and Tobago opting to bring Puskas on, which at this stage of the game, normally you don't see substitutions, but being 2-0 down in a knockout match, a game that if you lose across aggregate, you find yourselves on a flight back home and definitely not getting on a flight to the FIFA e-finals.
It is tension written all over this game. Trinidad and Tobago are going to have to find something in that back catalogue. Costa Rica at the moment are the ones leading the tune. Costa Rica have it back again. McFly on that right hand side. Goes out for a throw in. But Ali, I'll put you in a gamer's perspective or in a player's perspective. What do you change here? If you're Trinidad and Tobago, yes, you brought Puskas on, but what else can you do?
If it was me, I'd start attacking a lot more differently and actually trying different things. Quite often we see teams just consistently attack the same way, and what worked in Costa Rica's favor in the game against Mexico is when they started attempting to attack differently, it worked well for them. Costa Rica attempting to fly this ball in, but they've just got to start shooting from outside of the box, inside the box, wherever they can. City Slicker trying to be a little bit smart there, but Costa Rica reading him like a book, but they do get a second chance at this corner. And that's a corner messed up as you hung your head, Wes, in disappointment.
So disappointing. I hung my head and shook my head in shame, because that's pressure relieved now. If you're Costa Rica, you can go, great, we can clear the ball out now. We've got possession of the ball, we can move out. And that is exactly what the men in red are doing. They're just consolidating possession in the centre circle, and they're just allowing themselves a little bit of time just to think about where their open options are. Within eFootball, as you know as well as I do, Elliot, there's always a spare person, a spare player open. Trinidad and Tobago trying to find their own spare players. It's just not working out for them.
No, and this has been the story with the nations who tend to go down in these knockout matches. They just rush their decision making, trying to force the attack, and it very rarely actually works out in their favor. And what Trinidad and Tobago need is to just take a moment to breathe, catch their breath, and reset this game. But Costa Rica just not giving them that chance at all. Where 60 minutes gone, you'd hope for a pause soon for some substitutions.
I think Trinidad and Tobago need the pause. The problem is that if they get the pause as a result of conceding again, that will be the real problem, as it's broken kindly to Costa Rica, chipped into the box, chested by Holly, and into the back of the net. Wow. Costa Rica have completely upset all form books. They've upset this lower bracket final. They are 3 goals to the good, Alia, and it all came from just not clearing the ball.
No, and that's the issue that they've been making, and I keep saying this with all of the teams that just go down and have to chase the games. You start panicking, you start making little mistakes like that, and your opponents will capitalize on it, just like Costa Rica did. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 3 goals down, but there's still plenty of time for them to make a comeback, as long as they catch their breath a little bit, Wes.
Indeed, they're going to need to maybe just have a sit on the stool and just try and figure out what went wrong, because there's another opportunity here for Costa Rica. They've turned back and now looking to try and develop it into the centre of the field. They played it back now and then into the edge of the box, chipped forward, but then cleared away by Trinidad and Tobago, and that's effective clearing away. If they'd have done that a couple of in-game minutes ago, they wouldn't have been down to they wouldn't be down to 3 goals.
Probably not. I mean, Costa Rica just absolutely capitalizing on a weak Trinidad and Tobago. Weak in their focus, weak in their patience, and weak in team morale. There's the pause that we were hoping for, Wes.
Now with Costa Rica, they look like the coolest guys in the house. Meanwhile, Trinidad and Tobago, I mean, we said they were stoic earlier, but they are very much looking as though they're all out of options, they're all out of ideas.
Indeed, and substitutions coming on for Costa Rica. Bellingham's coming on, Harry Kane and Del Piero. We saw someone in here earlier with a Harry Kane England jersey on. It's not something you really see in Mexico City, especially now that the World Cup is over.
I was going to say, of all the cities you would come to, you'd say you'd see an England shirt with Harry Kane on the back. Mexico City would not be on my quiz answers. It really wouldn't. But it shows you the eclectic football mix we've had here. We've also seen plenty of cosplayers around. I mean, the expo has just brought in so many different people and so many different cosplays. We saw a blown up Pikachu yesterday, which was awesome to see. How Trinidad and Tobago could use a shot of electricity in the second leg. As it stands at the moment, they need a goal really to make it interesting, give themselves a bit of confidence.
Yes, at least 1 goal to give themselves a boost of morale and some momentum. Costa Rica here, however, looking to make it 4, but well read by Jerry from Trinidad and Tobago. Choosing to try and attack up that far side, but Costa Rica just not giving them a chance to even attack here.
I mean, we've seen comebacks before, Alia, in terms of deficits in games. We've seen it. I don't think I've seen a comeback in a best-of-2 scenario, especially given the scoreline as it stands. Although Trinidad and Tobago have got to the edge of the 18-yard box, they're trying to play a ball in, but it's cleared out. And you just have to wonder, how likely is it that they can get themselves this scoreline? I think the only saving grace they might have is thinking, well, Costa Rica could score 3 in one game, so could we.
I would like to see Trinidad and Tobago actually try and shoot from outside of the box. It almost feels like they're consistently trying to force the ball into the box and give themselves an easier chance in, but sometimes the best goals come when you just shoot, when you've got the opportunity. Bicycle kick there from Costa Rica to clear the ball back into their own half, but Trinidad and Tobago keeping possession here. Great attempt, but just well read by Costa Rica, Wes.
Yeah, sometimes they've just got to let it fly. Trinidad and Tobago, they may have another opportunity to do so here. They're on the right side here. Again, just nullified by Costa Rica. Can they get a fashionable chance? I don't think they've had that many in the entire game, Ali. You're gonna have to help me out here. I can't remember a clear-cut opportunity they've had.
Oh, this might be one coming over here. Where's fantastic through ball, but just hit the back of City Slicker there. Costa Rica looking to extend their lead and make it 4-0. They don't want to give Trinidad and Tobago a fighting chance in the second leg. Just a couple minutes to go here. Fantastic over the top through ball, finds the feet of City Slicker. But just not good enough. But at least now, Wes, They're trying different ways of attacking.
They are, but the goalkeeper rush of Costa Rica is a little bit too quick. They almost know almost immediately that once that ball goes over the top, as there goes the final whistle from the first leg of the best of two. Costa Rica 3, Trinidad and Tobago 0. And boy, do the Caribbean nation have a mountain to climb.
A very, very big mountain indeed. And you were saying West Trinidad and Tobago hadn't had any chances really at all. Just one chance that came in the first half. Costa Rica just shutting them down, and you have to feel for Trinidad and Tobago. What do you do at this point?
I think really, much like you've said, you've got to look at how you're attacking. You've got to look at look at how calm and collected Costa Rica posing for photos midway through the series. They are so relaxed and in rhythm. Trinidad just seem to be a little bit disjointed. They need to look at the way they're attacking, and I think for me personally, they need to look at their shape coming into the second game.
This is a new nation coming up against someone with pedigree. Costa Rica, of course, have made the FIFAe finals back in 2024. They have been in high pressure environments being at the finals, and you have to think, is that experience coming through for them right now to give them the upper hand to try and secure their place in the final against Mexico? Just looking at these highlights, Wes, it is Costa Rica all over.
Yeah, they look like they romped to it in the end. The first one had a bit of fortune. They forced a save from the goalkeeper, and it's the first one to react and hull it over. I think it was Thuram at the back post. He's able to just tower over him. See it again here. Save, parried into the air, pull it just over the top of him. Got no chance of stopping the Dutchman there. And then that wonderful through ball through to Cruyff. Again, composure shown by Costa Rica. And from there, it just kind of really developed as that was the only strike on goal from City Slicker or from Trinidad and Tobago. And then, again, just on the hour mark, that's the one that really it's a sucker punch. It really just takes the wind out of any of the sails of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal that sealed the deal. But that second goal, I think I have to just compliment the vision to even see that pass as a through ball. And that goes to show their communication. And with 2v2, they can just switch to that player saying, hold on here, hold on to that ball. I'm going to switch, give that through ball. And it led to that fantastic goal that I don't think Trinidad and Tobago saw coming.
I think interesting as well, it showed as well, is that there's a little bit of disjointedness between Trinidad and Tobago's defence, is that one centre-back was so far out of position, there's a huge gap. Cruyff's able to run through it. And like you said, the vision to just go, I'm through, was able to just completely just take it away. And I think that's where sometimes there's a little bit of almost naivety, is you have to almost defend as though, and this will sound stupid to you at home, folks, you have to defend as though you are the AI. Mm-hmm. You have to basically go in shape. You can't just go kind of very cavalier and go shooting out. You have to almost defend in shape. And I think that's where Trinidad and Tobago fell apart a little bit.
And it's so much harder with 2v2 as well, because your communication has to be top notch. We saw that yesterday with Costa Rica in that final against Mexico. The players were visibly arguing with each other, getting very frustrated. It's a very different look here for this Costa Rica side, and definitely not showing the same for Trinidad and Tobago. But when you've got 90 minutes left of football to play, that's not enough time to just work on your communication skills.
No, it's repetition, it's having friendlies, it's having sessions on there's so many different things you can do to work on that. You know, having communication can simply be a case that you're playing co-op against the computer. It doesn't necessarily need to be you're up against other nations, but as you said, the worst part about it is they're going through potential communication problems in a lower bracket final with a chance to go to a final to play against Mexico for a chance to go to the FIFAe World Cup. So it's not exactly like you're playing on your couch at home. There's only a lot of pressure that rides with it, as we see some camera shots of the crowd who are I'm sure, probably waiting for the grand final as opposed to this one. But certainly there's quite a few players and representations in the stands. Good to see players and coaches alike. And like we said, we've had such a busy one here at the Gamergy Gaming Fest. It's been great to have like almost a rotation of fans coming in as the two teams are set to go off and underway. It's Trinidad and Tobago in the red, like you need reminding. It is Costa Rica in the white. I say like you need reminding, they've just switched kits from home to away, so of course you do need reminding at home.
Look, if I'm Trinidad and Tobago here, I know you can be scared of conceding more goals, but I'm going ultra attacking from the get-go. There's everything to gain and there's everything to lose as well. Costa Rica here, however, just looking to keep control of the ball, don't want to lose possession, and slowly building their way up for another attack.
Dembele with some dancing feet there for Costa Rica, tries to play an inside pass. Instead, Trinidad and Tobago come away with it. Give away their own half. I think that's a little bit earlier where that frailty is coming in, is they're struggling to get that transition from midfield to attack.
We were saying this is going to be a battle of the midfield, and so far it has not let us down at all. I would say to Costa Rica's advantage, they are managing to maybe get over the midfield issue by just flying balls straight up to their attackers rather than keeping it on the ground, Wes.
Well, you could potentially take a leaf out of the book of our first grand finalist. Mexico are basically air attack first, everything else second. I think sometimes you may have to have a look at the opponents you're playing and maybe take some inspiration. Sometimes the greatest lessons you can learn are actually in losses. And you would maybe think earlier that in the groups phases where you've gone through difficult parts, you'd maybe start to pick up those characteristics from other teams.
You do, but again, like you said earlier, that comes in practice. Sometimes it's hard to break out of old habits, but Costa Rica certainly happy to be in their old habit of scoring plenty of goals, but not for long. Trinidad and Tobago on the attack, manages to keep the possession. Just on the far side there, tries the low cross and just doesn't work. And it does seem like they consistently try that low cross. We do see a yellow card come out here for the first corner of the game.
Just don't make me hang my head in shame, Trinidad. Ball into the box, at the front post, got the flick on. It's much better than the last one we saw. Tried to recycle it, but Costa Rica were well onto it. But Costa Rica have conceded possession here. And Trinidad brought down by, I believe that's the figure of Virgil van Dijk. Thankfully, was not the second booking earlier. I know where your head was going.
Like,
but crucially, that means that both centre-backs of Costa Rica both booked. Marcel Desailly and Virgil van Dijk both in the book.
Gonna have to play a lot more cautious now to avoid a sending off. Opts not to fly this one into the box, and it is a big mistake as they try to play it safe. Costa Rica capitalizing on this moment, but Trinidad and Tobago managing to only just recover. Not for long they go. Jorge has the ball, twisting and turning, tries to get close to that byline, manages to keep it in play. McFly, is he gonna fly this into the goal? Well, a save there, but the ball is still, well, it was just in play. But Trinidad and Tobago managed to get this one for a throw-in.
Yeah, good fashion of an opportunity, although danger is here now. Costa Rica find the back of the net! They somehow won the ball back at the throw-in earlier.
And that is what we've been saying, Wes. A lack of concentration, a lack of patience. And now they have an even bigger deficit. Costa Rica 4, Trinidad and Tobago 0. And what a silly way to concede, Wes.
Profits of their own downfall, giving away by Trinidad and Tobago. And again, it's the easiest finish that Costa Rica are going to have. Got themselves 4 goals ahead. It's almost like that mountain to climb for Trinidad and Tobago just grew another tier.
If I'm Mexico and I'm watching this, I'm getting a little bit scared knowing how Costa Rica are just banging goals in left, right, and center. Mexico, of course, waiting in the byline for the grand final as McFly tries to take this one down his own byline, but well pushed out for a corner.
It's a corner for Costa Rica. They could really put the game to bed here if they can fashion a decent opportunity. Cruyff in the corner, neat little drag back. Done a little bit too much there. Once you've done the player once, Alia, you've got to just kind of get whatever you're trying to do out there.
I think sometimes when these teams find themselves with a pretty good goal deficit or goal advantage, they maybe get a little bit arrogant, whereas they want to show off, they want to let their opponents know how dominant they are. And dominant Costa Rica are, as again McFly coming down the far side, rushes the pass a little bit, luckily enough for Trinidad and Tobago. Find the possession again, fighting for that ball. Waiting for that pass to come in, it just never did, Wes.
I think realistically, Alia, I think Costa Rica are just trying to eke out the clock to half time. I think they know they've got a 1-0 lead, they've got a 4-0 lead on aggregate. They know they don't have to go all guns blazing here. They're quite right, as you pointed out. A thought to Mexico what they're thinking seeing this, because I think when we had that discussion, you thought, do you know what, they might prefer to have Costa Rica in that grand final. I'm not so sure anymore with what we're seeing here.
No, and I think with Costa Rica, as the game goes on, from the start of the day up until this point, the confidence has just kept on building. And you just have to hope that by the time they get to that grand final, confidence will fully erupt and we find ourselves with an absolute goal fest and a cracker of a final.
As we say in England, it should be a straight banger in the grand final. We think and believe it's going to be Costa Rica, but Trinidad and Tobago, they've still got time on the clock. They can still make something happen, but the more this clock ticks away from them, the less likely that really becomes.
Indeed, and they do look quite dejected as well, as one would be when you're chasing a 4-goal deficit. Half-time, Costa Rica 1, Trinidad and Tobago 0. It's a shame this isn't the first leg still, Wes, because they're playing much better, but I do still feel that Trinidad and Tobago are rushing their passes, being a little bit desperate to try and find a successful attack.
I think that's what happens. You spoke about it a lot in terms of the scared and the fear. I think it's the fear of failure at this point. They are 4-0 down. They were 3 goals before a ball was kicked in the second leg, as it were. And I feel like the fear has just got the better of them. I really do. I mean, they managed to do really well to get to this point. Knocking out Panama did incredibly well, and I think that was against the form book. And I don't think Costa Rica were betting that they would have been playing Trinidad and Tobago at this juncture.
No, certainly not. I mean, they did upset Panama. Trinidad and Tobago, they are the ones that we expected to come through that lower bracket, but unlucky for them, Trinidad and Tobago managed to get the win to find themselves just one step away.
Interesting substitution there is that we talked about players that we've not really seen. Nico O'Reilly coming on in place of the booked Marcel Desailly, which means that they've actually been able to switch Ito, who was playing left back, into a centre back. And it's what I love about some of the players that we see is that they have a mind to think of, well, this player can play in a multiple different positions. My favourite one is Josip Stanisic, the Croat. Can play left back, can play centre back, can play play all across the back line. So if they ever get into trouble, they're easily able to mould players in, and Ito is in that mould as well. It's interesting they've been thinking defensively though, or defensive changes, especially given the fact that they are 4-0 up.
You have to ask the question, 45 minutes, is that enough time for Trinidad and Tobago to score 4 goals? As long as Costa Rica don't make it 5. They are trying here though. McFly knows he's got the space, he's got the time. Thought he had a lot more than he did though. There's Trinidad and Tobago on the counter. Just didn't have a clear line there, but forced the pass anyway, and that has been their story in this knockout match. Rushing their passes, rushing their play. And it just has not worked out in their favor.
It hasn't, and the ball keeps getting surrendered to Costa Rica. Trinidad and Tobago, if they're gonna do the unthinkable, they're gonna need to score 4 goals in the next 35 in-game minutes. But I don't think Costa Rica are gonna give them a sniff, and even then, as you rightly said, they've also got to keep Costa Rica out from scoring an additional goal.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago in this game so far haven't had a single opportunity at goal. Costa Rica trying to fly one in for another one, but you have to give massive credits to Costa Rica. They are not giving Trinidad and Tobago a single chance and just frustrating them completely.
Do you think they took the loss to Mexico personally?
I would.
I think they did. I think they very much did. I think they thought, hold on a minute, how have we lost here? We need to set this right. Well, Trinidad and Tobago, though, trying to get themselves an opportunity to do it at the back post, and there's a goal!
Has it come too late, though, Wes? Just shy of 20 minutes left in this game, and I will say they do not look happy at the fact that they finally managed to score. First chance at goal and they converted.
First real opportunity that they've had. But you're right, body language wise, I don't know whether Trinidad and Tobago have conceded, whether they've scored, whether they've given a penalty away, or they've got someone sent off. It doesn't change. Wesley Schneider, the scorer on that occasion, but 28 in-game minutes left. If they can make it 3, or if they can make it 4 in their goal column and keep it to 1 with Costa Rica, they will force a golden goal third match. But it is an incredible ask if you are Trinidad and Tobago to keep this relentless Costa Rica side at bay.
I mean, we have seen some magic happen in eFootball, but it's not magic we're looking for. It's a miracle for Trinidad and Tobago, trying to build on that momentum, but just rushing too much as the ball falls back in. Jorge speed! Costa Rica absolutely obliterating Trinidad and Tobago to make it 5-1 on aggregate. And there we say, Wes, this is game, set, match.
Yeah, got to be done from there. And I think Trinidad and Tobago will not like me for pointing this out. City Slicker has gone out and pushed out with a centre-back. He's not used his midfielder, left the same hole in the from the first game where we saw that through ball to Cruyff. And again, it's that man again in the second game that may have just closed this one out completely for Costa Rica.
You know, I was asking for a miracle earlier, but I don't think there's anything more than miracles that you can ask for. 20 in-game minutes to go. Trinidad and Tobago need to chase 4 goals to send this to golden goal. And if this happens, Wes, I think I will find myself on the floor.
It feels as though Trinidad and Tobago, for these, at least the whole of this game and the whole of the last game, they've just been chasing shadows with Costa Rica. But interestingly, I think it's more so down to the shape. 4-3-1-2 of Trinidad and Tobago against 4-4-2 of Costa Rica. Costa Rica have the width, they're able to spray the ball out, they're able to play in those gaps, and they put a lot of pressure on the Trinidad defence that they've just not been able to hold up against.
Trinidad and Tobago, though, not going down without a fight, and as unfortunate as it may be that we will very, very likely see them go home after this match, they can walk away saying they are top 3 in North, Central America and the Caribbean, which is a massive achievement in itself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll get a bump up the ranking system from where they are. Of course, Harry mentioned earlier, they're the lowest ranked team left in this competition. I'm sure, though, having gotten to the final 3, having beaten some of the big teams that they've beaten along the way, I'm sure they may have picked up some ranking points that might just have that adjustment. At the moment, it is going to be Costa Rica's day in the sun, and they will have a date with destiny against Mexico in the grand final. What a game that's going to be, Alia.
That's going to be an absolute belter of a match, as Mexico and Costa Rica will face each other for the 3rd time today. 3rd time in about 7 hours, which is a lot of time to face another nation. However, Costa Rica here looking for just one more goal to break Trinidad and Tobago's heart even more. One minute to go in this game, and I think we can say for certain Costa Rica will be facing Mexico in the grand final of the FIFAe Continental Championships here in North America, Central America, and the Caribbean.
I mean, even from the first leg of that best of 2, they didn't look out of control, Costa Rica. They didn't look out of sync. They just looked as though they were ready to take the moment on.
And that man right there, coach of Costa Rica, finds himself in another grand final. And no, he is not living in a dream. He did face Mexico yesterday on eFootball Mobile, and he will face them again today on eFootball Console. Did we expect 2 exact same finals here today, Wes?
I don't think we did. I think if you'd have picked out 2 finalists at the start of the day, I think we earmarked Mexico just on pedigree, just on how well they performed throughout all of the games that we've seen, and historically how well they performed. But then I think that second slot in that grand final was up for grabs to anybody, and I think it's the team that have got that experience. They've been to a FIFAe World Cup, they've got that experience, they managed to win through some very difficult games. They beat Panama, I believe it was they beat Panama in the first round or in the semi-finals. They got knocked into the lower bracket by Mexico, but they've managed to come up strong here against Trinidad and Tobago, and now it is all about this grand final between Mexico and Costa Rica. So we see some of the highlights here, and it's just a real demolition job from Costa Rica in the end.
It was
one
just goal
minor
after
consolation.
goal.
One
Goal
minor
after goal.
consolation, but it was, as you said, raining goals.
It was indeed in the final, Mexico versus Costa Rica. The 2 nations here with the only 2 with any pedigree whatsoever at a FIFAe finals. Mexico finishing top 8 last year with one of their players, the Arsenal style. Costa Rica missing out last year, but they were part of the 2024 edition. So our storyline here is Mexico gonna go back to back, or can Costa Rica finally make it back to a FIFAe finals?
Well, you know what it's like in esports, Alia. We love a storyline. We love these types of matchups. We love these types of moments. And again, it is going to be as you rightly said, perfect adjective. It's going to be an absolute belter between these 2. As we just take a look over the brackets that we have already saw here today. So your confirmation, it will be Mexico versus Costa Rica in a best of 2. If it's level after 2,
it will go to a golden goal, which I don't know about you, Ali, but I think I've seen enough drama over the last 2 days. I don't think I need a golden goal in a grand final either.
Do you know what? I want even more drama. I don't want the golden goal to work out. I want a penalty.
You want
shootout.
penalties, you want sendings off, you want everything.
I want red cards. I've just been waiting for a penalty shootout. I haven't been blessed with one in the last 2 weeks though.
Not yet. We've still got one more best of two that you might just get your wish, because they look so evenly matched. Yeah. Outside of that final, the final game, they look so evenly matched, so evenly poised. I still think there's a lot more to come. There's a lot more left to say. There's a lot more eFootball on the table.
Yeah, and Costa Rica will be looking for revenge after the little bit of an embarrassing performance against Mexico. We are going to go to a break, and I will be saying goodbye to you, because when we come back, the grand final, Harry will be casting it with Wes. So make sure you stay on. That's going to be an absolute cracker of a grand final. I will be watching from the sidelines and keeping a keen eye on you and Harry.
You're keeping us in check.
I will. I'm just watching from the side, but you guys will have the absolute privilege of being commentated on by Harry and Wes. Not long to go now to the grand final. Make sure you tune in. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this matchup.
contain her. Crawling underneath my skin, she's got humor. She's just one of a kind, out of mind. She's a rebel, always on the move. She's an outlaw, she's a bimbo and an info. Is she human? She's just one of a kind, out of her mind. Yeah. One too many times I wake up bruised. Oh, how she wears me down. She with everyone, no matter what I try to lose. Not shy to take a risk, but I love that. She's a part of me. I don't wanna let go. She's a part of me. I don't wanna let go. No, she's a part of me. I don't wanna let go. She's a part of me. I don't wanna let go. No. When I wake up in a funky mood, first instinct is to binge drink till I can't think. Life is pretty when you're out of your mind and f***ed up inside. Oh, one too many times I wake up bruised, and I try to take a risk, but I know that she's a part of me. I don't wanna let go. She's a part of me. I don't wanna let go, no. She's a part of me. I don't wanna let go. She's a part of me. I don't wanna let go, no. She's a part of me. I don't wanna let go. She's
Yeah, I'll be honest, 요준이 생각에만 나. It's dishonest to say that I've been feeling alive. 난 아니야, staying up at night all the time. 새 네가 필요 없다고 구차니난 거짓말. Now I'm sprung, running through my head. 네 옆에 말해줘, 시간 없다고 할 때가 가라고. You ain't even gotta tell me twice. So you fancy, funny how you in my life. 그래 이젠 궁금하지 않아 우리 미래. Think about her, strip down on the east side. Driving on the wrong side, down on the freeway. Frequent trips and frequently 기대. 우리 컸던 점점 더 힘이 들던. Think about our problems all 점점 커져. 친구 사이로 I know I told you we could be there. 1, 2, 3. I ain't never offended that you left like that. 있으면 우리 싸울 텐데. Staying up at night 있어 보이기에. I don't really miss you. Talking like we're friends, oh 지난 척해. Like a game, but you not even play. 연락하지 마, 이름 보지 않게. I don't really need you. All I need is you, yeah. All I need is you. All I need is you, yeah. Like all I need is you. Baby, we can rendezvous. Baby, all I need is you. Like all I need is you. Baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be honest, picking on, hemming on, 그리워, hopping on, think about you. 시간 지나도 바뀌는 건 없고 all the time wondering if what you said is even true. 학교 중요하다고 이해한다고 I think I should've said no. Said I understood 미안하지만 친구 사이로 사이좋게 하자고 맘만 좋을 거라고. Sorry if I let you on. Yeah. Switch up, I see you rocking new hair, well let's make up. 보기 좋으지 머릿속에 take up. 생각만 해도 could break up. 생각만 해도 I wake up. 후회하진 않아. 가끔씩 생각이 나. How you just cruising on by. I'm busy doing a lot. Getting you out of my mind. Getting you out of my mind. I ain't even offended that you left like that. 있으면 우리 싸울 텐데. Staying up at night 있어 보이기에. I don't really miss you. Talking like we're friends, oh 지난 척해. Like a game, but you not even play. 연락하지 마, 이름 보지 않게. I don't really need you. All I need is you, yeah. All I need is you. All I need is you, yeah. Like all I need is you. Baby, we can rendezvous. Baby, all I need is you. Like all I need is you. Baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You don't need nobody right here bringing out the old you. You the baddest in the room, I thought I told you. You a bad move, bad, 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 don't stop. You a bad move, bad, 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 don't stop. You a bad move, bad, 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 don't stop. You a bad move, bad, 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 don't stop. Looking at it like he old news. Put with a switch and a gold tooth. You don't need nobody right here bringing out the old you. You the baddest in the room, I thought I told you. You a bad move.
El momento ha llegado, damas y caballeros. Después de varias horas, estamos justo en la situación que todos hemos estado esperando en este increíble FIFA Continental Championship 2026 by CONCACAF. La CONCACAF que nos trae este increíble torneo de eFootball con los mejores jugadores de diferentes partes de Latinoamérica y América. Este evento tristemente tiene que llegar a su final, pero felizmente ya va a llegar a su final. Justo ahorita tengo a los equipos acá, listos para hacerlo mejor y volverse campeones. Y adivinen qué, si estuvieron con nosotros el día de ayer, tenemos revancha épica. Se va a repetir el momento. Ayer México nos dio la sorpresa, milagrosamente fuimos campeones y tristemente hubo un subcampeón. Pero ahora las cosas podrían cambiar. Se viene el momento clave, estoy bien emocionado. La gran final de este absoluto evento de videojuegos aquí en Gamergy 2026. Y bueno, chicos, ha sido la verdad un gusto. Todavía no nos vamos, vemos este partido y luego quédense con nosotros para la premiación. Si sigues aquí en Gamergy, acérquense a este evento, acérquense a las gradas. Esto es libre, está abierto, es gratuito y pueden sentarse para disfrutar la gran final de este torneo, porque ya va a comenzar. Pero sin más que decir, vamos a arrancar presentando a los equipos. Por favor, mexicanos, ayúdenme a gritar con todo su ser, porque este equipo lo conocen muy bien, es mi selección y están aquí para llevarse el doble campeonato. Así que por favor, fuerte aplauso para México. El momento, yo creo que están nerviosos, pero ya estamos listos. Parece que estamos listos, ya está, ya algo pasó por aquí, pero ya me escucho. Chicos, yo sé que están nerviosos, están emocionados, un gusto tenerlos aquí, pero es hora de presentar a sus rivales. Es hora de que se enfrenten a la revancha que ustedes no vivieron ayer, pero las mismas selecciones ayer disputaron este torneo, así que sus rivales. Ellos quieren este enfrentamiento más que nadie, nosotros lo esperábamos más que nadie. Fuerte aplauso para los rivales de México, vienen con todo. Ellos son Costa Rica. Wow, si algo no ha faltado esta tarde, ha sido aura en las entradas de los dos equipos. Y esta vez, como debe ser, como buen partido de fútbol, vamos a cantar los himnos nacionales de ambas selecciones. Comenzaremos con nuestra selección mexicana. Todos aquí que están cerca, canten con nosotros el himno de la selección mexicana, el himno nacional de México, por favor. Excelente, gracias público. Yo sé que la mayoría de aquí son mexicanos, pero viene ahora una parte importante. Nuestros hermanos son colegas, los queremos un montón y tienen su momento de poder tener una segunda oportunidad después de ayer tristemente no lograr vencer a México. Ahorita se viene esta revancha, Costa Rica contra México, y es hora de que cantemos. Los que sean de aquí de Costa Rica, canten con ellos el himno nacional de Costa Rica, por favor. Bravo, lo mencioné ayer y lo vuelvo a repetir hoy. Qué himno tan hermoso tiene Costa Rica. Me encanta volverlo a escuchar el día de hoy. Y pues así es, damas y caballeros, a punto de comenzar la gran final del FIFA Continental Championship 2026 by eCONCACAF aquí en Gamergy México 2026. Chicos, el momento ha llegado. Mucha suerte. Dense la mano, demuestren respeto entre ustedes, porque va a comenzar el momento más importante de este torneo y una segunda oportunidad para algunos y una tal vez segundo campeonato para otros. Si están cerca aquí en Gamergy, acérquense, vengan a vivir la gran final con nosotros. Tenemos lugares en el estadio, esto es abierto, esto es gratis. Vengan a Gamergy, vénganse para acá, siéntense y disfruten el momento más importante de este torneo traído por la FIFA y eCONCACAF. Pero yo quiero que quieren ya ver el partido, así que basta de bla bla bla, Extreme, vámonos con las voces que les van a dar emociones de este gran torneo, mis colegas casters, y arranquemos la gran final.
Well, thank you very much there, Extreme. What an amazing ceremony that was to set us up for the penultimate Continental Championships here in the road to the finals. Only one of these two teams can secure their place, Wes, at the FIFAe World Cup. Will it be Mexico? Will it be Costa Rica? We're about to find out.
Oh, it is tantalising. It is, I mean, once get the blood pumping, first off, the two national anthems, they were widely and warmly respected. But also, your welcome entrance, you had all the drummers throwing you back into the broadcast. I mean, it's a great way to make an entrance.
Of course it is, but I think the Mexican crowd will play a big part in this final. Those drums, obviously, will be intimidating for Costa Rica to hear. They were in a very, very similar story this time yesterday for eFootball Mobile. They were having to come from the lower bracket to face Mexico in the grand final. Here's how both of these teams got there. Mexico undefeated thus far, undefeated in groups, undefeated in the bracket. They are our team from the winner's side, but Costa Rica were their opponents in that winners final, and you could argue they pushed them the closest.
Absolutely. I mean, in all seriousness, this is a wonderfully set up final. Probably a little bit of Groundhog Day for yourself watching Mexico versus Costa Rica in a grand final. But yeah, it is set up phenomenally. I think rightly, as you've said, I think what we saw in Rio in terms of the crowd playing a part with both mobile and console players making way through from the home nation, Mexico are set up to do the exact same thing here in the North, Central America and Caribbean region.
They want to follow in Brazil's footsteps, the only nation thus far to do the double on both eFootball console and mobile. They've already done the latter. Can they do the former? The crowd in Mexico City seated, waiting patiently, but something tells me they won't be sat for very long as soon as this final gets underway. Between Mexico and Costa Rica, these fans, friends and family will all be cheering on their respective teams. Only one of these two can join Japan, Indonesia, Jordan, Peru, Brazil, Madagascar, Morocco in the World Finals. Will it be Mexico? Will it be Costa Rica?
Well, only time will tell, Harry. I mean, form book and everything is leaning towards Mexico. Everything is leaning to them. But, and I always love a but, Costa Rica, if they can get their noses in front, they could take this game away from Mexico. But how do you stop a five-man midfield that is so good at recycling the ball when they lose it?
And they recycle it directly to two aerial threats. Whereas you're seeing something here from the Costa Rica side.
Yeah, they're matching them in terms of men in midfield, which I don't think I've seen anybody do here. They've normally been going, everyone's been either been 4-3-1-2, 4-4-2. Costa Rica matching them man for man in midfield.
In that winners final, they did make an adjustment. In that second leg, they decided they needed that double pivot. They needed Pirlo and Vieira. And so that's a continuation here from Costa Rica. Sticking with that double pivot, they had a bit more success. And so that's a bit of learning from them. They obviously did not start out that first leg of that winners final.
Hey, is that extreme?
Extreme. You better not be cheerleading there. Yeah, you better hide, buddy. You're on our payroll, you know.
What was it? What was that I got? Impartial? It needs to be impartial?
How can you ask him to be impartial here?
Well, speaking of impartial, there's your three lines you pointed out earlier, Harry, but the crowd are very much involved in this final. They are very much raring to go. I feel like almost the national anthem and the drummers very much was like a magnet to people who just pulled them in here. I think once you hear that Mexican national anthem, I think everyone realises, it's go time. Like, this is us. So all of a sudden, it is packed out.
Mexican wave. Here we go. Led by yesterday's gold medalist, by the way. A new emerging superstar for eFootball Mobile, Nene. But here we go. Mexico, Costa Rica. Only one can be champion. Only one can head to the World Cup and represent this region. Mexico have had the better of this matchup the last couple of times they faced, but this is a new final. This is best of two. It's aggregate score, and it's winner takes all. We'll see how McFly and Jorge utilise that double pivot with Pirlo and Vieira. They've knocked it on here for an opening chance. Forces the save from Mexico. This is something you'll see often from the host nation here. Long balls up to collar, knockdowns from Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a tactic that served them well, and so far, Wes, no one really has been able to counter it.
No, and I think maybe, as you rightly said, that double pivot might be as close as somebody has come. Even in that winners bracket final, still couldn't stop themselves from getting into the lower bracket. So it'll be interesting, as you said, to see if there's learning from Costa Rica.
Well, the opening 10 minutes has been kind to them. They've started off this grand final pretty nicely. This is leg one of the grand finals, but look at this from Arsenal style. Still keeping the ball here as well. The goalkeeper pushes it behind for a corner. The fist bumps are in, because they know these corner routines have been very strong. Dan Burn, Cristiano Ronaldo, Jan Koller, those are three big names, three big men. It's going to be Dan Burn to knock it on to CR7! cannot stop that. Advantage to Mexico. There's no stopping this, Wes.
There isn't. It's as A1 as a corner routine can come. You're always looking for the second ball. You're always looking for that flick on. Dan Burn gets there. Left footer for an outlet gets there ahead of Virgil van Dijk. And Mexico send their fans into raptures.
And it's really, really brilliant drafting from Mexico. Because who do you defend? Who do you mark? You've only got 2 players you can control, but there's 3 big men, 3 aerial threats. And every time Mexico get a corner, they look very, very lively. Mexico 1, Costa Rica 0.
It's not pretty, but it's effective, Harry. That is the order of the day for Mexico. They know what they've got to do to get themselves through these best of 2 fixtures.
Well, we said the opening 10 minutes was kind to Costa Rica. Since then, they've really struggled to get the ball under their spell. McFly far side. Plays Jorge into a bit of danger. Look at the run here from Real Cruz. Will he latch onto this one? Not before McFly clears. And in the blink of an eye, 25 minutes have already gone here in this grand final. Played inside here to Eden Hazard. Trying to give Jan Koller something to chase. Bit of a collision between Mexican players there. That might just open the door for Costa Rica. Could be a costly mistake. Jorge through on goal. Forces the save. And clear from Mexico. Best chance of the game so far for Los Ticos. And there's another one coming here! Coach T'Challa shushing the crowd. Costa Rica back on level terms, level pegging here. And what happened here? Did Mexico just fall asleep?
No, it was pure vision. What a through ball. Perfect camera angle for it. Took everybody out the game. See it again here. Beautifully slide rule pass into Cruyff. And he finds the finish. And I'll just have a word to T'Challa. That might come back to haunt you. You don't want to incite a Mexican crowd. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You've been here before, T'Challa. Don't incite them.
Of course, T'Challa, the coach of the mobile squad as well. Came so close yesterday in the final. Here's another dangerous position for Jan Koller. Behind for a corner. Lovely ball this is. But it'll be another deadly Mexico corner. Who do you mark here? Look at the height they have. Attempted knock on from Dan Burn. Arsenal style turns his man. Real Cruz under the pressure tries to get his strike off. Oh, Ronaldinho, excuse me, Ruud Gullit's going to be given something to chase here. McFly, though, can't make the turn count. Oh, that's a foul for McFly. I think they realised there, Costa Rica, they couldn't really afford Cristiano Ronaldo. who's already on the score sheet today, to just turn and run at the defence like that.
Can't give him that type of real estate, Harry.
Off it towards Yankola. Oh, it's knocked in towards the keeper. Mexico are just making it so mixy here. They're just putting it into the mixer and seeing what comes out. Half-time very much on the horizon. Arsenal style near side, lovely footwork, crossed in, poked behind for a corner.
There's a term I have for it, Harry. It's called air raid football. These centre-backs are going to get bad necks looking up at the sky, looking for this ball to come down.
Here is that corner, looking for the knock-on. Bundled well, actually, by McFly, and that's a very, very late challenge. Worth the yellow card there, you'd imagine.
It certainly looked as though if they'd have got that pass off and Hullet would have been able to get away from that challenge, they could have really had an opportunity there, Costa Rica, to hit Mexico on the break.
Let's see how many minutes are added on here. I'd imagine at least 3. Thanks to the 2 goals. McFly feeding Jorge. This is really dangerous here for Costa Rica! The first half comeback! Los Ticos! Costa Rica, stand up! Costa Rica lead Mexico here in the final.
It's great awareness. You 1v1, but you know that pass is on. You've got to play it just on the back of you. It's got in between the legs of Dan Burn. Ronaldinho tucks it away.
He takes a touch.
He takes a touch. It's insane. It's wonderful play from Costa Rica. And T'Challa, I made this reference yesterday when I was casting with Alia. It's doing a little bit of a Poland in the World Cup final from last year. Coach takes the emotion out of it and takes all the attention.
Oh, across towards Yankola! You can't shush them now. They will not be silenced. Some cross, some delivery, and Yankola here still had work to do for Mexico.
Twice that ball's gone in from the right-hand side. The first time he hit the goalkeeper, rebound got smothered away. That time, absolutely pinpoint cross from Luis Figo. Beautiful ball. It is begging to be headed from Yankola.
That mismatch in height. Great finish. And that, I'm not sure if it'll be the last action of the half. I imagine it will be, as Mexico and Costa Rica end the first half 2-2. They brought their shooting boots to this final.
It's not a boring one, Harry, by any stretch. I know Alia had asked for 2 attacking sides to come to the fore, and boy, have they. Of course, if you're wondering what the graphic's saying on your screen, don't panic, it is 2-2, as it's just been updated, almost as though I had brought it into existence. There's a wave. I saw fans cupping ears when that equaliser went in. The emotion is certainly palpable in this arena. Feels as though that T'Challa may have made himself accidentally public enemy number 1 here in Mexico City.
Well, hey, if it takes the heat off your players, then why not?
I think even we're getting involved in the wave.
Whoa.
What a game we've got on our hands here, Harry. Second half. This is only game 1.
Only game 1 between Mexico and Costa Rica. I've got the biggest smile on my face. Nothing makes me happier than 2 perfectly matched eFootball nations going head to head. That's a mistake though from Costa Rica. El Cruz with so much green grass to control the ball into in the end cannot produce anything of quality. It's a real shame.
That's where your air raid tactic doesn't come in very well, is if you're rushing that ball, you're mistiming your pass. It only works if you find that header.
Costa Rica. And Jorge, given time and space to move this ball inside. McFly beats his man. Can he find his teammate? The answer to that is no. He can only find the hands of Yael Cruz. Mexico having trouble looking after the ball here at the moment. Jorge to contest the header. Just very, very nervy. We're in the realms of substitutions being very prevalent here. Probably in another 5 or so in-game minutes you'll see that. So next time the ball goes out of play, we'll be looking down the depth chart, seeing what super subs are available.
Interestingly, Harry, there's a sat in the top left-hand corner just before that throw. There's a bit of needle.
Oh, that's kicking off.
I do love that from version 6.0. It gives you these new animations, these new little cutscenes of, and how kind of fitting it is for a Continental Championship final.
It's like representative of T'Challa versus the Mexican crowd, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Which way will it break here? Looks like it will go Costa Rica's way. Good pincer move there, shuts down the passing lane. Crossfield ball as well is nice. Into the box with Arsenal style, just jockeyed off the ball. I mean, this final is just crying out for a hero. Will it be Arsenal style, the veteran, to go inside? Crossed in! Oh, it's over! So difficult to defend these types of crosses. And it's also very difficult to try and convert them. Cristiano Ronaldo did his best.
It's definitely a half chance though for Mexico. You feel on the hour mark, it's about to bring up there the pass completion percentages. Around about 59% for Mexico, around about 72% for Costa Rica.
Wow.
I think as a result of that long ball, or at least the direct Route 1 style of play of Mexico, is that, as I said, those passes only count when those knockdowns go to feet.
No subs as of yet. Costa Rica into the box. No mix up at the back there. Wonder, will there be subs triggered now? As Hullit's looking pretty leggy out there. And here we go. Time for those substitutes, big decisions to be made here. But that double pivot adjustment from Costa Rica, I mean, it's been a godsend for them.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue against it. It's worked. You really can't. They're 2-2 at a very delicate stage of the game. And as we've said so many times since all the years that we've broadcast together, Harry, it's these moments that matter the most. It's when these changes come in, are you making the right ones? Gakpo, Bellingham, Messi and Kane on for Costa Rica. Kane isn't as physical of a lightning rod at the top of the field as Hullit, but he might be slightly bit more mobile at feet. So you might think that although they're trying to play through this Mexico defence, I think I will say this though, Harry Kane, it's not something to be sniffed at when he's inside the 18-yard box.
Definitely not, especially when he's got his England national team talisman playing in the hole behind him, Jude Bellingham. The England duo will be who Costa Rica rely on to try and steal something from the final 20 or so in-game minutes.
Watch out for them long throws.
Number 6, Luis
Thanks for Mexico. Yael Cruz trying
Number 14.
his patented skill moves. Once again, Mexico trying to win the knockdown. You know how powerful it is. Play along the floor here as well, looking for the far post. Oh no, can't get the ball under his control. That's tough. Like a free header at the back stick. Costa Rica have just tapered off a little bit here. And in the final moments, the final 15 in-game minutes, Mexico have got somewhat of a second win. They knew this game would come back to them. Just as I say that, they lose the ball. Jorge. Good defending proactively from Arsenal style there. Could tell the danger.
This is where your mentality needs to kick in. As players, you need to keep your cool. You're in the last 10 minutes. You're in a best of 2. Maybe you just consolidate, take your licks, and take a draw into that second game. I get the feeling, Harry, that neither one of these two sides are going to settle for that.
Oh, both these nations want that psychological blow. Arsenal style. Over to Yao Cruz, really neat turn. Oh, what a save off the line, and again! Finally! At their third attempt, Mexico converts. And will they be taking an advantage into the second leg?
They just would not be denied, would they? It took 1, 2, 3 attempts. It was a great save from the goalkeeper, and then it's just chaos, and it eventually broke. And it was Cristiano Ronaldo to tuck it away for Mexico. We'll see it again here. Neat touch from Ronaldo. Flicks it into the box. Van Nistelrooy's header turned away. Ronaldo second, and then the third time finally turned it home. And I'll say, from a psychological standpoint, that's the first time I've seen the Arsenal style turn around and acknowledge the home crowd. He's certainly trying to get them up and get them back on side, as they are 3-2 ahead with not long left in this game one.
Well, a pause has been called, and I think it's been triggered by Mexico. But of course, when the game is paused, both nations are within their right to make any changes they want to. You need to be careful, though, don't you, Wes? This is an aggregate score, two-legged affair. You do not want to make any major adjustments, because you don't necessarily need a goal for the rest of this game.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm fairly risk averse when we play eFootball. I would very much be going, do you know what? Change your spine of your team, get them legs refreshed at the back, get them refreshed in the defensive field, and just shore up those back lines, because fresh strikers against tired defenders, we've seen it so often before. Again, we see it a lot from eFootball players at a high level. They think attack first and defense second.
5 minutes remaining. It is Mexico 3, Costa Rica 2. And the Mexican chants are ringing around the eCONCACAF arena. Corner routine not working out in their favour at the moment. But they'll get another chance here. Got plenty of tall, bulky, strong aerial threats to aim for Mexico. Here comes the delivery, front post this time, knock on, oh, off the frame, Well, there'll be a minimum of 4 minutes added on here. But what on earth can you do to stop these corner routines? So many big chances from eFootball. Corners made by Mexico.
Well, if you're 2v2, you have to try and mark where you think that second player is going to be. If you don't mark that space, especially when they do get a run on you from that flick on, you're in trouble.
Yeah, Mexico going to take all the time that they want here. Is this an offside call from the referee's assistant? Yeah, just gone too early there. Can Costa Rica dig anything out of this game? We're into the 4th of 4 added on. Has to go forward here to have a chance at the last attack. And there's your full-time whistle. Leg 1 in the books. Mexico 3, Costa Rica 2. And Mexico are now just 90 in-game minutes from returning to the FIFA E-Finals here in 2026. Here's your half-time stats across the 2 legs, full-time after leg 1.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, most shots went to Mexico. I mean, they had 3 in what felt very quick succession for Ronaldo's goal that made it 3-2. And I think critically here, Harry, and I think I finally figured out as to why Mexico is so hard to break down. The size of their defenders, given the fact, and again, this is incredibly smart drafting, because they've taken Koller and Ronaldo, the leaps on those players are so much better than every other defender that is on the board. Of course, you've now got Harry Kane that gets brought on for Costa Rica. He's never going to be able to out-jump Dan Burn. He's never going to be able to out-jump Ruben Diaz. It's actually really coy and smart drafting by Mexico, because like you said, when you go in phase 1, you almost force your opponents to go with you. And if they don't go with you, they get caught because they can't pick up those players in phase 2.
It's absolute cinema here in Mexico City. We've been standing up, enjoying the Jumbotron view in the background, just soaking in the energy here in the arena as we are halfway through this grand final. It all started off with fireworks from Mexico. But Costa Rica at no point did they give up in this game. This beautiful pass got the equaliser, and then moments afterwards, Wes, they only went and took the lead.
They stunned everybody. They stunned absolutely everybody. Koller had that chance for Mexico. And you had the free kick that was given, the booking against Vieira. Another lofted opportunity where the ball was trying to get cut across from Koller. But then it was this just before half-time, which again was really smart, where, as you mentioned, Ronaldinho even had time to take a touch inside the 6-yard box. But it wasn't just yet to be. Brilliant ball into the box. Again, moments after Costa Rica had scored, Mexico go and equalise. We talk about those physical mismatches. That's the type of thing you talk about.
Yeah, there were chances for even more goals in this game, but at the 3rd time of asking, it finally found pay dirt for Mexico. And this a Mexico team that has won 2 out of the 3 E-Nations Leagues weeks leading up to the E-CONCACAF finals here in Mexico City. They would have known, they would have earmarked this tournament, where not only is their ticket to the FIFA E-World Cup finals, but also to relish the opportunity to play in front of a home crowd. It's not often you get a chance to do that and have the weight of a nation behind you.
It's very, very rare. I mean, I only ever played in front of a home home crowd once, but that was only just for myself. That wasn't for England or for the UK, whereas these guys are getting to kind of live that reality. They're able, as you heard Pumas mentioned earlier in the post-match interview, feels like the Azteca out there to these guys. That's the vibe that they get walking in here. And as we've said before, this is their house. They want to defend this house, much in the same way that Brazil had to defend theirs. This is Mexico's house, and they want to let everybody know that landlords' rent is due.
Well, we're into the locker rooms. Here's the look at Costa Rica. It's Hiroki Ito at left back that was the mismatch, I believe, or was it?
Watanabe at right back. Ball got floated into the right side.
You're right.
And that is those marginal gains now where I would look at it and go, right, you swap out Watanabe. Because you know what the game plan is of Mexico. You know what they're going to do. Respectfully, you know where that ball is going. You know that they know your weakness as well. You've got to change it out. You've got to do something different.
Well, lovely to see fellow esports players in the crowd enjoying some eFootball esports here.
I mean, the cosplayers are slightly different over here, Harry. I can't lie. I think one of them was Braveheart. I saw a kill there. And he's still there rooting for he's still there rooting for Mexico.
There's got to be some work for him somewhere, guys. Come on.
Got to sort it out.
Second leg underway. Costa Rica need goals. They trail Mexico 2-3. And if they can't score and win this second leg, then Mexico will be the champions. Mexico will return to the FIFA World Cup. That's the task here for Costa Rica. Looks like the game of head tennis will finally come to an end with a Costa Rica throw-in, and this will be a real test of their mentality. Because they know they'll have to be perfect in midfield, perfect in defence. Because any throw-in, any corner, any free kick, any space at all given to Mexico, it will go to those big front two. And sadly, this will be waved off on the near side by the linesman's flag. But how intimidating is that, Wes, knowing you can't put a foot wrong at the back, otherwise you're going to have to almost roll the dice.
Well, that's the pitfall that a lot of teams are having, is when you go into that best of two second game, a goal down, you have to keep a clean sheet. There's no doubt about it, but Mexico, they look like they're not going to be denied.
Here's the cross in, fading away from goal. Here's Arsenal style. Again, looking for those 50-50s, looking for those knock-ons. May not be very popular in terms of a play style from the perspective of an eFootball veteran or perhaps even other pro players, but from a neutral, you can say that Mexico absolutely drafted with a game plan, and it's worked out for them so far. They have such a distinct play style that's difficult to counter. Good way to do that is to rob the ball from them. That's a very, very risky tackle. And he's lucky, it's only a yellow there.
It was rash.
Probably too far away to go for goal. He's going for it anyway, and well, sadly too much height to spell any danger here for Mexico.
Felt like a little bit of a waste there, Harry. I can't get away from feeling as though Costa Rica could have done more.
Trickle back to the Costa Rican keeper after a missed input from Mexico. Can Costa Rica set themselves on their way? Jorge will latch onto this one. Tries to play into the box here. Lovely skill moves, lovely bit of footwork, but sadly big Dan Bird is in the way. And the second chance goes wanting as well. They do win the header though. Here's Ronaldinho with the silky footwork. His player ID so good. But Jorge miles offside. And a let off here for Mexico.
Listen to that last passage of play. I was flailing my hands with annoyance because all Costa Rica had to do there, rather than try and play the pass across, just take the shot, because it will ricochet off the goalkeeper, and more often than not, it will fall to the attacker who will be onside.
If you don't buy a ticket, you won't win the raffle. Mexico again trying to force those 50-50s in their favour. And I'll tell you what, despite the three at the back from Mexico, they've very rarely been caught on the break with their defenders running back towards goal. Now there's a pouring of green shirts. Jorge steps in. And if you're just joining us, this is the second leg in the grand final. This one for all the marbles here in Mexico City. McFly far side is going to be the target here. Ronaldinho into the box, steps inside. Nice super cancel. And well, that's a late challenge here, ref. Is he going to give anything? I don't think so based on the player cam reactions. Oh, unlucky there, Costa Rica.
I'll tell you what, on another day, you've seen him given, Harry. You've seen him given. But also, more importantly, about that shot, manual goalkeeping had pushed that goalkeeper over towards our side of the field, and it really left that near post ajar for Costa Rica. If it had been on target, I think Mexico would have been in trouble.
Tough break for Costa Rica. They can't afford to be down on themselves yet, though. Still within touching distance of Mexico. 5 minutes left here in the first half of leg 2. Still Mexico 3, Costa Rica 2. But it's been a good half from Costa Rica. Is there to be a twist in this game? Mexico not getting all the knockdowns they were getting in leg 1. Nice vision inside. It's again looking for the knockdown. Nothing doing. Costa Rica 0, Mexico 0. As you can see, player of the half there, Dan Bird.
No surprise there. The amount of headers away he's dealt with. And I'll say this to you as well, Harriet. It's one thing knowing your game plan of your opponent. It's a very different thing stopping it. At the moment, Costa Rica have stemmed the tide. There hasn't been that many chances for Mexico to latch onto. If anything, Costa Rica, I would say, arguably have had the best chance.
I'd be inclined to agree with you. But no chances have been taken so far. And if we're going to see Costa Rica return to the FIFA E-World Cup for the first time since 2024, we're going to need to see a goal from them in this half. For Mexico, they're so close. Oh, Yankola, oh, he can get his strike off. Too much pressure from the nearby defender, though. That would have modified the accuracy of this strike. Oh, maybe he should be getting that on target.
I'm going to sound like such a Luddite here, Harry, but Costa Rica need to get it on the deck. All of Mexico's power comes from aerial supremacy. They have it at the back, they have it in midfield, they have it up front. As you said rightly, I can't remember what game it was, I was listening in. You've got to get Dan Burn and Ruben Diaz turning towards their own goal.
Oh, here we go. Chance for them to do that, but I think the problem with that is Yael Cruz and Arsenal style are so in sync and so good at pressing in tandem and cutting down those lanes that if you do keep the ball on the floor, they're almost going to read you like a book. We're going to need to see a moment of magic here from Jorge or McFly, or perhaps both of them. Maybe this man could be the catalyst, Ronaldinho.
Surrendered a throw. But if you look at the possession, Costa Rica have had 66% of it. Mexico haven't had to do all that much. I mean, they don't have to do all that much. They have the lead on aggregate.
Will this break here for Costa Rica? McFly just forces it again. Not a high percentage pass there. Now, what can Mexico provide us? Eden Hazard, nice first-time skill moves. They're turning on the Jets now. Yael Cruz. Over on that far side, crosses in front post. It's another sloppy giveaway, and they're not taking care of the ball at all.
The problem they have is the height in their midfield, Harry. Is that ball gets headed back by Dan Burn. You've got Johan Cruyff to try and win it, which is great, wonderful footballer, wonderful item to have in game. But physically, he's not going to be the likes of Edgar Davids in the heart of Mexico's midfield.
A long throw in, whipped into a dangerous area. Just before that throw in, I was looking down at T'Challa, the coach of Costa Rica. He asked his men if he thinks that maybe some subs could be very helpful, and I think it was Jorge who turned to him and said, no, not yet. So they clearly believe that this lineup can make some magic for them. But time is not with them. Arsenal style has his pocket picked. Less than 20 remain. Better from Costa Rica, they're spreading the pitch now, but that is completely rushed. Might break for them here though, Jorge with Ronaldinho. Oh,
He saw the man across. He saw the man across, Harry. He got blinded by it.
How costly could that be? Could that be their FIFA World Cup ticket just burning in front of their eyes? Final 15 minutes. Jan Koller, he's got size and strength, but he doesn't have the ball anymore. This ball has stayed in play, by the way, for the last 20 in-game minutes since that throw-in. And it's going to break here for Mexico. Arsenal style near side, just trying to tick down that clock. And that's a foul on Hiroki Ito. And now finally that pause can come in, but there's only 10 minutes left and the ball is in the final third here for Mexico. They're so close. And now it's time to throw those bodies forward.
Costa Rica throwing in the mimic. Going 3-5-2. Is that too little, too late? Ruud van Nistelrooy on for Mexico, as is Giovanni van Bronckhorst. We saw a very similar change in a game that myself and Alia casted earlier. And as soon as those subs happened, Gio van Bronckhorst was feeding across into the box where I believe it was Jan Koller was there to finish, but Ruud van Nistelrooy Not exactly the worst finisher in the world. Still don't understand how he's wearing a Panama top, by the way.
I've asked the question on Instagram and Isco just replied with laughing face emojis, so I'm not sure.
It must be an inside joke with his team, surely.
I think,
but with his nation,
it
has to be.
Regardless, all Mexico have to do is hold on. And listen, if there is going to be a spark plug here for Costa Rica, it has to be that Del Piero card.
Could have sworn I just heard them booing Isco as he got up in his Panama top.
Substitution for Costa Rica, number 24.
We are well and truly in the end game now.
Number 17.
Got to defend this free kick, which is near enough a corner. We know how good their routines have been. And they nullify the knock-ons. Here it comes. Oh, it might trickle all the way through. Still in a dangerous area here. Dan Burns up there, and there is a finish! Oh, parried off the line! What a save!
Anywhere,
it's right at him, to be fair.
Anywhere but there, and that's in the back of the net, and it's game over Mexico. And also, I would have thought it would have lifted the roof off the place.
Still a corner to defend, and Mexico are going to take all of this time.
Also put more subs on as well, Harry. Gattuso's on, Baggio's on.
Oh, header on. Oh, where's it going to fall in? Viva la Mexico! Mexico return to the FIFA E-World Cup. It's anarchy in Mexico City, but it doesn't matter at all, because off your screens while we're watching this replay, it's a champions selfie. But they're going to have to pick up their controllers because Costa Rica are quick with the restart here. But Mexico 4, Costa Rica 2. I think that's the exclamation mark on this final and on this tournament. Oh, he's trying to bundle his way through here and really force the issue. But after all the weeks of the E-Nations League, after the very risky move to replace Andre Pumas, to move him into a coaching position, to bring through the youngster, Yael Cruz, it seems to have paid off, as finally we can say, champions, Mexico! They've done the double! eFootball console, eFootball mobile. It's back-to-back gold medals. The Olays ring around the Gamergy Arena. But of course, we must remember Costa Rica fought until the very end, as Coach T'Challa and the Arsenal style share an emotional embrace. Sadly, it is 2 finals in 2 days that the Costa Rica coach must concede. But on both occasions, he will certainly admit his Costa Rican team were second best, and Mexico just had their number.
What an incredible end to what was a very close final. Let's call it what it is. It was a very, very close grand final between these two sides, but it was the home team that used that third player of the Mexican crowd to their advantage. They just about got themselves home. To maybe throw a little bit of a cheesy pun in there, they have got themselves into cruise control on their way to the FIFAe World Cup finals.
Well, some emotional scenes here in Mexico City. Mexico are your champions. How amazing was that? They did it, Wes, with an undefeated run. They didn't lose a single match the entire tournament.
It's going to put a target on their back from the finals, though, because someone will want to take away that undefeated streak that they've got going. I'm sure there'll be plenty of candidates that we've already seen qualify who will certainly be queuing up to make that happen.
And it will be very interesting to see how they navigate the draft at the finals.
Yes.
Because we will have 11 other nations potentially drafting ahead of you. They'll definitely be competing for similar weaponry, if you will, in the draft. So if Mexico can't get their first choice...
That is very interesting, yes.
Is there a plan B for them? I don't want to be a Debbie Downer and really rain on their parade before they've even secured their medals around their necks, but that will be one to look out for, of course, at the FIFAe finals. But we can officially say it. Mexico, champions of North and Central America and the Caribbean. And they did so in an undefeated streak. Unbelievable stuff. Congratulations to Yael Cruz and the Arsenal style. And of course, Coach Pumas in the back. Truly a phenomenal run from them. What can we say, Wes? What can we say?
What can we say? Undefeated run. They certainly turned it on. They knew when they were in those moments they had to go and perform. And again, that last goal in that first game of that final, I think that was the stinger. That was the one that really. I think if Costa Rica go in at 2-2 into the turn, as it were, in best of two, they may have stood a bit more of an opportunity.
Yeah.
I think that first goal, or that final goal, just put them over the edge. It just really, like you said, it's a psychological blow. Get yourself in front, and that psychological advantage going into the second game going, we know that you need to break us down. We don't have to do anything. And actually what happened on the flip side of it was that Mexico actually took it away from them in game 2.
Well, here it is to make it official, and here's how they got there. Mexico champions of the CONCACAF Continental Championship 2026. They win the grand final 4-2. Their game plan was obvious from the start, but nobody could stop it. And Mexico, they've done the double, Wes. They are joint only with Brazil that's been able to do that thus far.
It's not bad company, is it?
And the only country that can match them now is Portugal.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, quite right. Yeah, of course, we still have one more Continental Championship left to go in the FIFAe.
In terms of home soil, that is, I think there are a couple of nations in the European Continental Championship to come that are qualified on both console and mobile, so we could have a double header in Europe. It's very unlikely though, because the console nations in Europe don't seem to be very strong on mobile, and vice versa.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more of a platform that's quite new within Europe. You tend to find that mobile gaming as a whole is quite big in your Southeast Asia. It's quite big in the Americas, both North, South, and Central.
North Africa as well.
And Caribbean, in North Africa as well. They've got a lot of pedigree, they've got a lot of status in the game, because all you need is a phone and you can pick it up and play.
Well, in some style, Mexico win here, as we can admire some of their work in our grand finals. Costa Rica gave it a bloody good go, making it to the final of both mobile and console for eFootball. And they even went ahead in this grand final, don't forget, just before half-time. And the outburst of emotion from Coach T'Challa shows you how close they were and how important they knew every goal was going to be. But then they couldn't even celebrate in the changing rooms at half-time because Mexico came back, they equalized, and then this melee in front of the goal, absolute chaos. And chaos is almost like Mexico's nickname at this point, because it's what they do. They put the ball in the mixer, they let their big men go to work, and it's those chaotic opportunities that they force, and then here is the cherry on the cake. That is the moment. Mexico crowned themselves champions. The full-time whistle made it official. Mexico 4, Costa Rica 2.
Cue the scenes. Cue the mobile team running out from the tunnel. They were ready to come and celebrate.
Well, I thought our host Extreme was ready, but as you can see, he's just prepping himself there for the medal ceremony. We're going to go there in a few moments' time to crown the awards. But I'm hearing now he's ready. Extreme, take it away. Let's make it official.
Chicos, damas y caballeros, colegas casters mexicanos que están aquí, pues se finí, llegamos al final de esta bonita transmisión, de este bonito torneo increíble. Gracias por acompañarnos a todos en este FIFA Continental Championship 2026 by CONCACAF. Gracias obviamente a Lenovo Intel, nuestros patrocinadores, y bueno, aquí su servidor, muy contento de cerrar con ustedes este increíble y fantabuloso evento, pero todo lo bueno, tristemente, también tiene que terminar. Y vamos a hacer la premiación. Ha llegado el momento de felicitar a estos campeones, a estos chicos que estuvieron dándonos a nosotros y entre ellos mismos las mejores emociones. Así que obviamente me van a acompañar en esto, que todos griten, que todos escuchen Extreme en estos momentos. Si sigues en Gamergy, acércate porque queremos bullicio, acércate de este lado, queremos gritos, porque es hora de felicitar y premiar a estos 3 campeones. Vamos a comenzar con el tercer lugar, por favor. Así que un fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Trinidad y Tobago. Chicos, aquí por favor volteando hacia las cámaras. Look that way, guys, because the camera is right there for you. Stay right here, stand right here. There you go. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Y pues bueno, nuestro tercer lugar, la sorpresa yo creo que de este torneo. Por ahí saludos a mis hermanos queridos de Panamá que esperamos una final con ustedes. La verdad me da mucho gusto también haber tenido esta final como local contra Costa Rica, que pues es hora de felicitar a los subcampeones que dieron un trabajo espectacular. Sudamos, la sentimos muy cerca. La verdad es que yo sí pensé que a lo mejor no se iba a lograr en este caso, pero ayer se logró con México, hoy se logró también. No me quiero adelantar, yo quiero que todos abracemos a nuestros hermanos que están aquí y felicitemos a nuestro subcampeón de este lado. ¡Fregonazos, Costa Rica! Así son. Me encanta. Yo quiero que le digan los países: Trinidad y Tobago, Costa Rica, ya son mexicanos. Todos son nuestros hermanos. Acérquense más, chicos, no se preocupen, no muerdo tan duro. Y a lo mejor nos gusta a todos. Pero ahora sí, damas y caballeros, un gusto anunciar aquí. Su amigo Extreme les vuelve a decir gracias por estar acompañándonos. Pero es hora de anunciar al campeón México, chicos, en Gamergy 2026. Fuerte aplauso para el campeón de la FIFA Continental Championship de consola de fútbol by CONCACAF. Nuestra selección, México. Pásenle, campeonazos. Y ahora sí, júntense, get together guys, for the picture, júntense para la foto adelante, pósenle porque nuestros top 3 competidores de este torneo están aquí con nosotros. Fuerte aplauso por favor de parte del público para este top 3 campeones de este increíble evento FIFA Continental Championship 2026 by CONCACAF. Lenovo Intel, gracias por hacer esto posible. Y así es, damas y caballeros, qué bonito. Nos llevamos ayer la victoria con mobile, nos llevamos hoy la victoria en consola y nuestra selección mexicana va a estar presente representando al CONCACAF en el torneo mundial próximamente. Atentos a las redes sociales de FIFA de CONCACAF para que sigan viendo a estos fregonazos campeones representarnos. Gracias por acompañarnos en la transmisión. Gracias Gamergy para invitarlos a los que regresen a Gamergy mañana. Tenemos ahora Rocket League aquí mismo en este escenario. Felicidades campeones, felicidades subcampeón, felicidades tercer lugar. Gracias, jugaron increíble. Gracias por el show. Gracias a la gente que sigue aquí con nosotros. Yo soy su amigo Extreme de Player en redes sociales. Un gusto acompañarnos y nos vemos a la próxima. Yo les digo, pum, Extreme out. Bye bye.
Gracias for everything today. Our MC on the floor holding it down, hyping up our teams and our players here in Mexico City. Fantastic to have him, and what a fantastic scene. I mean, the cleaners are going to have some job on their hands, aren't they? All that confetti and...
I'm getting a broom after this.
Honestly, we might need to chip in, Wes. I can't lie, because that was some explosion. Mexico qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup. They're undisputed eFootball kings of this continent.
Yeah, this region, they have, I mean, they've proved it. They've took the mobile title, took the console title, and have booked 2 different tickets to a FIFAe World Cup finals.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be able to bring their medals along for the hand luggage. I'm sure they'll get through the airport security scanners, but what can we say, Wes? What can we say? Any final thoughts from you? eFootball's done and dusted here in Mexico City and only 1 Continental Championships to go.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've had an absolute blast here, folks. First time in Mexico, first time in Mexico City. I have had an absolute blast. As always, it has been a pleasure casting with yourself, casting with Alia. It has been always a pleasure. And on a brand new continent for myself. I mean, again, worthy champions as well, both on console and mobile. And you guys get to do it all again in a week's time, except this time, it's the European leg.
That's right, Europe's turn up next. Our fist pump, by the way, so powerful that the camera actually went out of focus. That's how much aura we have here. Thank you all very much for watching. We're not done here in Mexico City. Same time, same place tomorrow. You'll be able to watch the Rocket League qualifiers for the FIFAe World Cup. As for eFootball, as Wes just said, next weekend we head to Lisbon for the European qualifiers, and there we will have our final 12 teams. We will know every single nation fighting for the FIFAe World Cup 2026. Same time, same place tomorrow for Rocket League. But for now, from us here in Mexico City, it's a very, very large thank you for watching, and we will see you either tomorrow or next week. Goodbye.